Good morning and welcome to Live Now from Fox. It's 4:59 on the East Coast and 1:59 in the morning over on the West Coast. We appreciate all of you joining us this morning here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host this morning, Zach Horner. We're getting you caught up on all the big stories from all around the country and around the world as well. And the first thing I want to play for you this morning, this is some big news from overnight. Authorities in El Paso, Texas, they're saying one person was fatally shot and 3 others were wounded at a shopping mall before that shooter was taken down by an off-duty police officer. So we have some information from authorities there. I want to play that for you. Take a listen.
Ready.
Okay. I'm Sergeant Robert Gomez, Public Information Officer, El Paso Police Department. This afternoon, approximately 5:10, the 911 center received multiple calls from the Cerro Vista Mall at 8401 Gateway West in reference to shots fired, possible active shooter. Multiple units responded from the El Paso Police Department and attempted to locate the shooter. At this time, we do have 4 persons that were injured or shot during this incident. We can confirm 1 person has deceased and the other 3 have been transported to local hospitals. At this moment, we have El Paso Police Department, El Paso Police Department SWAT, and multiple units from other agencies assisting to clear the mall and secure it before it's released. We do not have any active shooters at this time. We do believe the scene is secure. We are going to verify by going through the mall and safeguarding the mall before we release it. A reunification center has been established at Burgess High School, 6400 Edgemere. We'd like the public, if anybody during this incident has not made contact with their loved ones or wants information, they need to proceed to Burgess High School, the large gym. We will get the information to you as soon as possible, but that is the best place for you to receive any information on any loved ones that you don't have contact with or have lost contact with. Right now, like I said, the units are clearing the mall. They're gathering witnesses. This is a large scene as being the mall, so it's going to take time to clear the mall entirely and secure the witnesses. Right now, we don't have any more information on the injured. Like I said earlier, we have a total 4 were shot inside the mall. We think at the approximate area of the food court, but that's not confirmed at this time right now. We don't know the exact location. 1 person is confirmed deceased and 3 are injured, transported to local hospitals. That's all I have right now. When information becomes available, we will make sure to provide it to the media so that it can be passed on to the citizens. And with that, I'll take any questions. We have 1 person in custody. We do believe there possibly could be 1 outstanding. That's why the extensive search of the mall is being done right now.
Do you know if this was a targeted shooting or was this a random shooting?
It's too early to discuss or to speculate on motives. That will be part of the investigation. Right now, we're gathering, we're making sure that we take care of the injured, secure the mall, look for the outstanding, and when we conduct that investigation and we have more information, we'll be able to provide it. But at this time, it's too early to discuss or speculate what the motive of the shooter or the reason for the shooting was.
We saw some people on the textile campus running across the freeway going towards the fountains. Was there any activity at the fountains as well?
Right now, I don't have information that there was activity or any incidents at the fountains. I can say that after and during this incident, it was chaotic. People did flee. They were scared. Like I said, there was shots fired in the mall. It does cause panic, and I'm sure that is part of what was seen on the textile cameras. But again, I have nothing confirmed on the fountains. We don't have any other locations that we believe are involved or active. All we know right now, it's isolated to Cerro Vista Mall.
Any age of the suspected shooter?
You know, I don't have any information on the person in custody. Again, shortly after we conduct our investigation or start our investigation a little further, I'll be able to provide that information. But as of right now, I only have preliminary information.
Do you have any information on mall employees? Have they been able to leave?
Right now, they're trying to control the exit of all personnel from the mall, including employees, any shoppers. They're doing a slow, methodical clearing of the mall, which includes removing or safely evacuating any persons that were there, and that includes mall employees.
Officer, we know there's a reunification center at Burgess. As people are leaving the mall, are they going to be allowed to use their cars, or are they going to have to walk there?
You know, I don't know what the situation is with vehicles. I know they are moving witnesses out of the mall right now. I do believe they're utilizing city busage. As far as personal vehicles in the mall, I'm not sure right now. That'll be part of the investigation, and if that information comes available, I will provide it so that people coming to the mall or having to make arrangements can make other arrangements.
Any information on the victims who were shot, ages?
Again, all we have right now is preliminary. I don't have ages or male or female at this time. It's very preliminary. We want to make sure the scene's secure, look for the shooter or possible shooter that's outstanding, and make sure everybody's safe before I can get that information out to you. But as soon as it's available, we will provide it.
Can you tell us where the suspect was taken into custody?
Initial reports, and this is all preliminary, that the suspect was taken into custody inside the mall very shortly after the incident began. Now, as to how it happened, who placed him in custody, or how that unfolded, I don't have that information, but I do know that he was taken into custody, or correction. The person was taken into custody. I'm not sure if it's male or female at this time. Was taken into custody shortly after the incident occurred.
Was a weapon recovered?
I do believe that at least one weapon was recovered, but I don't know at this time in what involvement that weapon.
Can you tell us about that weapon?
No, I can't right now. That's part of the investigation, and we won't be divulging that until we have more information and can further the investigation along.
I'm sorry. Is it possible that there were two shooters?
Again, we're not eliminating any possibilities right now. Anything is possible. This is all preliminary investigations and preliminary information. So we are not eliminating any possibilities or speculating on how it happened. We will provide that information once we've conducted a thorough investigation and that we can confirm facts before we release them.
Do you know who you're looking for?
There is a suspect description, but there's multiple suspect descriptions. Right now, I don't have anything that I can provide for you as far as descriptions. If that should be available later and they do believe they need the public to know, we will release it. But at this moment, I don't have any releasable information on suspect descriptions.
The suspect in custody? The suspect in custody, did you say male, female?
I don't know the suspect that's in custody. I misspoke when I said he. I don't know the gender of the person in custody. As soon as I find that out, we will provide it. Any other questions? Okay. Again, as information becomes available, we will provide it as it. Bear with us. This is a large scene. It will take time to clear them all and have further information. But as soon as we have more information out, we will provide it for the public to know.
You can't give us any other information so that way people know if you know who to look out.
And that was the latest information there on that shooting in the El Paso area in Texas, where one person was killed and 3 others injured. So that was the latest from officials there. I want to go to this story. It was something we're following very closely. We're learning more about the alleged gunman who killed 3 students and wounded 5 others in a mass shooting on the Michigan State University campus on Monday. The community there in East Lansing is trying to heal after violence shocked the entire campus. Fox News chief correspondent Jonathan Hunt has that story.
Enough is enough. That was the message from dozens of students protesting gun violence outside the Michigan State Capitol, days after 3 students were killed and 5 others wounded in an attack on the Michigan State University campus.
We, the children of the United States of America, are dying every day. How many will die before it is enough?
Michigan State students Ariel Anderson, Brian Fraser, and Alexandria Verner were killed when police say 43-year-old Anthony McCrae opened fire inside 2 campus buildings. McCrae then fled, leading police on an hours-long manhunt. When he was finally confronted, he turned the gun on himself. Authorities have now revealed he was armed with 2 guns and had several magazines of bullets in his backpack. McCrae has a criminal history. He served 18 months probation over a weapons charge in 2019. Neighbors said they found some of his behavior disturbing.
The neighbors called the cops on him. It was like over the summer because he was shooting firearms out of the back door of the house.
On Wednesday, some students returned to the scene of the shooting to retrieve belongings left behind in the chaos.
I just knew to get out of the building.
McRae has no known connection to the university, and investigators are now working to determine a motive behind this latest mass shooting. In Los Angeles, Jonathan Hunt, Fox News.
Angry and fearful residents in East Palestine, Ohio are demanding answers about whether it is safe for them 12 days after the derailment of a train carrying toxic chemicals. Fox News correspondent Garrett Tenney has more.
I'm just taking samples, and as you can see, it's covered.
Almost 2 weeks after the East Palestine train derailment, Debbie Foster's home next to the tracks is still covered in dust and ash. She's collecting her own samples to send to a lab for testing because, like a lot of folks here, she doesn't trust officials who say it's safe to come home and that the health risks are over.
I have sore throat, headaches. My husband still has a headache. To be honest with you, I do not feel anywhere in this town is safe.
Despite those concerns, the EPA and other officials maintain the air, soil, and water tested so far are safe.
All we can do is give people the best information that we have from the best scientists we have.
The data shows that there are no elevated levels, and we're relying heavily on that data, and we want the community to know and have access to that data.
But that data doesn't explain why dozens of people in the area say they continue to experience symptoms associated with the spilled chemicals.
We're not safe. Tell us the truth.
Oh, absolutely. I will not live in this town. I will be moving.
I'm not stupid. None of us are. Don't play us.
In East Palestine, I'm Garrett Tenney, Fox News.
And that is the latest on that Ohio train derailment in East Palestine. A lot of toxic chemicals around there. We'll see if it remains safe or if residents there actually start developing problems. We'll stay on top of that story and many other stories happening all around the country and around the world as well. We're going to take a quick commercial break here, but we'll be right back in just 2 short minutes. Stay with us. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. It's 5:14 on the East Coast and 2:14 in the morning over on the West Coast. I'm your host this morning, Zach Horner, as we get you caught up on all the big stories from all around the country and around the world as well. We did play a story right before the break there about the Michigan State shooting, that mass shooting that happened there where we know 3 students were killed and another 5 were injured. We recorded some coverage here from our Fox 2 affiliate in Detroit there. We're going to go to some of their coverage for the latest details. They are on the ground there in Michigan. I want you to take a listen.
Now we want to get to the latest on the massacre at Michigan State. This morning, we are expecting to learn new information in this case.
This as we're learning new details about the survivors. Fox 2's Robin Murdoch has the latest for us this morning. Robin, good morning to you.
Josh and Erica, that press briefing is expected to happen at 10 o'clock this morning, so we should know more at that point, get more details on their investigation. But again, as you know, 3 students, they were killed at Michigan State University on Monday. 5 others, they were injured. At last check, those 5 other students, they did remain in the hospital in critical condition. But this morning, we are learning more about some of those surviving victims. According to the Chinese consulate out of Chicago, 2 of the injured students are from China, and that they have been working very closely with their families to get them to the United States. Now, according to the Chinese consulate, those students, they did undergo surgery and their lives are out of danger. Now, the superintendent of Heartland Consolidated Schools is also confirming this morning that a 2020 graduate of that district was also critically wounded on Monday. We have also learned a hospitality and business student from Florida is among those still in the hospital. She is being identified as Guadalupe Huapia Perez. Her family says the junior faces months of care and rehabilitation as a result of her injuries. Now, all of this, of course, coming out as many students returned to the student union yesterday. As you know, it's one of 2 shooting scenes on campus. They returned there to collect their belongings left behind as they ran from the gunfire. Take a listen.
First thought was that somebody had dropped a tray. Then I kind of thought, oh, somebody dropped a tray, turned, went back to what I was doing. Then I heard the second and third shot. That's when I realized that something wasn't right.
Now, again, at 10 o'clock this morning, investigators in East Lansing, they will hold another media briefing at that time. We are expected to get an update on their shooting investigation, so we could possibly learn more about the gunman in the situation as well as the shooting victim. So, of course, stay with us right here at Fox 2 News for the very latest updates. For now, reporting for Fox 2 News, I'm Robin Murdoch.
Robin, thank you. A huge gathering at Michigan State University for people to pray, sing, and console.
Yeah, it was pretty emotional as leaders speaking to the crowd offered words to remember the victims and encouragement for survivors. Fox 2's Dave Kinchin was there.
An emotional sea of green and white in front of MSU's auditorium steps. A vigil on the very same sacred Spartan ground where 3 young lives were cut short by tragedy Monday. The governor leading her alma mater through one of the hardest moments it's ever known.
We mourn Ariel and Al, as she was known to her loved ones, and Brian, who were taken from us far too soon. We think about their families, recalling their last visit home. We hurt for their friends who are remembering their last conversation or maybe rereading text messages. And we are hoping for those who are fighting for their lives in the hospital.
Arguably the face of Michigan State for decades, men's basketball head coach Tom Izzo saying what so many feel in his 40th year here, thinking of the parents of the victims as a father of 2 Spartans himself.
I can't begin to imagine what all of you are going through. But I do know that we, as a campus community, can offer our support both to you and to each other. Look around. Look next to you. Shake somebody's hand. Introduce yourself to someone you don't know. That's what we are. And that's what we need to be at this time.
In the shadow of the auditorium, the iconic rock bearing the names of those lost. A safe space where many embrace. Every story so personal.
I'm feeling immense amounts of guilt for surviving. I live across the street from where the shooting was in the Union. My roommate was in the Union when it happened. No one should have to feel the fear that I felt when I texted her and checked her location.
MSU faculty also still processing. Associate Professor of Music Education Mitch Robinson has a son who was in the Union when the shooting happened, and one of his students was shot at Berkey Hall.
Went through 3 hours of surgery Monday night and critical condition, but we're hearing that he's stable and showing, slow but steady signs of improvement. Had the tubes taken out of his chest and is breathing on his own and starting to talk to people. And so, we're just hopeful that he's going to make a full recovery.
Meantime, the professor says if campus does reopen on Monday, faculty will be welcoming students with open arms as they all work to heal together in a very different environment here at Michigan State. In East Lansing, Dave Kinchin, Fox 2 News.
All right, Dave, thank you so much. This is also heartbreaking, and sadly, mass shootings in America have become more common. As we've been reporting this week, a number of survivors of the Oxford tragedy survived this massacre at Michigan State. With last night's shooting in El Paso, Texas, we have had 72 mass shootings in America this year. That's a little more than 12 per week. The group compiling these numbers, Westington House Academy, defines a mass shooting as an event where at least 4 people are shot. And as we have been telling you these past couple of days, if you are struggling, there is help available.
You can call or text the National Disaster Distress Helpline. The number is right there on your screen. There is someone who can help you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The vigil at Michigan State last night ended with yet another emotional moment.
And as we had to break, here is some of the singing of MSU Shadows, better known as the school's alma mater. We'll be right back.
And that was some of the coverage there from our Fox 2 Detroit team. They are staying on top of that shooting, that mass shooting that occurred at Michigan State University. Well, plenty more coverage on that coming up, but I want to switch gears to another issue nationally. Pressure is mounting on President Biden to talk about the rash of unidentified aircraft spotted over North America. The U.S. military has shot down 4 of them, but we know next to nothing about 3 of the objects. Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich has the latest.
My economic plan is working. It's reduced the deficit. It's fiscally responsible. We got more work to do, but we're making a lot of progress.
President Biden defending his economic plan, addressing a union crowd in Maryland, letting other officials tackle communications on the Chinese spy balloon and 3 other objects shot down since Friday.
What we can say is that our intelligence community has, at this point, a leading explanation that they are looking at that in fact these objects are benign.
Amid reports, the U.S. is considering the possibility China didn't intend to penetrate the American heartland with its surveillance equipment, with wind in part possibly driving the balloon along an errant path. U.S. officials are sharing a fuller picture, confirming to Fox it's unclear whether the Chinese intentionally sent the balloon into Alaska, then Canada, then into the continental U.S., with wind possibly playing a factor. But also pointing out the balloon did fly toward Guam, which is U.S. territory, and later in Montana, it loitered over several sensitive sites, with the Chinese still able to maneuver it.
I never believe anything's inadvertent when it comes to the Communist Party of China.
Fox is told the U.S. has tracked China's balloon program for a long time, but the balloons don't always come to the U.S. and in the past have traversed 40 countries across 5 continents. When this balloon left Hainan Island province January 21st, its path was not certain. As it approached Guam, the military did not consider it a threat and opted to collect intelligence against it rather than shoot it down. The president was only informed on January 31st as it approached Alaska and ordered it shot down when safe. At other points along its path, the U.S. would not have had the authority to take it out because it was over international waters. U.S. officials say they did not see the balloon for its entire journey across the Pacific. Despite Biden staying quiet, Vice President Harris is weighing in, telling Politico that she does not think the downing of that Chinese spy balloon should have a major impact on diplomatic relations between the U.S. and China, adding that she told President Xi on the sidelines of a November summit, the U.S. seeks competition, not conflict, and everything that's transpired in the past week and a half is consistent with that approach. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
A slew of economic data released this week shows shoppers aren't reeling back their spending despite stubborn inflation. The Federal Reserve has its hands full trying to cool the economy as Congress plays a game of chicken with the debt ceiling. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera reports from Washington.
Retail sales came roaring back last month, rising 3% for the month before. The bump marks a reversal from December when retail sales fell 1.1%.
3% in retail sales is a phenomenal figure.
Food services, furniture, electronic, and clothing stores all saw a surge in sales. Manufacturing output also rose 1% in January, per the Federal Reserve. But what's good news for companies may be bad news for the Fed.
The signs of a bit of a resurgence in activity going into 2023 has got to give the Fed some concern that the economy just isn't slowing as much as they would have thought.
And the fight over the debt limit is fueling economic uncertainty. A new warning from the Congressional Budget Office predicts the government's ability to borrow will be exhausted between July and September if the debt ceiling isn't raised.
Few things are more dangerous to the global economy than a default on treasuries.
President Biden, on the other hand, vows the country won't default, as he also promises a budget to reduce the deficit by $2 trillion in 10 years.
Let's pay the debt accumulated over 200 years.
Republicans are blaming the president, accusing him of out-of-control spending.
The president has a responsibility to address this. He's not. In fact, he's making it worse.
In another grim prediction, the CBO says the country's debt is headed to a new record in 5 years, adding that Social Security and Medicare are only a decade away from insolvency. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
All right, Madeline, thanks for that story. And that's the latest on the economy, and there's plenty more to get into today right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick commercial break, but in just 2 short minutes, we'll be right back with more top stories from all around the country and around the world as well. Stay with us. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we take a look at one of our live cameras. This one looking at the beautiful skyline there of New York City. Pretty dark skyline as we await the sunrise to come up later this morning, but a beautiful day there in New York City as we get you caught up on all the top stories from all around the country and around the world as well. So let's go to this story here. The rise of artificial intelligence continues, with software like ChatGPT now becoming more prominent in places like schools and houses of worship. Fox News Chief Washington correspondent Mike Emanuel takes a closer look at how it's being used.
It's actually creating right in front of you.
ChatGPT is a tool that gathers information from the entire internet as well as from books and scientific journals. The program draws from its database to generate conversations, essays, poetry, and more.
If you ask it to write a play about 4 fifth graders and here's the problem that happens, it'll do that for you.
Critics warn students will be able to use the software to cheat on assignments, but some teachers say similar concerns existed about other technology and wound up not becoming a reality.
When Google Drive first came out, there was that big concern, oh, kids are just going to share their docs with one another and then they're just going to copy and paste stuff from the internet and turn that in and claim it's their own work. Guess what? The majority of students don't do that.
And while ChatGPT can produce factual and grammatical errors, some educators say this is an opportunity to teach about proper sentence structure and how to use credible sources to fact check. But the program isn't just being used in schools.
I told ChatGPT to write me a sermon in the voice of a rabbi of about 1,000 words about the Torah portion on the theme of intimacy and vulnerability.
While some religious leaders are also experimenting with ChatGPT for crafting sermons, some say there are limitations because AI can't quite understand faith. Meantime, competition in the AI market is heating up. Google recently unveiled its conversation bot called Bard, which is expected to rival ChatGPT. Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
3 small passenger buses were burned in a city in California. Fox's Kristen Vartan takes us there to learn what may have caused the fire and how people are feeling about this incident. Take a look.
It's crazy, and it's also sad that somebody would think to do this to a school, school bus.
The image of these 3 small passenger buses incinerated shocks Ivy Aqua. Her grandson goes to that kindercare in Elk Grove. She's just glad he wasn't around when this happened.
Safety is the #1 in everything. So, for this to happen when nobody was here, we thank God for that.
A spokesperson from KinderCare Learning Companies echoes this to Fox 40, telling us in a statement, "We're thankful this incident happened after hours and that no one was hurt." Cosumnes Fire Department's Lance Ray says they got a call about a vehicle fire Sunday night. When crews got there, they found 3 buses on fire.
They grow quickly, especially as fuel tanks tend to rupture and they add fuel to the fire. So the fire, when they came on scene, all 3 were fully involved. We did do fire operations to protect the 4th. There was a 4th van that was parked there, and those were successful.
Elk Grove PD was on scene and Cosumnes Fire is assisting with the investigation. Ray says investigators believe the cause was attempted fuel theft.
Economy is hard and people are desperate, and so I guess there's no limit to what bad people want to do to survive.
Since the fire happened less than 200 feet from Laguna Creek, crews used berms and dams to keep fuels from going into the storm drain. Ray says this is typical to protect the environment.
We don't see any concern with the safety of the children at the school. We don't see any concern with the businesses in the area either. This is as right now, it's a one-time thing we're following up on. We're hoping to find the individuals that may be responsible.
In Elk Grove, Kristen Vartan, Fox 40 News.
Well, more Americans are becoming entrepreneurs. Despite a tough economy, a record number of small businesses have launched nationwide in just the last 2 years. Fox News multimedia reporter Rebecca Castor shares how the pandemic actually encouraged a small business boom.
The numbers are showing that the pandemic really provided people an opportunity to try something new, whether it was someone who was laid off that went out on their own or people turning their side hustles into full-time jobs. In today's economy, more Americans are their own boss than ever before.
I think the COVID pandemic gave us a lot of uncertainty. I mean, it just was like people who had been working in jobs for 15, 20, 25 years who were laid off and kind of left.
At the start of the pandemic, Jonathan Floyd decided to leave his corporate job and invest all his time into his passion project, a gift box company specializing in gifts from New Orleans.
For me, it was about the mission of obviously growing something myself and then having something I could pass on to my kids. And I was never going to get that being a part of a large organization.
His story resonates for thousands of small business owners across the country. While major corporations and tech companies continue with massive layoffs, small businesses are keeping the economy going. They currently make up 99.9% of all U.S. business.
In 2021, we saw 5.4 million applications to start a small business, and that was up 50% from 2 years earlier. I would say right now, it's never been easier to start a small business, but it's never been harder to maintain a small business.
During the pandemic, shopping small became a popular trend. Small business groups are hoping consumers will continue to shop local.
What we're doing when we choose local is we're reinvesting in our local community. And so the figures show that just even 2 and 3 times recirculating those dollars really strengthens an economy.
With small business owners still up against inflation, American Express predicts cash flow will be their biggest challenge for 2023, but they are still expecting more small businesses to launch this year. In New Orleans, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Healthcare workers got to feel the love on Valentine's Day with adorable therapy pets. Fox's photojournalist Christopher Short shows us how it went.
So, how old is baby?
This event is to bless the workers here for all the hard work they do, a little bit of therapy, downtime for them to relax and just enjoy the pets that we bring in.
It's super nice being able to take a break from work and get to love on some doggies and just that they're being really intentional to make sure that we're being cared for too.
We get the opportunity to learn a lot while we're on rotations, but a lot of times that also means really long hours. So both of us don't have dogs, and we really probably couldn't have dogs because we're, here so often. So the fact that we can play with dogs, pet dogs here is really exciting.
She's 10. She's a sheltie.
It's really nice to have some downtime here today and spend it with some cuddly dogs.
We always say you can't serve if you draw from an empty well. So events like this really help people fill their well. It's just a good excuse to raise the spirits of the staff, especially on a day like today.
And that's pretty cool there. See some puppies this morning doing some good stuff for those healthcare workers. Always nice to see. Kind of balances out some of that negative story or negative news that we can touch on from time to time, and there's plenty of it. But we want to get you caught up on all the big stories from all around the country and around the world as well. But we want to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back in just 2 short minutes. Stay with us right here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is 5:39 on the East Coast and 2:39 over on the West Coast. We're getting all of you at home caught up on all the top stories of the day from all around the country, but we also keep an eye on international events as well, and also live events. We're keeping an eye out to see if anything starts happening live in the moment. We'll actually dip into that and take you to it live, raw, and unfiltered. But for now, we're going to go to this story here. The acting head of the FAA was in the hot seat on Capitol Hill Wednesday, with senators grilling him over recent near-miss disasters at airports and the computer glitch that led to last month's stoppage of air traffic. Fox's Madeline Rivera on what went down at that hearing from Washington.
Confirm on the roll.
This reenactment video shows two planes narrowly avoiding disaster at Austin International Airport earlier this month. A Southwest flight and a FedEx cargo plane were cleared to use the same runway and came roughly 100 feet of each other before the FedEx pilot aborted their landing.
We've seen several very concerning near misses that were almost mass fatality crashes.
The incident is just one of several close calls that the Senate Commerce Committee aimed to address Wednesday. In the hot seat, the acting head of the Federal Aviation Administration, Billy Nolan, who defended the safety of U.S. air travel.
We've gone 14 years, without a fatal accident. That's nearly 230 million flights.
But the FAA is under growing scrutiny after a technology system that provides safety alerts for pilots failed last month. All departing flights across the country were grounded for the first time since 9/11. Nolan says the Notice to Air Missions, or NOTAM system, went down when contractors updating it accidentally deleted files. And updates to the system will likely not be completed until fiscal year 2025.
Could I sit here today and tell you there will never be another issue on the NOTAM system? No, sir, I cannot.
Lawmakers are criticizing the timeline.
We need to accelerate building a national airspace system for the 21st century.
Congress has fully funded NOTAM modernization for more than 10 years. There must be accountability when an agency is not using taxpayer funds efficiently.
Lawmakers say the challenges underscore the need for stable leadership at the FAA. But the president's pick to lead the agency is facing questions over his aviation experience. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Tens of thousands of Americans are dying from the opioid crisis each year. This week, Senate Foreign Relations Committee members joined forces to get to the bottom of this epidemic in order to find solutions. Fox News senior congressional correspondent Chad Pergram has the details.
The opioid crisis is not a red state problem or a blue state problem. This is the time to put politics aside and make life better for American people.
Potent and deadly fentanyl-laced drugs flooding American streets. That's why the Senate Foreign Relations Committee aimed to tackle the nation's opioid crisis. Experts point to China and the border as two root causes.
This is a crisis we cannot solve just within our borders. According to the Drug Enforcement Administration, most of the fentanyl trafficked into the United States is produced in clandestine labs in Mexico, with precursor chemicals secured from China.
What I can tell you is that at DEA, we view our job as playing offense, as targeting the cartels worldwide. We view DHS's role as they have the primary mission of playing defense, of stopping fentanyl from entering at the border.
More than 150 people die every day in the U.S. from overdoses related to synthetic opioids like fentanyl. The CDC estimates more than 70,000 Americans died from fentanyl overdoses in 2021 alone. Fentanyl is one of the leading causes in both fatal and non-fatal overdoses. For perspective, the synthetic drug is nearly 50 times stronger than heroin and 100 times more powerful than morphine.
It can kill someone with an amount equivalent to a few grains of salt.
CDC data shows that fentanyl is increasingly killing the young. Deaths among children 14 and younger tripled since 2019. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Well, tensions were high in a Buffalo courtroom this week as the man responsible for the racially motivated shooting at a supermarket last year received his sentence following emotional statements from his victims' families. Now, he's facing more than 20 federal charges. Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams has the details from New York.
You will never see the light of day as a free man ever again.
The teenage gunman who shot and killed 10 people inside of a grocery store in Buffalo, New York, sentenced to life in prison without parole. Peyton Gendron shot and killed 10 black people inside of this Buffalo supermarket back in May. Investigators say the 19-year-old planned that attack for weeks, targeting those victims because of their skin color. Their families speaking directly to that gunman as he sat crying in court.
I hope you are haunted every day and every night. I hope nightmares invade your sleep and conviction be your constant companion.
I watched you kill my mom. I watched you shoot her once, reload, and shoot her again.
Emotions boiling over as one of the victim's sisters threatened to choke Gendron out. Then a man charged at the suspect.
You don't know a damn thing about black people. We're human. We like our kids to go to good schools. We love our kids. We never go in no neighborhoods and take people out. Don't do it.
Now, 9 months after that attack, Gendron apologizing to those families.
I did a terrible thing that day. I shot and killed people because they were black. Looking back now, I can't believe I actually did it. I believed what I read online and acted out of hate. And now I can't take it back, but I wish I could.
It's possible Gendron could face the death penalty. In New York, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
And as I mentioned earlier, we do try to dip into live events and live breaking news as it's happening. We're just getting this shot right here. This is from our Fox 35 Orlando team. And this is what we know. This is a fire happening right now. This is a live shot from the Fox 35, the team there on the ground. And the call for this fire came in around 1 a.m. Here's some of the details we have from the Osceola County Sheriff's Department. 5 acres of plastic planters are burning behind Nursery Supplies Inc., a business there. And the nursery is not on fire, but was evacuated because there were workers inside. No word on any injuries or anything like that at this time. This is very early on, so of course we're just getting some of the basic details on what's happening there. But you see that smoke just rising up in the air, almost surreal looking. So a big situation there. Now, fire officials are monitoring the air quality because of the large amount of smoke that you're seeing right there, and that's coming from burning plastic. So something to be wary of there. Firefighters from Osceola, Kissimmee, and Orange counties also working to keep the flames from the nursery. So again, this happening right now. This is in Osceola County in Florida. And this is a shot we're getting from our Fox 35 team there on the ground. So we'll continue to monitor this situation and bring you the latest details as they present, but a pretty scary situation out there. But I want to turn back to some other news that we're finding out. This happening yesterday, but the entertainment world is mourning the loss of actress Raquel Welch, who, she died on Wednesday. That was yesterday. We take a look at her life and career. Here's Fox's Ashley Dvorkin.
Iconic actress Raquel Welch has passed away. Her agent confirmed the news, saying she passed away peacefully early Wednesday morning after a brief illness. He added her career spanned over 50 years, starring in over 30 films and 50 television series and appearances. The Golden Globe winner in more recent years was involved in a very successful line of wigs. Raquel leaves behind her 2 children, son Damon Welch and her daughter Tawny Welch. Welch rose to fame in 1966 with the films Fantastic Voyage and 1 Million Years BC, and quickly solidified her international sex symbol status. In 1974, she won the Golden Globe for Best Motion Picture Actress in a Musical or Comedy for her role in The Three Musketeers. Her starring roles span the screen and stage. In 1981, Raquel made her Broadway debut in Woman of the Year. In 1996, she joined Victor Victoria. That same year, Welch received her star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. In 2010, she shared her memoir, Raquel, Beyond the Cleavage. When speaking to Fox about the book, she said she saw it as a way to connect.
If I told them that the girl from 1 Million Years BC was really the mother of a couple of small babies at that very moment in time when I was being celebrated as a sex symbol, they would realize that there is actually a real me that has nothing to do with Raquel Welch, the sex symbol.
Welch's many TV roles over the years most recently included Lifetime's 2013 House of Versace and The Ultimate Legacy in 2015 on the Hallmark Channel. Raquel Welch dead at the age of 82. In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox here. After that story, we're taking this live look at a fire in Osceola County. This is in Florida. Our Fox 35 Orlando team, well, they have two crews on scene there monitoring this situation. You see that thick smoke there. This is by a nursery, but this is plastic around there that's on fire. You can actually see some of the flames. They just zoomed in there, causing all that smoke, but there is plastic on fire. So officials there on scene are monitoring the air quality. Obviously that could be a pretty dangerous situation. They're trying to keep this fire from spreading right now, but some neighboring counties are helping out with this, trying to spray that fire down, get it under control. But as you can see in the video that shot right there, this live look, that smoke is really out of control, and those flames are certainly just, you can see them sort of bursting into the sky there. But we do want to take another quick commercial break. We're going to keep an eye on this situation here and all the big stories from all around the country and around the world as well. You're watching Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look here at a fire that we're keeping an eye on. This is in Osceola County in Florida. Our Fox 35 Orlando team got a couple of crews there on the scene taking a look at a really wild situation with flames and smoke just filling the air there. This is nearby a nursery there, but this is kind of part of the facility where there's some plastic materials of some sort that are on fire right now, and that's why you're seeing that thick black smoke there. And you can see some of the flames from behind the trees just rising up into the sky. So a pretty serious situation there. They pull the shot back a little bit. You can see kind of the response there. A number of crews on the scene. You also see a lot of semis there on the side of the road, but there are a number of counties that are helping respond to this, about 2 or 3 others in addition to Osceola County. So this the call for this came in around 1 a.m., so this has been going on for a while, and you still see that tremendous amount of smoke just filling the air. So we're going to check in with the crews there that are on scene and see what we can figure out. But very early on, and the crews there obviously very busy trying to put out that fire. But I want to play something from our Live Now team. They spoke with a legal expert, and this is about that train derailment that happened in East Palestine, Ohio, where they're dealing with some toxic chemicals of their own from that train derailment. Take a listen.
There is a town hall that is about to take place for residents who no doubt are quite angry. We're learning as well, though, that Norfolk Southern will not be at this community meeting in East Palestine. They say they have become, quote, increasingly concerned about the growing physical threat to our employees, and they say they're committed to the community through their Family Assistance Center. All right, let's talk about what some of these residents and business owners have as far as legal recourse goes with attorney and legal expert Lynn McCraw, who joins us on the program now. Lynn, thanks so much for being with us tonight. We're going to show our viewers once that town hall gets started there in East Palestine. But if you were representing some of these residents who now have had really their whole lives upended by this train derailment, what would your message be to them?
Well, my message would be that number one, we have to preserve the evidence that we have. We don't know what the long-term effects are going to be yet, but we do know that there are going to be some effects. Anytime we have, for instance, death to other animals and that sort of thing, that's like the old-fashioned canary in the coal mine. That's exactly what you have happening. When that happens, that's telling you as a person, you need to get out of there, because something is happening, something that's happening that's toxic and that can really, really hurt you. I would tell my clients in situations like this that we need to get you to the doctor as quickly as possible and get a full physical with a full blood workup. The reason is that you really need to set a baseline so that when we follow up for months and even years later, we can prove what your physical condition was now at the time before we have long-term effects.
So we had a press conference yesterday from Ohio Governor Mike DeWine and some of his, environmental top quality officials there in the state of Ohio. They said they have tested the air quality, they have tested the water. It does not pose a risk to residents. Now, they're urging residents who may have, private water wells, and this is not a municipal water well that the city runs. Those are much shallower in the ground, to use bottled water. So if officials are saying that the air they're testing is okay and the water they're testing is okay, how does that change your case if you were representing some of these residents?
Well, to begin with, anytime you have a carcinogen that has crossed your property line and comes onto your property, you have a trespass. Okay, you clearly have the trespass. The issue then is damages. How bad are the damages? That's going to depend upon the long-term effects. Please understand that over years, standards change. We may think that a safe level of a chemical is a certain level right now, but in 3 or 4 or 5 years, we may realize that it's not a safe level at all. In addition, you have some chemicals that were being carried that were additives and other chemicals that are forever chemicals, and many of those are dangerous at any level. I definitely, if I had a client that was on a water well, on a shallow water well in that area, anywhere in that area, I would tell them absolutely do not drink from that water, do not cook from that water. You do not want to expose yourself to the potential of harm.
Okay, Lynn, also, though, let's flip it. If you're representing the major corporation that is Norfolk Southern, what would you tell them? They have pulled out of this town hall that's going to be taking place any minute. Do you think they need to be more transparent?
They are going to be, well, I can't say that they're going to be more transparent.
Okay.
I can't say that is necessarily good for their long-term legal condition. They are going to want not to create additional evidence that could be used against them later. That's one of the reasons they're going to pull out. All they're going to do if they are in that town hall is make people more angry. They know that, and they're going to stay away from that. I think that's a smart move on their part.
Okay, and as far as just representatives, and there are some reporting to suggest that they have offered, some type of, remuneration to some of these residents who have been affected. I'm not sure of the amount in particular, but, if that happens, if Norfolk Southern comes up to your door and says, here's $5,000, they can't sue them, can they?
It depends upon how they offer it. If they offer it and they offer it with a release and where you release your claim, then you would have no further claim no matter what happens to you in the future, okay? In our industry, we call that swoop and settle, and many times defendants will come in and try to do that, offer a small dollar now without any fight, and get rid of a big dollar verdict or a big dollar settlement later. That's a potential in this situation.
Okay, Lynn, just lastly, where do you think this goes from here? This story isn't going anywhere, but you're watching it very closely. What are you looking for next?
What I'm looking for next is really what we call root cause analysis, to really figure out exactly why did the train derail? Was it a maintenance issue? Was it an issue of training? What, exactly what do we have here? Do we have a product failure? Did part of the train itself fail that shouldn't have failed? Those answers are going to give us who our defendants are, who all they are. For sure, Northwest Southern is going to have issues, but there could be other people that have issues as well. That's one of the things I'm going to be looking at, and also we're going to be looking at the long-term effects of this, looking for cancer clusters, looking for autoimmune diseases that increase in this particular area, or neurological diseases that increase in this area. All of these chemicals have been known to cause various illnesses that, this toxic exposure, we see commonly those types of illnesses. So that's what I would be on the lookout for.
All right, Lynn McCraw, we thank you for your insight into this major story. We'll definitely be speaking again. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
And now turning to this story here. This is a good one. A Milwaukee family is reunited with their dog after his life-saving instincts kept them safe during a house fire. That's the story from our Fox reporting team. Take a listen.
Heroes come in all different shapes and sizes.
And he loves to run. He loves to, do the classic lab retriever, chase ducks.
Coda proved to be more than just man's best friend earlier this month when his owner's home went up in flames. The dog woke up Steve Meinhardt and Jen Vaughn in the middle of the night.
If Coda hadn't barked, what would have happened to you guys?
We were told that we would have been goners in 15 minutes from carbon monoxide.
Coda is a rescue dog adopted from a local shelter last year.
We had a fire 1 year from the date of us rescuing Coda. And on that 1 year anniversary, Coda saved our lives.
The family got out safe. Coda suffered smoke inhalation.
He was in pretty poor condition. He was barely breathing.
Brookfield firefighters used one of these to keep him alive.
And have you had to use these in the field and other?
Prior to, no.
Yeah.
Wow. So this was definitely a first. We're glad it had a positive outcome.
The department now has 3 sets of PET oxygen masks on every ambulance. But in 2018, a Brookfield Central student group raised $200 to buy the fire station its first.
These good things that they do make a difference, right?
Jamie Silver is the advisor for the group known as PAWS. Tuesday, she took her students to see how their hard work saved a life. Everyone here doing their own part to be a hero when they were needed most.
It's what they did. They might not realize it now, but they'll realize it someday.
Well, vaping can be a tough habit to break, and here's a story from our Fox 35 Orlando team on the dangers of teen vaping and the difficulty of trying to break the cycle of nicotine addiction.
Meet 14-year-old Jalen Robinson, a self-described vaping addict.
I've wanted to quit, and I just couldn't do it.
He started in the 7th grade. A year and a half later, he says he couldn't go 10 minutes without a puff. Jalen's mom wanted him to talk with us with the hopes of helping other kids just like him.
It's very difficult.
This is a video of Jalen smashing what he hopes is his very last vape. He's trying to quit, but it isn't easy.
How do you feel?
Better.
It all started with an offer from a friend.
I said no at first, and then I turned around and I said, yeah, why not?
He says it looked cool and it tasted good, so he did it again and again. He bought his own vape a couple weeks later.
I probably bought like 50 of them, like in the first year that I was doing it.
Vapes and e-cigarettes were branded at first as something to help people quit traditional tobacco products. But the Department of Health and Human Services says vapes are even more addictive and as a result, even more damaging. Jalen's mom, Courtney, is trying to help her son quit.
There's lots of parents out there who don't even know their kids are vaping and think that they would never vape. My situation.
According to a 2021 survey, more than 2 million middle and high school students reported using e-cigs in 2021. More than 8 in 10 of those kids use the flavored kind. The CDC reports e-cig use has increased 1,000% among high school students and 400% among middle schoolers since 2019. And what's scarier, Researchers say teens have a tougher time quitting e-cigs compared to traditional ones. A study published in the Journal of the American Medical Association found nearly 6% of teens reported at least one unsuccessful attempt to quit smoking. It was the first study that included e-cigs, and more kids failed at quitting than any other time in the past 10 years. Experts say withdrawal symptoms can be brutal and make quitting hard. Jalen has frequent headaches, stomach aches, and mood swings.
And whenever they don't smoke or they don't have nicotine for a day or two, the brain just keeps asking for more. Come on, what's the problem? Let's go. And nicotine is one of the most challenging drugs to resist.
It's hard to quit, but in the end, it definitely would be worth it.
If you know a teen struggling with a vaping addiction, there are steps you can take to help. The first one, throw out all the equipment, chargers, vapes, cases, toss it out just to remove that temptation. Second, avoid social media. Odds are targeted ads about vaping are going to fill up that feed, and that could trigger an urge, which leads us to the third point: prepare for cravings and withdrawal and have a plan to fight it. And finally, do anything else you can to avoid any other triggers you can think of and change up your daily routines just to avoid being around vapes or things that make you think of them. In the studio, Marie Ettinger, Fox 35 News.
And we take a live look outside again. This is a pretty crazy scene. You see this fire that's happening in Osceola County in Florida. Our Fox 35 Orlando team is there on scene right now as crews are battling a pretty fierce fire there. You see all that smoke, those plumes of smoke just rising up. What we know so far is the call for this fire came in around 1 a.m. and 5 acres of plastic planters are burning behind a business called Nursery Supplies Inc. Now, this is information we got from the Osceola County Sheriff's Department. Now, the nursery itself is not on fire, but it was evacuated because there were actually workers inside there. No word on their conditions so far, as this is very early on and the crew's very busy there trying to put this fire out. Now, this is plastic burning there. That's what we're hearing. So fire officials are monitoring the air quality because of the large amount of smoke that you see right there coming from all that burning plastic. Now, firefighters from Osceola, Kissimmee, and Orange counties are working to keep the flames from that nursery. So something we're certainly keeping an eye on here and monitoring that situation, as we do have a couple of our Fox Orlando crews. They are on the ground there trying to get more information and getting the latest here. But we do want to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back with more top stories from all around the country and around the world right here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. It is 6:08 on the East Coast and 3:08 over on the West Coast. I'm your host this morning, Zach Horner, as we get you caught up on all the top stories from all around the country and around the world as well. So I want to do some coverage here on one of the big stories, a very tragic story we're following this week. We are learning more about the alleged gunman who killed 3 students and wounded 5 others in a mass shooting on the Michigan State University campus on Monday. Now the community there in East Lansing is trying to heal after violence shocked the entire campus. Fox News chief correspondent Jonathan Hunt has the story.
Enough is enough. That was the message from dozens of students protesting gun violence outside the Michigan State Capitol, days after 3 students were killed and 5 others wounded in an attack on the Michigan State University campus.
We, the children of the United States of America, are dying every day. How many will die before it is enough?
Michigan State students Ariel Anderson, Brian Fraser, and Alexandria Werner were killed when police say 43-year-old Anthony McCrae opened fire inside 2 campus buildings. McCrae then fled, leading police on an hours-long manhunt. When he was finally confronted, he turned the gun on himself. Authorities have now revealed he was armed with 2 guns and had several magazines of bullets in his backpack. McCrae has a criminal history. He served 18 months probation over a weapons charge in 2019. Neighbors said they found some of his behavior disturbing.
The neighbors called the cops on him. It was like over the summer because he was shooting firearms out of the back door of the house.
On Wednesday, some students returned to the scene of the shooting to retrieve belongings left behind in the chaos.
I just knew to get out of the building.
McCrae has no known connection to the university, and investigators are now working to determine a motive behind this latest mass shooting. In Los Angeles, Jonathan Hunt, Fox News.
Angry and fearful residents in East Palestine, Ohio, are demanding answers about whether it is safe for them 12 days after the derailment of a train carrying toxic chemicals. Fox News correspondent Garrett Tinney has more.
I'm just taking samples, and as you can see, it's covered.
Almost 2 weeks after the East Palestine train derailment, Debbie Foster's home next to the tracks is still covered in dust and ash. She's collecting her own samples to send to a lab for testing because, like a lot of folks here, she doesn't trust officials who say it's safe to come home and that the health risks are over.
I have sore throat, headaches. My husband still has a headache. To be honest with you, I do not feel anywhere in this town is safe.
Despite those concerns, the EPA and other officials maintain the air, soil, and water tested so far are safe.
All we can do is give people the best information that we have from the best scientists we have.
The data shows that there are no elevated levels, and we're relying heavily on that data, and we want the community to know and have access to that data.
But that data doesn't explain why dozens of people in the area say they continue to experience symptoms associated with the spilled chemicals.
We're not safe. Tell us the truth.
Oh, absolutely. I will not live in this town. I will be moving.
I'm not stupid. None of us are. Don't play us.
In East Palestine, I'm Garrett Tinney, Fox News.
And pressure is mounting on President Biden to talk about the rash of unidentified aircraft spotted over North America. The U.S. military has shot down 4 of them, but we know next to nothing about 3 of those objects. Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich has the latest.
My economic plan is working. It's reduced the deficit. It's fiscally responsible. We got more work to do, but we're making a lot of progress.
President Biden defending his economic plan, addressing a union crowd in Maryland, letting other officials tackle communications on the Chinese spy balloon and 3 other objects shot down since Friday.
What we can say is that our intelligence community has, as at this point, a leading explanation that they are looking at that in fact these objects are benign.
Amid reports, the U.S. is considering the possibility China didn't intend to penetrate the American heartland with its surveillance equipment, with wind in part possibly driving the balloon along an errant path. U.S. officials are sharing a fuller picture, confirming to Fox it's unclear whether the Chinese intentionally sent the balloon into Alaska, then Canada, then into the continental U.S., with wind possibly playing a factor. But also pointing out the balloon did fly toward Guam, which is U.S. territory, and later in Montana, it loitered over several sensitive sites, with the Chinese still able to maneuver it.
I never believe anything's inadvertent when it comes to the Communist Party of China.
Fox is told the U.S. has tracked China's balloon program for a long time, but the balloons don't always come to the U.S. and in the past have traversed 40 countries across 5 continents. When this balloon left Hainan Island province January 21st, its path was not certain. As it approached Guam, the military did not consider it a threat and opted to collect intelligence against it rather than shoot it down. The president was only informed on January 31st as it approached Alaska and ordered it shot down when safe. At other points along its path, the U.S. would not have had the authority to take it out because it was over international waters. U.S. officials say they did not see the balloon for its entire journey across the Pacific. Despite Biden staying quiet, Vice President Harris is weighing in, telling Politico that she does not think the downing of that Chinese spy balloon should have a major impact on diplomatic relations between the U.S. and China, adding that she told President Xi on the sidelines of a November summit the U.S. seeks competition, not conflict, and everything that's transpired in the past week and a half is consistent with that approach. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
A slew of economic data released this week shows shoppers aren't reeling back their spending despite stubborn inflation. The Federal Reserve has its hands full trying to cool the economy as Congress plays a game of chicken with the debt ceiling. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera reports from Washington.
Retail sales came roaring back last month, rising 3% for the month before. The bump marks a reversal from December when retail sales fell 1.1%.
3% in retail sales is a phenomenal figure.
Food services, furniture, electronic, and clothing stores all saw a surge in sales. Manufacturing output also rose 1% in January, per the Federal Reserve. But what's good news for companies may be bad news for the Fed.
The signs of a bit of a resurgence in activity going into 2023 has got to give the Fed some concern that the economy just isn't slowing as much as they would have thought.
And the fight over the debt limit is fueling economic uncertainty. A new warning from the Congressional Budget Office predicts the government's ability to borrow will be exhausted between July and September if the debt ceiling isn't raised.
Few things are more dangerous to the global economy than a default on treasuries.
President Biden, on the other hand, vows the country won't default, as he also promises a budget to reduce the deficit by $2 trillion in 10 years.
Let's pay the debt accumulated over 200 years.
Republicans are blaming the president, accusing him of out-of-control spending.
The president has a responsibility to address this. He's not. In fact, he's making it worse.
In another grim prediction, the CBO says the country's debt is headed to a new record in 5 years, adding that Social Security and Medicare are only a decade away from insolvency. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Well, the rise of artificial intelligence continues, with software like ChatGPT now becoming more prominent in places like schools and even churches. Fox News Chief Washington correspondent Mike Emanuel takes a closer look at how it's being used.
It's actually creating right in front of you.
ChatGPT is a tool that gathers information from the entire internet as well as from books and scientific journals. The program draws from its database to generate conversations, essays, poetry, and more.
If you ask it to write a play about 4 fifth graders and here's the problem that happens, it'll do that for you.
Critics warn students will be able to use the software to cheat on assignments, but some teachers say similar concerns existed about other technology and wound up not becoming a reality.
When Google Drive first came out, there was that big concern, oh, kids are just going to share their docs with one another and then they're just going to copy and paste stuff from the internet and turn that in and claim it's their own work. Guess what? The majority of students don't do that.
And while ChatGPT can produce factual and grammatical errors, some educators say this is an opportunity to teach about proper sentence structure and how to use credible sources to fact check. But the program isn't just being used in schools.
I told ChatGPT to write me a sermon in the voice of a rabbi of about 1,000 words about the Torah portion on the theme of intimacy and vulnerability.
While some religious leaders are also experimenting with ChatGPT for crafting sermons, some say there are limitations because AI can't quite understand faith. Meantime, competition in the AI market is heating up. Google recently unveiled its conversation bot called Bard, which is expected to rival ChatGPT. Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
And 3 small passenger buses, well, they were burned in a city in California. Fox's Kristen Vartan, well, she takes us there to learn what may have caused this fire and how people are feeling about that incident.
It's crazy, and it's also sad that somebody would think to do this to a school, school bus.
The image of these 3 small passenger buses incinerated shocks Ivy Aqua. Her grandson goes to that kinder care in Elk Grove. She's just glad he wasn't around when this happened.
Safety is the #1 in everything. So, for this to happen when nobody was here, we thank God for that.
A spokesperson from Kinder Care Learning Companies echoes this to Fox 40, telling us in a statement, "We're thankful this incident happened after hours and that no one was hurt." Cosumnes Fire Department's Lance Ray says they got a call about a vehicle fire Sunday night. When crews got there, they found 3 buses on fire. They grow quickly, especially as fuel tanks tend to rupture and they add fuel to the fire. So the fire, when they came on scene, all 3 were fully involved. We did do fire operations to protect the 4th. There was a 4th van that was parked there, and those were successful. Elk Grove PD was on scene and Cosumnes Fire is assisting with the investigation. Ray says investigators believe the cause was attempted fuel theft.
Economy is hard and people are desperate, and so I guess there's no limit to what bad people want to do to survive.
Since the fire happened less than 200 feet from Laguna Creek, crews used berms and dams to keep fuels from going into the storm drain. Ray says this is typical to protect the environment. We don't see any concern with the safety of the children at the school. We don't see any concern with the businesses in the area either. This is as right now, it's a one-time thing we're following up on. We're hoping to find the individuals that may be responsible. In Elk Grove, Kristen Vartan, Fox 40 News.
And we're taking a live look outside here. This is in Osceola County, Florida, where there are crews there on scene fighting a massive fire. You're looking at some of the smoke coming from this building where the burning is occurring there. I want to get into what we know so far. This is from Osceola County Sheriff's Department. The call for this fire came in around 1 a.m. The shot you're looking at right now, this is the Fox 35 Orlando. A couple of crews there on scene trying to get some shots there, looking at that smoke and learning the latest information on what's going on here. But what we do know is 5 acres of plastic planters are burning behind a company called Nursery Supplies Incorporated. Now, the nursery itself is not on fire, but it was evacuated because there were actually workers inside that building. Now, fire officials are monitoring the air quality. You can see why all that smoke in the air there, because that's all coming from burning plastic. That's what crews there on scene are telling the Fox 35 Orlando team. Now, firefighters from Osceola, Kissimmee, and Orange counties, they're all working to keep those flames from actually reaching the nursery. And so you see the crew there, they pulled back for kind of a wider shot. You see all those flashing lights, plenty of emergency crews and engines on scene trying to put that fire out and keep it from spreading to that nearby nursery there. But a lot of smoke in the air, probably not good to breathe as it is coming from plastic. That's what we're being told. But we're keeping an eye on this situation and we'll bring you the latest details. But I do want to go to another quick commercial break. We'll be right back in just 2 short minutes right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Well, more Americans are becoming entrepreneurs. Despite a tough economy, a record number of small businesses have launched nationwide in just the last 2 years. Fox News multimedia reporter Rebecca Castor, she shares how the pandemic actually encouraged a small business boom.
The numbers are showing that the pandemic really provided people an opportunity to try something new, whether it was someone who was laid off that went out on their own, or people turning their side hustles into full-time jobs. In today's economy, more Americans are their own boss than ever before.
I think the COVID pandemic gave us a lot of uncertainty. I mean, it just was like people who had been working in jobs for 15, 20, 25 years who were laid off and kind of left.
At the start of the pandemic, Jonathan Floyd decided to leave his corporate job and invest all his time into his passion project, a gift box company specializing in gifts from New Orleans.
For me, it was about the mission of obviously growing something myself and then having something I could pass on to my kids. And I was never going to get that being a part of a large organization.
His story resonates for thousands of small business owners across the country. While major corporations and tech companies continue with massive layoffs, small businesses are keeping the economy going. They currently make up 99.9% of all U.S. business.
In 2021, we saw 5.4 million applications to start a small business, and that was up 50% from 2 years earlier. I would say right now, it's never been easier to start a small business, but it's never been harder to maintain a small business.
During the pandemic, shopping small became a popular trend. Small business groups are hoping consumers will continue to shop local.
What we're doing when we choose local is we're reinvesting in our local community. And so the figures show that just even 2 and 3 times recirculating those dollars really strengthens an economy.
With small business owners still up against inflation, American Express predicts cash flow will be their biggest challenge for 2023, but they are still expecting more small businesses to launch this year. In New Orleans, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
The acting head of the FAA was in the hot seat on Capitol Hill Wednesday, with senators grilling him over recent near-miss disasters at airports and that computer glitch that led to last month's stoppage of air traffic. Fox's Madeline Rivera reports on what went down at that hearing from Washington.
Southwest Desert, confirm on the road.
This reenactment video shows 2 planes narrowly avoiding disaster at Austin International Airport earlier this month. A Southwest flight and a FedEx cargo plane were cleared to use the same runway and came roughly 100 feet of each other before the FedEx pilot aborted their landing.
We've seen several very concerning near misses that were almost mass fatality crashes.
The incident is just one of several close calls that the Senate Commerce Committee aimed to address Wednesday. In the hot seat, the acting head of the Federal Aviation Administration, Billy Nolan, who defended the safety of U.S. air travel.
We've gone 14 years, without a fatal accident. That's nearly 230 million flights.
But the FAA is under growing scrutiny after a technology system that provides safety alerts for pilots failed last month. All departing flights across the country were grounded for the first time since 9/11. Nolan says the Notice to Air Missions, or NOTAM system, went down when contractors updating it accidentally deleted files. And updates to the system will likely not be completed until fiscal year 2025.
Could I sit here today and tell you there will never be another issue on the NOTAM system? No, sir, I cannot.
Lawmakers are criticizing the timeline.
We need to accelerate building a national airspace system for the 21st century.
Congress has fully funded NOTAM modernization for more than 10 years. There must be accountability when an agency is not using taxpayer funds efficiently.
Lawmakers say the challenges underscore the need for stable leadership at the FAA. But the president's pick to lead the agency is facing questions over his aviation experience. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Tens of thousands of Americans are dying from the opioid crisis each year. This week, Senate Foreign Relations Committee members joined forces to get to the bottom of this epidemic in order to find solutions. Fox News senior congressional correspondent Chad Pergram has details.
The opioid crisis is not a red state problem or a blue state problem. This is the time to put politics aside and make life better for American people.
Potent and deadly fentanyl-laced drugs flooding American streets. That's why the Senate Foreign Relations Committee aimed to tackle the nation's opioid crisis. Experts point to China and the border as two root causes.
This is a crisis we cannot solve just within our borders. According to the Drug Enforcement Administration, most of the fentanyl trafficked into the United States is produced in clandestine labs in Mexico, with precursor chemicals secured from China.
What I can tell you is that at DEA, we view our job as playing offense, as targeting the cartels worldwide. We view DHS's role as they have the primary mission of playing defense, of stopping fentanyl from entering at the border.
More than 150 people die every day in the U.S. from overdoses related to synthetic opioids like fentanyl. The CDC estimates more than 70,000 Americans died from fentanyl overdoses in 2021 alone. Fentanyl is one of the leading causes in both fatal and non-fatal overdoses. For perspective, the synthetic drug is nearly 50 times stronger than heroin and 100 times more powerful than morphine.
It can kill someone with an amount equivalent to a few grains of salt.
CDC data shows that fentanyl is increasingly killing the young. Deaths among children 14 and younger tripled since 2019. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Well, tensions were high in a Buffalo courtroom this week as the man responsible for the racially motivated shooting at a supermarket last year receives his sentence following emotional statements from his victims' families. Now he faces more than 20 federal charges. Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams has the details from New York.
You will never see the light of day as a free man ever again.
The teenage gunman who shot and killed 10 people inside of a grocery store in Buffalo, New York, sentenced to life in prison without parole. Peyton Gendron shot and killed 10 black people inside of this Buffalo supermarket back in May. Investigators say the 19-year-old planned that attack for weeks, targeting those victims because of their skin color. Their families speaking directly to that gunman as he sat crying in court.
I hope you are haunted every day and every night. I hope nightmares invade your sleep and conviction be your constant companion.
I watched you kill my mom. I watched you shoot her once, reload, and shoot her again.
Emotions boiling over as one of the victim's sisters threatened to choke Gendron out. Then a man charged at the suspect.
You don't know a damn thing about black people. We're human. We like our kids to go to good schools. We love our kids. We never go in no neighborhood to take people out. Don't do it.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. You did see earlier we've been covering this Osceola County fire in Florida, a massive fire. You can actually see behind the gentleman talking here, but crews are giving an update. I want to dip into that real quick and get the latest on that massive fire in Osceola County, Florida. Take a listen.
Currently, those are still on fire. We've set up a ladder truck and several ground monitors to attack the fire. We've slowed the forward progress of that fire, but due to the area that it's consuming and the product, it's just given us a lot of challenges. So that's why you'll see the large fire and the column of smoke. We've requested the Orange County hazmat team as well as the Osceola County hazmat team that is operating with them, and they're doing air monitoring downrange from the fire, and currently we've got remote monitoring set up, and we're not getting any signal that would cause us to call for an evacuation. That could change. We've got Osceola County Emergency Management that is here with us, and if there is an evacuation that would be called for, it would be mainly due to the smoke and carbon monoxide off of that fire. Right now, we've got 2 alarms worth of equipment that's operating, and there have been no firefighter injuries, no civilian injuries as of yet.
At this point, do we know what caused the fire?
We do not know what the cause of the fire is. That'll be under investigation as soon as we get the fire under control.
Do we know if these plants are empty? Is there anything in them?
No, there was nothing in the pots. They're plastic, and then they're plastic wrapped, and they're stacked about 10 foot tall on those pallets. And there are hundreds of those pallets, and that's the root of the issue.
Yeah, we just took the press conference live in our broadcast. Could you recap how these plastic planters are contributing to just the exasperation of this fire?
Just the volume of them. There are thousands of these plants or pots that a plant would go in, and they're about 2 gallons in capacity, and there are thousands of those on these pallets. Everything is outside, and the focus is to keep it out of the building that it's in close proximity to.
Do you have an estimation of how long it could take to knock down such a significant fire at this point? How long it could take?
I would say probably in the next couple of hours we'll have it under control. It's getting to that point now, and we've got approximately 4,500 gallons a minute that we're operating with. The water system has been great, so we are hoping for a good outcome.
Go ahead.
How many additional firefighters are back at work?
There are about 75 firefighters working right now.
Between Orange County and Osceola County?
Orange County, Osceola County, and Kissimmee firefighters are operating. We are monitoring the air. The Orange County Hazmat team and the Osceola Hazmat team are working together to monitor the air to make everyone safe.
These pods, when you put them out, you're using water only. Do you anticipate, are they going to be very stubborn to put out?
We are using water, and we will be using foam as well.
If you're a resident living close to here, what should you do?
If you're a resident that's living close to here, especially anyone with any breathing issues, I would stay inside and just stay out of the smoke plume. Right now it's rising up due to the heat, and we're not getting any readings that would concern us. But we do have the remote equipment out there, and once that smoke settles down, if we have anything that would concern us, that equipment would pick it up, and then we would alert the residents.
Our reporter who's a little bit closer said she heard a bang right before you started doing the press conference. Do you have any idea about what may impact?
There were some propane tanks. It's a large yard where there are forklifts, and we have secured many of those tanks, but I believe it was one of those tanks that you heard.
So kind of making the situation a little worse?
Anytime there's a flammable tank that is close proximity to that fire, we try to remove what we can, but I think there was probably one in there that we did not know about, and that's what you heard.
Just to confirm, no injuries to any fire crews or anything like that? No one needed to be transported? Smoke inhalation or anything of that effect?
No, there have been no injuries to firefighters, no injuries to civilians. We're working closely with the power company, Toho Water, and other partner agencies to bring it under control.
One more question about the air quality. Obviously, I know we were talking about the smoke, but because they are plastic containers, what are you monitoring to make sure that folks are safe on that based on what is burning? Or are you at all concerned about what's burning?
Oh no, it's plastic. So obviously the carbon monoxide and other toxins we're monitoring for that would come off of that plastic component.
Y'all gonna tell these semis to leave, or what are you gonna do?
I'm sorry?
What about all these semis?
Right now we've got hose on the ground, and we would prefer that they not leave until we get the fire under control, because we need that constant water supply, and right now we are good on the water supply, but I'm not willing to shut down any of the lines yet.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you so much.
Certainly.
Just wrapped up there with the Deputy Chief says that they are continuing to keep an eye on this fire at this point.
And if you're just joining us, we were listening in there to an update from officials on the ground at a fire in Osceola County, Florida. Now, they were just speaking there. You saw the gentleman. He said that there are 75 firefighters on scene there trying to battle this blaze. And you can see the shot on your screen there through those trees. As you can see, those streams of water hitting those flames, causing a lot of smoke in the air. This is a pretty wild situation, especially when you look at the amount of smoke that is going in the air. It is pretty substantial. And so he mentioned in that press conference there that plastic is still burning. There's a number of plastic containers there that are on fire, causing this black smoke. And they're monitoring specifically for carbon monoxide. That is one of the byproducts that happens from this plastic burning. But they're also keeping an eye on other toxins as well in the air. So they're still working to get this fire under control. They did mention that. You can see it right there on your screen as they continue to battle this blaze. So we'll stay on top of this situation for you and get the latest details as they become available. But I do want to take another quick commercial break, and we'll get right back into breaking news and the top stories from all around the country and the world right here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Take a look at your screen. A huge plume of smoke. This is in Osceola County, Florida, where we're learning more about a facility there that is on fire. Well, there's some plastic containers, like potting containers, it sounds like, that are on fire there. And you can see just creating a ton of smoke as firefighters are there trying to keep this fire from spreading to a nearby nursery. So you can see the flames there through the trees. Just an incredible shot. What we're learning, though, they just gave a press conference not too long ago. There are about 75 firefighters in total at this fire right now trying to get this blaze under control. No injuries were reported to firefighters or anybody else there on scene, but you can see they are very busy there trying to stay on top of this fire, and the flames and the smoke pretty tremendous there. So this is something we're certainly going to be keeping an eye on, and we'll bring you the latest information as it does become available. But I do want to go to some of the other top stories of the day here. So let's go to this. This is another story we've been keeping an eye on here at Live Now from Fox. We're learning more about the alleged gunman who killed 3 students and wounded 5 others at a mass shooting on the Michigan State University campus, that happening on Monday. Now the community there in East Lansing is trying to heal after violence shocked the entire campus. Fox News chief correspondent Jonathan Hunt has that story.
Enough is enough. That was the message from dozens of students protesting gun violence outside the Michigan State Capitol, days after 3 students were killed and 5 others wounded in an attack on the Michigan State University campus.
We, the children of the United States of America, are dying every day. How many will die before it is enough?
Michigan State students Ariel Anderson, Brian Fraser, and Alexandria Werner were killed when police say 43-year-old Anthony McRae opened fire inside 2 campus buildings. McRae then fled, leading police on an hours-long manhunt. When he was finally confronted, he turned the gun on himself. Authorities have now revealed he was armed with 2 guns and had several magazines of bullets in his backpack. McRae has a criminal history. He served 18-month probation over a weapons charge in 2019. Neighbors said they found some of his behavior disturbing.
The neighbors called the cops on him. It was like over the summer because he was shooting firearms out of the back door of the house.
On Wednesday, some students returned to the scene of the shooting to retrieve belongings left behind in the chaos.
I just knew to get out of the building.
McRae has no known connection to the university, and investigators are now working to determine a motive behind this latest mass shooting. In Los Angeles, Jonathan Hunt, Fox News.
Well, angry and fearful residents in East Palestine, Ohio are demanding answers about whether it is safe for them at 12 days after the derailment of a train carrying toxic chemicals there. Fox News correspondent Garrett Tenney has more.
I'm just taking samples, and as you can see, it's covered.
Almost 2 weeks after the East Palestine train derailment, Debbie Foster's home next to the tracks is still covered in dust and ash. She's collecting her own samples to send to a lab for testing because, like a lot of folks here, she doesn't trust officials who say it's safe to come home and that the health risks are over.
I have sore throat, headaches. My husband still has a headache. To be honest with you, I do not feel anywhere in this town is safe.
Despite those concerns, the EPA and other officials maintain the air, soil, and water tested so far are safe.
All we can do is give people the best information that we have from the best scientists we have.
The data shows that there are no elevated levels, and we're relying heavily on that data, and we want the community to know and have access to that data.
But that data doesn't explain why dozens of people in the area say they continue to experience symptoms associated with the spilled chemicals.
We're not safe. Tell us the truth.
Oh, absolutely. I will not live in this town. I will be moving.
I'm not stupid. None of us are. Don't play us.
In East Palestine, I'm Garrett Tenney, Fox News.
Switch over to Randy Shot instead.
Pressure is mounting on President Biden to talk about the rash of unidentified aircraft spotted over North America. The U.S. military has shot down 4 of them, but we know next to nothing about 3 of the objects. Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich has the latest.
My economic plan is working. It's reduced the deficit. It's fiscally responsible. We got more work to do, but we're making a lot of progress.
President Biden defending his economic plan, addressing a union crowd in Maryland, letting other officials tackle communications on the Chinese spy balloon and 3 other objects shot down since Friday.
What we can say is that our intelligence community has, at this point, a leading explanation that they are looking at that in fact these objects are benign.
Amid reports, the U.S. is considering the possibility China didn't intend to penetrate the American heartland with its surveillance equipment, with wind in part possibly driving the balloon along an errant path. U.S. officials are sharing a fuller picture, confirming to Fox it's unclear whether the Chinese intentionally sent the balloon into Alaska, then Canada, then into the continental U.S., with wind possibly playing a factor. But also pointing out the balloon did fly toward Guam, which is U.S. territory, and later in Montana, it loitered over several sensitive sites, with the Chinese still able to maneuver it.
I never believe anything's inadvertent when it comes to the Communist Party of China.
Fox is told the U.S. has tracked China's balloon program for a long time, but the balloons don't always come to the U.S. and in the past have traversed 40 countries, across 5 continents. When this balloon left Hainan Island province January 21st, its path was not certain. As it approached Guam, the military did not consider it a threat and opted to collect intelligence against it rather than shoot it down. The president was only informed on January 31st as it approached Alaska and ordered it shot down when safe. At other points along its path, the U.S. would not have had the authority to take it out because it was over international waters. U.S. officials say they did not see the balloon for its entire journey across the Pacific. Despite Biden staying quiet, Vice President Harris is weighing in, telling Politico that she does not think the downing of that Chinese spy balloon should have a major impact on diplomatic relations between the U.S. and China, adding that she told President Xi on the sidelines of a November summit the U.S. seeks competition, not conflict, and everything that's transpired in the past week and a half is consistent with that approach. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
A slew of economic data released this week shows shoppers aren't really reeling back their spending despite stubborn inflation. The Federal Reserve has its hands full trying to cool the economy as Congress plays a game of chicken with that debt ceiling. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera reports from Washington.
Retail sales came roaring back last month, rising 3% for the month before. The bump marks a reversal from December when retail sales fell 1.1%.
3% in retail sales is a phenomenal figure.
Food services, furniture, electronic, and clothing stores all saw a surge in sales. Manufacturing output also rose 1% in January, per the Federal Reserve. But what's good news for companies may be bad news for the Fed.
The signs of a bit of a resurgence in activity going into 2023 has got to give the Fed some concern that the economy just isn't slowing as much as they would have thought.
And the fight over the debt limit is fueling economic uncertainty. A new warning from the Congressional Budget Office predicts the government's ability to borrow will be exhausted between July and September if the debt ceiling isn't raised.
Few things are more dangerous to the global economy than a default on treasuries.
President Biden, on the other hand, vows the country won't default, as he also promises a budget to reduce the deficit by $2 trillion in 10 years.
Let's pay the debt accumulated over 200 years.
Republicans are blaming the president, accusing him of out-of-control spending.
The president has a responsibility to address this. He's not. In fact, he's making it worse.
In another grim prediction, the CBO says the country's debt is headed to a new record in 5 years, adding that Social Security and Medicare are only a decade away from insolvency. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
And the time is 6:52 on the East Coast and 3:52 over on the West Coast. We appreciate all of you joining us this morning as we get you caught up on the top stories from all around the country and around the world as well. I want to dip into this shot here real quick. This is something we've been watching throughout the day here. This is, well, throughout the morning anyway. This is a live look at a fire that's happening in Osceola County, Florida there. Now, we're learning that there are a lot of crews on scene. This happening by a nursery. It appears to be maybe a storage for the nursery there. That there are some plastic planters and some other plastic material that has caught fire, still very much on fire, as you can see, just thick black smoke going up into the sky. We're going to have more on this breaking news story when we come back right after this 2-minute break. Stay with us. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host this morning, Zach Warner, as we take a look at some breaking news that we're following here. This is a massive fire happening in Osceola County, Florida, with that thick black smoke just pluming into the sky as crews, about 75 firefighters, they're on scene there trying to get this fire under control. You can see some of those engines on the ground and police there in front of a line of semis there. And behind that is where this facility is, where we do understand, officials updating us not too long ago, that there will be, or there are some plastic bins that are on fire there. So you see the Fox 35 crew, they're getting ready to do a live shot there. We'll be checking in with them here in a little bit to get the latest details on what's happening there in Osceola, Florida. But I do want to go to this, another fire you're looking at there on your screen, but this is with regard to that train derailment that happened in New Palestine, Ohio. Our Live Now from Fox team, they spoke with a legal expert talking about some of the aftermath and ramifications of this train derailment that happened in East Palestine, Ohio. I want to play that for you. Take a listen.
There is a town hall that is about to take place for residents who no doubt are quite angry. We're learning as well, though, that Norfolk Southern will not be at this community meeting in East Palestine. They say they have become, quote, increasingly concerned about the growing physical threat to our employees, and they say they're committed to the community through their Family Assistance Center. All right, let's talk about what some of these residents and business owners have as far as legal recourse goes with attorney and legal expert Lynn McCraw, who joins us on the program now. Lynn, thanks so much for being with us tonight. We're going to show our viewers once that town hall gets started there in East Palestine. But if you were representing some of these residents who now have had really their whole lives upended by this train derailment, what would your message be to them?
Well, my message would be that number one, we have to preserve the evidence that we have. We don't know what the long-term effects are going to be yet, but we do know that there are going to be some effects. Anytime we have, for instance, death to other animals and that sort of thing, that's like the old-fashioned canary in the coal mine. That's exactly what you have happening. When that happens, that's telling you as a person, you need to get out of there, because something is happening, something that's happening that's toxic and that can really, really hurt you. I would tell my clients in situations like this that we need to get you to the doctor as quickly as possible and get a full physical with a full blood workup. The reason is that you really need to set a baseline so that when we follow up for months and even years later, we can prove what your physical condition was now at the time before we have long-term effects.
So we had a press conference yesterday from Ohio Governor Mike DeWine and some of his, environmental top quality officials there in the state of Ohio. They said they have tested the air quality, they have tested the water. It does not pose a risk to residents. Now, they're urging residents who may have, private water wells, and this is not a municipal water well that the city runs. Those are much shallower in the ground, to use bottled water. So if officials are saying that the air they're testing is okay and the water they're testing is okay, how does that change your case if you were representing some of these residents?
Well, to begin with, anytime you have a carcinogen that has crossed your property line and comes onto your property, you have a trespass. Okay, you clearly have the trespass. The issue then is damages. How bad are the damages? That's going to depend upon the long-term effects. Please understand that over years, standards change. We may think that a safe level of a chemical is a certain level right now, but in 3 or 4 or 5 years, we may realize that it's not a safe level at all. In addition, you have some chemicals that were being carried that were additives and other chemicals that are forever chemicals, and many of those are dangerous at any level. I definitely, if I had a client that was on a water well, on a shallow water well in that area, anywhere in that area, I would tell them absolutely do not drink from that water, do not cook from that water. You do not want to expose yourself to the potential of harm.
Okay, Lynn, also, though, let's flip it. if you represent,
we're going to let you know how the traffic might be impacted.
And if you're just joining us, we've been covering a massive fire happening in Osceola County in Florida. The Fox 35 Orlando team, they are on scene there. I want to dip into their coverage to get the latest details. Take a listen.
Randy Hildreth and Amanda McKenzie are live on the scene. You can hear their accounts in a second. We will start with Randy this morning. Randy, what are you seeing this morning? We know a very busy scene.
Well, it's amazing now that the sun is up to get a look at the amount of smoke that's billowing into the air. For perspective, those are trees back there. And from this point, I can see flames licking the sky above those trees. As you mentioned, there are thousands of planters back there. And when we heard from the deputy chief with Osceola County Fire this morning, he said that that is causing an issue in getting this fire under control. The fact that these planters are plastic and they are wrapped in plastic. And he says that there are thousands back there. In fact, that they are using a combination of water and foam to get this under control. And they expect to be out here for several more hours to get this together. When we were in the 6 o'clock hour, closer to the 6:30 hour, a half hour, reporter Amanda McKenzie said that from her vantage point, she heard a boom or a bang. And I asked the deputy chief, well, what was that? And he said that there are also propane tanks back there, and that sound was likely one of those propane tanks going off. So a lot of elements that fire crews are working to deal with. As you mentioned, there are 75 fire officials, firefighters back there working to contain this fire. The call came in around 1 or 2 o'clock this morning. So they have been on the scene since then. It is now 7 o'clock this morning. In addition to the fire crews working the fire, we also know that Osceola and Orange County have a hazmat crew in place monitoring the air condition because we have the fire and we also have this plastic burning. At this point, no evacuations in place for the community, but this is something that they are constantly monitoring because the deputy chief said that they may get to a point where they are going to have to move people out of the area because of this situation. But at this point, no injuries have been reported. That is the good news considering what we're watching this morning from this vantage point, from Amanda's vantage point, and what we've shown you on Skyfox, just the size of this fire. But we are monitoring it, and I want to go ahead and send it to Amanda McKenzie because she has a different angle to show you. Amanda, I'll send it to you.
Thanks, Randy. Yeah, we're getting a much closer look of the fire and flames. And I will say in the time that we've been here, the smoke has turned a much darker black color. And we've also seen folks here on the ground opening up some of these fire hydrants, like the one you see in the grass down here. We asked why that is. Some folks here on the scenes are speculating that it may help to relieve some of the pressure so that the folks fighting the fire have that better power, because we're told that about 4,500 gallons of water is being poured on that fire per minute. In addition to some foam, there are about 75 firefighters out here from Orange and Osceola counties. From my point of view, I can see the flames, and from my perspective, they're at least a couple stories high, if not more. You can really see those flames through those trees. The fire is still very much out of control, but they're working very hard to make sure it doesn't grow any bigger. As we've been talking about, it is burning through plastic containers, plastic planters, maybe some plastic shrink wrap that was wrapped around those wooden pallets. So it's also a fire that is continuing to burn. They did mention that there were propane tanks on property, and perhaps one of them did explode, because I did hear a bang when you asked about that. So they said that was potentially one of those propane tanks that they might have missed. I will say that we do not smell a heavy sense of smoke out here because that plume is very high in the sky. And in the time that we've been out here, I would say that that direction of this plume of smoke, this whole tail, instead of floating northward, it's now shifting a little more towards the northwest. But it is really taking up a lot of the sky, especially as the sun is coming up. You can really see just how thick, dark black that smoke is. It was more of a lighter gray color with that glow of the flames earlier, but it is very much a black color right now. So that is clearly something that they're going to be looking at and analyzing when they consider the air quality for this area and if anyone does need to be evacuated. But we are in a very industrial area right now, and folks are just starting to get to work and are shocked to see that this is what is happening right next to their workplace. So everyone's kind of just waiting here to see if work will continue as normal operations today. But we'll continue to bring you updates live from the scene. I'm Amanda McKenzie. Back to you.
Amanda, thank you. Good day. Orlando is, of course, going to keep covering this breaking news all morning long. Here's some images from earlier this morning. We're going to bring you updates every couple of minutes. You can also follow the developments on our website and on our Fox 35 News app. 7:05 right now. Of course, anytime firefighters are out battling a big fire, wind is...
And that was coverage from our Fox 35 Orlando team on the scene of this fire you're looking at on your screen there in Osceola County, Florida. So we got a few interesting details from those live shots we're watching from Fox 35. Is there are propane tanks on scene, and fire officials there have confirmed this. And they're hearing, at least one of the reporters there, Amanda McKenzie, she had mentioned she heard some pops or some bangs. And so fire officials did say there are propane tanks back there with that plastic that's on fire. So pretty dangerous situation. We also learned there's a hazmat crew there monitoring for any toxins in the air or otherwise. And most importantly here, we have learned that there so far no injuries reported from firefighters or anyone else in that area. So we'll have plenty more coverage on this. I do want to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back in just 2 short minutes right here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. You're taking an overhead look there. This is that fire we've been covering this morning. This is in Osceola County, Florida. We've been getting some ground shots, primarily sticking with those, but this is a really intense overhead look where you can see the flames in this facility and that massive plume of smoke coming off that building there. So some pretty compelling and wild video that we're seeing. So I want to get into some of the details of what we know about this so far. The call for this came in around 1 a.m. This is from the Osceola County Sheriff's Department. It's about 5 acres of plastic planters. That's what's burning there. And this is behind Nursery Supplies Incorporated. That is a business in Osceola County. And the nursery is now on fire itself. At least that was from last report. That area was actually evacuated because there were still workers inside. And fire officials are monitoring the air quality because of that thick plume of smoke, that black smoke rising off that building there. So pretty dangerous. That's coming off of burning plastic, so not something anybody there wants to be breathing in. And this is consisting of firefighters from Osceola, Kissimmee, and Orange, all working to keep the flames from getting to that nursery. And so this overhead shot we're looking at here, they just kind of zoomed in. You can see how many people, how many crews and firefighters are there spraying down these flames, just trying to get this from spreading, keep it from spreading. About 75 firefighters, that was last report. That's what we heard there. And I also want to mention that there is a hazmat crew on scene there. They're monitoring for any toxins, trying to keep people safe there, as that is a ton of burning plastic. But I want to go to a press conference that the fire department there gave earlier, not that long ago, about an hour ago maybe, giving some of the updates and what they knew at that point with regard to the fire. So I'm going to play that for you real quick. Take a listen.
Hello.
Hello.
There you go. Can we get your name, Chief, and the spelling of your name?
Yeah, it's Jon. Last name's Haskett, Haskett. Jon's first name, Haskett, Haskett. Last name,
Deputy Chief.
Deputy Chief, Osceola County.
Yeah. He's ready now. Go ahead, Chief. Go ahead, Chief.
All right. Good morning. At approximately 2 a.m., Osceola County Fire Rescue responded to a report of a fire at the Nursery Supply Company here on Avenue A in the crews found on arrival a area of about 2 acres of pallets that had plastic pots on them. The kind of plastic pot that would come around a potted plant that you would find at the retail outlet. Currently, those are still on fire. We've set up a ladder truck and several ground monitors to attack the fire. We've slowed the forward progress of that fire, but due to the area that it's consuming and the product, it's just given us a lot of challenges. So that's why you'll see the large fire and the column of smoke. We've requested the Orange County hazmat team as well as the Osceola County hazmat team that is operating with them, and they're doing air monitoring downrange from the fire. And currently we've got remote monitoring set up, and we're not getting any signal that would cause us to call for an evacuation. That could change. We've got Osceola County Emergency Management that is here with us, and if there is an evacuation that would be called for, it would be mainly due to the smoke and carbon monoxide off of that fire. Right now, we've got 2 alarms worth of equipment that's operating, and there have been no firefighter injuries, no civilian injuries as of yet.
At this point, do we know what caused the fire?
We do not know what the cause of the fire is. That'll be under investigation as soon as we get the fire under control.
Do we know if these plants were empty? Was there anything in them?
No, there was nothing in the pots. They're plastic, and then they're plastic wrapped, and they're stacked about 10 foot tall on those pallets. And there are hundreds of those pallets, and that's the root of the issue.
Yeah, we just took the press conference live in our broadcast. Can you recap how these plastic planters are contributing to just the exasperation of this fire?
Just the volume of them. There are thousands of these plants or pots that a plant would go in, and they're about 2 gallons in capacity, and there are thousands of those on these pallets. Everything is outside, and the focus is to keep it out of the building that it's in close proximity to.
Do you have an estimation of how long it could take to knock down such a significant fire at this point? How long it could take?
I would say probably in the next couple of hours we'll have it under control. It's getting to that point now, and we've got approximately 4,500 gallons a minute that we're operating with. The water system has been great, so we are hoping for a good outcome.
Go ahead.
How many official firefighters are back at work?
There are about 75 firefighters working right now.
Between Orange County and Osceola County?
Orange County, Osceola County, and Kissimmee firefighters are operating. We are monitoring the air. The Orange County hazmat team and the Osceola hazmat team are working together to monitor the air to make everyone safe.
These pods, when you put them out, you're using water only. Do you anticipate, they're going to be very stubborn to put out?
We are using water, and we will be using foam as well.
a resident living close to here, what should you do?
If you're a resident that's living close to here, especially anyone with any breathing issues, I would stay inside and just stay out of the smoke plume. Right now, it's rising up due to the heat, and we're not getting any readings that would concern us. But we do have the remote equipment out there, and once that smoke settles down, if we have anything that would concern us, that equipment would pick it up, and then we would alert the residents.
Our reporter who's a little bit closer said she heard a bang right before you started doing the press conference. Do you have any idea about what may have happened?
There were some propane tanks. It's a large yard where there are forklifts, and we have secured many of those tanks, but I believe it was one of those tanks that you heard.
So kind of making the situation a little worse?
Anytime there's a flammable tank that is close proximity to that fire, we try to remove what we can, but I think there was probably one in there that we did not know about, and that's what you heard.
Just to confirm, no injuries to any fire crews or anything like that? No one needed to be transported? Smoke inhalation or anything of that effect?
No, there have been no injuries to firefighters, no injuries to civilians. We're working closely with the power company, Toho Water, and other partner agencies to bring it under control.
One more question about the air quality. Obviously, I know we were talking about the smoke, but because they are plastic containers, what are you monitoring to make sure that folks are safe on that end based on what is working? Or are you at all concerned about what's working?
Oh no, it's plastic. So obviously the carbon monoxide and other toxins we're monitoring for that would come off of that plastic component.
So y'all going to tell these semis to leave, or what are you going to do?
I'm sorry?
What about all these semis?
Right now we've got hose on the ground, and we would prefer that they not leave until we get the fire under control, because we need that constant water supply, and right now we are good on the water supply, but I'm not willing to shut down any of the lines yet.
Thank you, Chief. Thanks so much.
Certainly.
Just wrapped up there with their deputy chief. Says that they are continuing to keep an eye on this fire at this point. They're not under.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. If you are just joining us, we're playing a press conference there from the fire crews there in Osceola County, Florida. You're looking at a shot right now of a massive fire happening there right now. Now, this is part of a sort of a nursery complex. It's Nursery Supplies Incorporated. That's the name of the business. This happening at sort of a storage area there on the property. It's around 5 acres of plastic planters that are burning there. So you heard in that press conference, if you were just listening, that they are monitoring the air quality there, concerns about carbon monoxide in the air. Right now you're looking at an overhead shot from a helicopter there from a good distance away. That gives you a really good look at that smoke and seeing how extensive that is and how far reaching that is. We'll stick with this coverage, plenty of breaking news and also plenty of other stories to get to from all around the country and the world. But I do want to take a quick commercial break. Stay with us right here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host this morning, Zach Horner, as it is 7:20 on the East Coast and 4:21 now, just changed over on the West Coast. We appreciate all of you joining us this morning as we get you caught up on the big news of the day from all around the country and around the world as well. I do want to play some coverage from our Fox 2 Detroit team. They've been pretty extensively covering that Michigan State University mass shooting that happened there this week, where 3 students were killed and another 5 were injured. So this is from Fox 2 Detroit, some of their coverage from just not that long ago. Take a listen.
On the massacre at Michigan State this morning, we are expecting to learn some new information in the case.
This as we're learning new details about the survivors. Fox 2's Robin Murdoch has the latest for us this morning. And Robin, a bit of hope, a little light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, we're hoping that is the case for these 5 survivors. As you know, there were 3 students that were killed in the shooting at Michigan State University on Monday. 5 were also injured. They did remain in critical condition in the hospital at last check. And this morning, we are learning a little bit more about their identities. We are learning a little bit more about who some of these victims are. And according to the Chinese consulate out of Chicago, they are saying that 2 students from China are among those who were injured on Monday in that shooting. They are saying that both of those students, they did undergo surgery and that they are no longer in danger, that their lives are no longer in danger. Now, the superintendent of Heartland Consolidated Schools, they are also confirming this morning that a 2020 graduate of that district was also critically injured on Monday. And we have learned a hospitality and business student from Florida is among those that were injured. She is identified as Guadalupe Hawapia Perez. Now, her family says the junior faces months of care and rehabilitation as a result of the injuries that she did sustain. Now, a GoFundMe page has already raised more than $330,000 towards that care, towards her care. Now, this is all coming out as many students returned to the student union yesterday. As you know, this is one of 2 shooting scenes on campus. Those students that went back there to collect their belongings that they left behind as they ran from the gunfire. Take a listen.
First thought was that somebody had dropped a tray. Then I kind of thought, oh, somebody dropped a tray, turned, went back to what I was doing. Then I heard the second and third shot. That's when I realized that something wasn't right.
So again, Michigan State University, they are expected to hold a media briefing that will happen at 10 o'clock this morning. And at that time, we are expected to get an update on the shooting investigation. We will be carrying that press conference live right here on Fox 2 News. So, of course, stay with us right here for the very latest developments. For now, reporting for Fox 2 News, I'm Robin Murdoch.
Well, shock and sadness continues to be felt across the MSU community as people process the events of Monday night.
That's right. Last night, a huge crowd of students, staff, and alumni came together for a vigil. Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer herself, an MSU grad, helping to lead the school through one of its darkest hours.
Mourn Ariel and Al, as she was known to her loved ones, and Brian, who were taken from us far too soon. We think about their families, recalling their last visit home. We hurt for their friends who are remembering their last conversation or maybe rereading text messages. And we are hoping for those who are fighting for their lives in the hospital.
There really was a sea of green and white in front of Michigan State University auditorium steps. Those in attendance leaning on each other for strength in this difficult time. Spartan basketball coach Tom Izzo, who's the father of one Spartan grad and has another child at the school, now also sharing some words.
I can't begin to imagine what all of you are going through. But I do know that we, as a campus community, can offer our support both to you and to each other. Look around. Look next to you. Shake somebody's hand. Introduce yourself to someone you don't know. That's what we are, and that's what we need to be at this time.
Well, this morning, the campus of Michigan State remains closed. There are no classes, athletics, or other events. An exact timetable on when students will return is still being determined. Well, there are several more vigils planned for tonight for the victims of the MSU shooting. Wayne State University holding an event at the flagpoles at Gullen Mall. It starts at 5 in Clawson. There's another vigil tonight at the football field to honor Alexandria Verner, one of the 3 MSU students who were killed. Verner was a 2020.
And that was some coverage there from our Fox 2 Detroit team. They are covering that shooting that happened at Michigan State University this week, where 3 students were killed and another 5 were injured. So that's the latest information we have at this point from our friends there at Fox 2 Detroit. But I want to take another quick commercial break here. We got plenty more to get into, some breaking news, a big fire we've been watching, and also the big stories from all around the country and around the world as well. You're watching Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host this morning, Zach Horner. It is 7:29 over on the East Coast and 4:29 over on the West Coast. And we took a live look outside there. That's in New York City as the sun is coming up over the skyline there in New York as we get you caught up on all the top stories from all around the country and around the world as well. And one of the big things we've been following today is a massive fire that is happening in Osceola County in Florida. Now the Fox 35 team, they are there on the ground. They're following this as breaking news. So I want to dip into some of their coverage right now and listen for the latest information. You see those flames, just a huge fire. So here is their coverage from Fox 35 Orlando.
Fox 35 was first on air with this breaking news this morning, showing you these flames overnight. Thankfully, though, nobody has been hurt.
I want to show you this video also from a Fox 35 viewer. Daniel Cobita was there with the first visual of the fire this morning. That was the scene about 3 this morning. It's kind of been the scene throughout the morning. You can see the flames shooting up 3 hours after crews were actually called to that area, which is around 2 o'clock.
Well, here's another vantage point for you. A look from above. This is Sky Fox early this morning when it was still dark. And officials tell us Fox 35 that 5 acres of plastic planters are burning. Again, the company is called Nursery Supplies Incorporated. The nursery itself is not on fire. Fire crews have been trying to prevent that. The call came in about 2 a.m. The nursery had to be evacuated because there were workers in there at the time.
Yeah, very fortunate they were able to get them out. Osceola Fire Crew is telling us this is happening along Point Santa Boulevard. The map shows you just south of Highway 17, a little bit north of Point Santa High School. We'll be sure to let you know about any traffic and, of course, air quality issues. Jamie has been tracking the wind this morning, which has been fairly favorable to firefighters. That helps for sure.
Again, we're following breaking news this morning. Thanks for being here. I'm Amy Caulfield.
It has been a busy morning. Amy, good morning. I'm Ryan Elijah. Let's continue the live team coverage this morning. Randy Hildreth and Amanda McKenzie have both been on the scene for hours now getting information. We start with Fox 35's Randy Hildreth. And Randy, what have you seen this morning?
Well, I want to give you at least some good news from this vantage point. Get you right to the smoke plume behind me. From this vantage point, it looks like it is getting a little smaller, how wide that smoke plume is. It is still burning, but from this vantage point, it looked a little bit smaller, at least within the last 1 or 2 minutes, but still very active. In terms of what we know is back there, we know there are thousands of plastic planters, pots, and they are wrapped in plastic. And we were also told that there are propane tanks back there, and at least one has exploded. When we spoke with the deputy chief with Osceola County Fire this morning, he says that his crews and the multiple agencies on scene are having a tough time getting this fire under control, considering the contents of the plastic containers. I do want to share a little bit of what he shared with us this morning. Take a listen to what he said.
Just the volume of them. There are thousands of these plants or pots that a plant would go in, and they're about 2 gallons in capacity, and there are thousands of those on these pallets. Everything is outside, and the focus is to keep it out of the building that it's in close proximity to.
And if you're just waking up and joining us, there are no evacuation orders in place, but they do have Orange County and Osceola County hazmat crews monitoring the air quality for the community this morning. The deputy chief has said if you have breathing issues, then you may want to stay inside this morning as a safety precaution. No injuries have been reported, so that is some good news. And as far as school is concerned, Point Santa High School, very close. When we last checked in with the district, school is set to operate as scheduled, but keep in mind this is going on as you navigate to school. We know that 75 firefighters are back there working that fire, and as you know, you heard the deputy chief say they are working to get this under control, and considering the material, the plastic material creating some issues, they are having to use water and foam to try to get this under control, and they expect to be working this for several more hours. But I'll go ahead and send it back to you live this morning. Randy Hildreth, Fox 35 News.
Randy, thanks. Great vantage point. Huge effort there for firefighters. Some big challenges. Amanda McKinney continues the team coverage this morning. Amanda, officials say that fire could burn for hours. We got a little bit there from Randy. What are you seeing from your vantage point?
Yeah, and it's already been burning for about 5.5 hours right now, and really showing not much sign slowing down. I will give you a perspective of where we are. We're on the main road where you enter into the Nursery Supplies Plus Incorporated. So this is where the workers would go into work, and this is also where some of them evacuated from. Just a few moments ago, I had an opportunity to speak with the head of human resources for the Nursery Supplies Incorporated, and she tells me that they are just grateful that no one here was injured during this fire that was completely unexpected. They do not have a cause for right now, but they said they are planning on releasing a statement. So that's something that they're working on and will give to us in the morning hours to come. Now, I want to bring you out here to show you what is going on behind me. We can no longer see the enormous flames through the trees, so that is hopefully a good sign. And it actually appears that the plume of smoke is not as big and billowy as it was about an hour ago. You can still see through the trees the amount of water from those hoses, from those firefighters. You know, we have seen some folks even out here beyond the scope of that area releasing water from fire hydrants. We're told that that could also help relieve the pressure so that they can pour more water onto those flames. Take a listen to what the deputy chief had to say about their efforts.
We've got approximately 4,500 gallons a minute that we're operating with. The water system has been great, so we are hoping for a good outcome.
And so you can see that this smoke is really still going very high into the sky, going in about a northwesterly direction. And I will say it appears that it is starting to dissipate and fall a little bit lower in the sky right now. So that is something that everyone here will be concerned about when it comes to air quality, which is being monitored by the officials to make sure that folks stay inside if they have any breathing issues. This is also something that they want to take note of because it is the product that is burning. It is plastic, it is wood, it is potentially shrink wrap, other types of plastic materials for these potted plants. So these can be toxic. So that is something that they're going to be monitoring. But we'll continue to bring you the latest updates from the scene. Amanda McKenzie, Fox 35 News.
Amanda and Randy, thank you. Good Day Orlando is, of course, staying on top of this breaking news this morning. We're going to work to bring you updates every couple of minutes. You can also follow the developments on our website and on our Fox 35 News app. All right, we want to talk about wind because that's something that firefighters always have to contend with, and Jamie King is on that right now. Hey, Jay.
Oh, yeah, firefighters.
And you were watching some of the coverage there from Fox 35 Orlando, covering this fire that you're seeing on your screen there. You saw some of the live shots in their coverage. Those were all shots from the ground showing that big plume of smoke. Now we're taking a look at that overhead shot from a helicopter as it cruised above, looking at those flames. Just so much fire across about 5 acres. Well, this is a nursing facility, or nursery facility, and these are plastic pots that are on fire here. So that's why you're seeing that thick black smoke there. And crews are monitoring air quality, looking at carbon monoxide levels, making sure people nearby are staying safe. Also, one of our producers looking into the matter here sees that there are 2 schools nearby. We're working to see if there's any kind of effect to the school day for those folks there. A lot of different angles to this, but as you can see, the main focus is just trying to get that fire under control right now. About 75 firefighters are on scene here, spraying down that fire, trying to keep it from getting to the actual nursery itself. Again, this is kind of just about a 5-acre storage area that is in flames right now, causing all of that smoke, stretching what appears to be miles away from this facility. This is in Osceola County, Florida. So a big breaking news of the day we're following right now. And there's plenty more to get into here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we will be right back in just 2 short minutes. Stay with us. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I am your host this morning, Zach Horner. It is 7:39 on the East Coast and 4:39 over on the West Coast. We appreciate all of you joining us this morning as we go through all the top stories from all around the country and around the world, getting you caught up as you start your day. So I do want to get into this story, a tragic story, but one we've been covering pretty extensively here on Live Now from Fox. We are learning more about the alleged gunman who killed 3 students and wounded 5 others in a mass shooting on the Michigan State University campus on Monday night. The community there in East Lansing is trying to heal after violence shocked the entire campus. Fox News chief correspondent Jonathan Hunt has that story.
Enough is enough. That was the message from dozens of students protesting gun violence outside the Michigan State Capitol, days after 3 students were killed and 5 others wounded in an attack on the Michigan State University campus.
We, the children of the United States of America, are dying every day. How many will die before it is enough?
Michigan State students Ariel Anderson, Brian Fraser, and Alexandria Verner were killed when police say 43-year-old Anthony McCrae opened fire inside 2 campus buildings. McCrae then fled, leading police on an hours-long manhunt. When he was finally confronted, he turned the gun on himself. Authorities have now revealed he was armed with 2 guns and had several magazines of bullets in his backpack. McCrae has a criminal history. He served 18-month probation over a weapons charge in 2019. Neighbors said they found some of his behavior disturbing.
The neighbors called the cops on him. It was like over the summer because he was shooting firearms out of the back door of the house.
On Wednesday, some students returned to the scene of the shooting to retrieve belongings left behind in the chaos.
I just knew to get out of the building.
McCrae has no known connection to the university, and investigators are now working to determine a motive behind this latest mass shooting. In Los Angeles, Jonathan Hunt, Fox News.
Angry and fearful residents in East Palestine, Ohio are demanding answers about whether it is safe for them 12 days after the derailment of a train carrying toxic chemicals. Fox News correspondent Garrett Tenney has more.
I'm just taking samples, and as you can see, it's covered.
Almost 2 weeks after the East Palestine train derailment, Debbie Foster's home next to the tracks is still covered in dust and ash. She's collecting her own samples to send to a lab for testing because, like a lot of folks here, she doesn't trust officials who say it's safe to come home and that the health risks are over.
I have sore throat, headaches. My husband still has a headache. To be honest with you, I do not feel anywhere in this town is safe.
Despite those concerns, the EPA and other officials maintain the air, soil, and water tested so far are safe.
All we can do is give people the best information that we have from the best scientists we have.
The data shows that there are no elevated levels, and we're relying heavily on that data, and we want the community to know and have access to that data.
But that data doesn't explain why dozens of people in the area say they continue to experience symptoms associated with the spilled chemicals.
We're not safe. Tell us the truth.
Oh, absolutely. I will not live in this town. I will be moving. I'm not stupid. None of us are. Don't play us.
In East Palestine, I'm Garrett Tenney, Fox News.
Pressure is mounting on President Biden to talk about the rash of unidentified aircraft spotted over North America. The U.S. military has shot down 4 of them, but we know next to nothing about 3 of those objects. Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich has the latest.
My economic plan is working. It's reduced the deficit. It's fiscally responsible. We got more work to do, but we're making a lot of progress.
President Biden defending his economic plan, addressing a union crowd in Maryland, letting other officials tackle communications on the Chinese spy balloon and 3 other objects shot down since Friday.
What we can say is that our intelligence community has, at this point, a leading explanation that they are looking at that in fact these objects are benign.
Amid reports, the U.S. is considering the possibility China didn't intend to penetrate the American heartland with its surveillance equipment, with wind in part possibly driving the balloon along an errant path. U.S. officials are sharing a fuller picture, confirming to Fox it's unclear whether the Chinese intentionally sent the balloon into Alaska, then Canada, then into the continental U.S., with wind possibly playing a factor. But also pointing out the balloon did fly toward Guam, which is U.S. territory, and later in Montana, it loitered over several sensitive sites, with the Chinese still able to maneuver it.
I never believe anything's inadvertent when it comes to the Communist Party of China.
Fox is told the U.S. has tracked China's balloon program for for a long time, but the balloons don't always come to the U.S. and in the past have traversed 40 countries across 5 continents. When this balloon left Hainan Island province January 21st, its path was not certain. As it approached Guam, the military did not consider it a threat and opted to collect intelligence against it rather than shoot it down. The president was only informed on January 31st as it approached Alaska and ordered it shot down when safe. At other points along its path, the U.S. would not have had the authority to take it out because it was over international waters. U.S. officials say they did not see the balloon for its entire journey across the Pacific. Despite Biden staying quiet, Vice President Harris is weighing in, telling Politico that she does not think the downing of that Chinese spy balloon should have a major impact on diplomatic relations between the U.S. and China, adding that she told President Xi on the sidelines of a November summit the U.S. seeks competition, not conflict, and everything that's transpired in the past week and a half is consistent with that approach. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
A slew of economic data released this week shows shoppers aren't reeling back their spending despite stubborn inflation. The Federal Reserve has its hands full trying to cool the economy as Congress plays a game of chicken with the debt ceiling. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera reports from Washington.
Retail sales came roaring back last month, rising 3% for the month before. The bump marks a reversal from December when retail sales fell 1.1%.
3% in retail sales is a phenomenal figure.
Food services, furniture, electronic, and clothing stores all saw a surge in sales. Manufacturing output also rose 1% in January, per the Federal Reserve. But what's good news for companies may be bad news for the Fed.
The signs of a bit of a resurgence in activity going into 2023 has got to give the Fed some concern that the economy just isn't slowing as much as they would have thought.
And the fight over the debt limit is fueling economic uncertainty. A new warning from the Congressional Budget Office predicts the government's ability to borrow will be exhausted between July and September if the debt ceiling isn't raised.
Few things are more dangerous to the global economy than a default on treasuries.
President Biden, on the other hand, vows the country won't default, as he also promises a budget to reduce the deficit by $2 trillion in 10 years.
Let's pay the debt accumulated over 200 years.
Republicans are blaming the president, accusing him of out-of-control spending.
The president has a responsibility to address this. He's not. In fact, he's making it worse.
In another grim prediction, the CBO says the country's debt is headed to a new record in 5 years, adding that Social Security and Medicare are only a decade away from insolvency. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
It is 7:48 on the East Coast and 4:48 in the morning over on the West Coast. We appreciate all of you joining us this morning here on Live Now from Fox as we get you caught up on all the top stories from all around the country and around the world as well, and also focusing in on breaking news and live events as they happen. We bring them to you live, raw, and unfiltered right here. But we want to give you a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be back in just a couple minutes with plenty more right here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We've been covering this breaking news, this massive fire in Osceola County, Florida. This is an update from earlier this morning, about an hour or so ago, fire from fire officials there in Osceola County, Florida. So I want to play this for you for the latest information. Take a listen here.
Haskett, H-A-S-K-E-T-T, last name?
Deputy Chief.
Deputy Chief, Osceola County.
Ready now. Go ahead, Chief. Go ahead, Chief.
All right. Good morning. At approximately 2 a.m., Osceola County Fire Rescue responded to a report of a fire at the Nursery Supply Company here on Avenue A. The crews found on arrival a area of about 2 acres of pallets that had plastic pots on them. The kind of plastic pot that would come around a potted plant that you would find at the retail outlet. Currently, those are still on fire. We've set up a ladder truck and several ground monitors to attack the fire. We've slowed the forward progress of that fire, but due to the area that it's consuming and the product, it's just given us a lot of challenges. So that's why you'll see the large fire and the column of smoke. We've requested the Orange County hazmat team as well as the Osceola County hazmat team that is operating with them, and they're doing air monitoring downrange from the fire. And currently we've got remote monitoring set up, and we're not getting any signal that would cause us to call for an evacuation. That could change. We've got Osceola County Emergency Management that is here with us, and if there is an evacuation that would be called for, it would be mainly due to the smoke and carbon monoxide off of that fire. Right now, we've got 2 alarms worth of equipment that's operating, and there have been no firefighter injuries, no civilian injuries as of yet.
At this point, do we know what caused the fire?
We do not know what the cause of the fire is. That'll be under investigation as soon as we get the fire under control.
Do we know if these plants were empty? Was there anything in them?
No, there was nothing in the pots. They're plastic, and then they're plastic wrapped, and they're stacked about 10 foot tall on those pallets. And there are hundreds of those pallets, and that's the root of the issue.
Yeah, we just took the press conference live in our broadcast. Can you recap how these plastic planters are contributing to just the exasperation of this fire?
Just the volume of them. There are thousands of these plants or pots that a plant would go in, and they're about 2 gallons in capacity, and there are thousands of those on these pallets. Everything is outside, and the focus is to keep it out of the building that it's in close proximity to.
Do you have an estimation of how long it could take to knock down such a significant fire at this point? How long it could take?
I would say probably in the next couple of hours we'll have it under control. It's getting to that point now, and we've got approximately 4,500 gallons a minute that we're operating with. The water system has been great, so we are hoping for a good outcome.
Go ahead.
How many official firefighters are back there working?
There are about 75 firefighters working right now.
Between Orange County and Osceola County?
Orange County, Osceola County, and Kissimmee firefighters are operating. We are monitoring the air. The Orange County hazmat team and the Osceola hazmat team are working together to monitor the air to make everyone safe.
These pods, when you put them out, you're using water only. Do you anticipate, are they going to be very stubborn to put out?
We are using water, and we will be using foam as well.
If you're a resident living close to here, what should you do?
If you're a resident that's living close to here, especially anyone with any breathing issues, I would stay inside and just stay out of the smoke plume. Right now it's rising up due to the heat, and we're not getting any readings that would concern us. But we do have the remote equipment out there, and once that smoke settles down, if we have anything that would concern us, that equipment would pick it up, and then we would alert the residents.
Our reporter who's a little bit closer said she heard a bang right before you started doing the press conference. Do you have any idea about what may have happened?
There were some propane tanks. It's a large yard where there are forklifts, and we have secured many of those tanks, but I believe it was one of those tanks that you heard.
So kind of making the situation look worse?
Anytime there's a flammable tank that is close proximity to that fire, we try to remove what we can, but I think there was probably one in there that we did not know about, and that's what you heard.
Just to confirm, no injuries to any fire crews or anything like that? No one needed to be transported? Smoke inhalation or anything of that effect?
No, there have been no injuries to firefighters, no injuries to civilians. We're working closely with the power company, Toho Water, and other partner agencies to bring it under control.
One more question about the air quality. Obviously, I know we were talking about the smoke, but because they are plastic containers, what are you monitoring to make sure that folks are safe on that end based on what is burning? Or are you at all concerned about what's burning?
Oh no, it's plastic. So obviously the carbon monoxide and other toxins we're monitoring for that would come off of that plastic component.
So y'all gonna tell these semis to leave, or what are you gonna do?
I'm sorry?
What about all these semis?
Right now we've got hose on the ground, and we would prefer that they not leave until we get the fire under control, because we need that constant water supply, and right now we are good on the water supply, but I'm not willing to shut down any of the lines yet.
Thank you, Chief. Thanks so much.
Certainly.
Just wrapped up there with the Deputy Chief. Says that they are continuing to keep an eye on this fire at.
All right, that right there was the latest news briefing that was held by fire crews over there in Osceola County, Florida. Now, to give you some perspective on exactly where that is, it is over in Central Florida, about 10 miles from Walt Disney World. We're going to check in with our team out there, Fox 35 Orlando here, as they start their newscast in just a couple minutes. As I mentioned, we will go live to them. I do want to pull up the video, though, that shows earlier on this morning. That is just how massive the smoke was. You're seeing plumes of smoke. This video from just about 2 hours ago. So firefighters here working to protect a nursery in Kissimmee, again about 10 miles from Walt Disney World, after that massive fire broke out. So according to Osceola fire officials, the call came in around 2 a.m. about the fire burning behind Nursery Supplies, Inc. That is over at 2050 Avenue, if you are familiar with the Kissimmee area. Now, officials said about 2 acres of plastic planters were on fire and then spread. Again, this video is from just about 2 hours ago. So the nursery itself, not on fire, but it was evacuated due to workers that were inside. We are waiting on our Fox 35 Orlando team as they do start their coverage any minute now. We will take you live to their broadcast, and also Randy Hildreth with our Fox 35 Orlando team will join us live coming up in just about 15 minutes. Again, this is just showing you some of the smoke that we were seeing as a result of that fire burning about 5 acres so far, is our understanding. Let's actually head over to our Fox 35 Orlando team as they do start their coverage.
Fire right behind Nursery Supplies Incorporated. Fox 35 was first on the air with this breaking news this morning. There are no reports of injuries, thankfully.
So we should let you know that this video from a Fox 35 viewer named Daniel Kubota. Daniel, thank you so much for sending in this video, because you can see the flames as they shoot up overnight. This was taken 3 hours after crews were called out to that fire.
If you're a resident that's living close to here, especially anyone with any breathing issues, I would stay inside and just stay out of the smoke plume.
There's a lot of plastic that's burning, so that could make the air really hard to breathe. Here's another vantage point for you. It is a live look from Skyfox earlier this morning when it was still dark. And here's the latest information we have from officials. They tell us 5 acres of plastic planters are burning. The nursery itself not on fire. The call came in at 2 a.m. Workers at the nursery were evacuated.
Osceola fire crews tell us the fire happening along Ponciana Boulevard, just south of Highway 17, a little north of Ponciana High School. Fox 35 is monitoring any developments for you with how this could affect traffic. Of course, air quality a concern as well, so we'll stay on top of all of the very latest developments.
Well, Fox 35's Good Day Orlando broke the story at 5 a.m. Thanks for being here. I'm Amy Kaufeld.
Hi, everybody. Good morning to you. I'm Daniel Knox, and so we do have live team coverage of this fire for you. Fox 35's Randy Hildreth and Amanda McKenzie both live on the scene this morning. We do want to begin this morning with Fox 35's Randy Hildreth with the very latest. Randy, what can you tell us?
Hey, good morning to you. Well, just to put it in perspective, fire crews have been working this since that call came in at 2 o'clock this morning. We are seeing the gas truck come and fill up the fire truck so that they can continue to work this fire. And then also an update from the Water Authority. I saw an official on the scene. He was saying that they had to increase the water pressure for firefighters to be able to knock down this fire because it has been a challenge for fire crews, considering the contents of what they have been working to put out, those plastic containers. And it appears to be helpful because as we look at this smoke plume, it's not quite as dark and black as it was when we first arrived at the scene, and the width of this smoke plume not quite as wide. This morning we did hear from the deputy chief who's talked about this process, and if you look to my left, you will see another of those gas trucks going to provide gas for some of the fire trucks that are closer to the scene. So this has been an ongoing process. I do want to let you listen to a little bit of what the deputy chief had to say this morning about this process.
Right now it's rising up due to the heat, and we're not getting any readings that would concern us. But we do have the remote equipment out there, and once that smoke settles down, if we have anything that would concern us, that equipment would pick it up, and then we would alert the residents.
Now, right now, there are not evacuation orders in place for the community. As he mentioned, they have crews on the scene. Orange and Osceola County hazmat monitoring the situation and monitoring the air quality. But he says this morning, he said, if things change, he will, of course, let the community know. But at this point, he says, only if you have breathing issues, then you may want to stay at home. At this point, we don't know what caused the fire so very early, but we know at least 75 firefighters have been back there this morning working to get a handle on this. I'll go ahead and send it back to you live this morning. Randy Hildreth, Fox 35 News.
Good information, Randy. Thank you. Fox 35's Amanda McKenzie continues our team coverage right now. And Amanda, we know that workers had to be evacuated who were inside, although we know that fire was happening outside.
That's right. So we're actually situated on that street, which is the main entrance to the Nursery Supplies Incorporated. And this is where some of those workers had to be evacuated because they were in the area around 2 o'clock when that call came in. And this fire has been going on 6 hours now with, as Randy mentioned, about 75 fire officials from Orange and Osceola County battling this blaze. And you can see behind me through the trees at times those flames. Yes, you can see them right now going up about almost 1 to 2 stories high in the air, and you can see those hoses just pouring water down on to the flames in this area. This is a massive fire that has since been reduced in size, but it is still a very serious fire, and it is something they don't want it to get out of control. You see all that water going onto those flames. They tell us about 4,500 gallons of water per minute is going to try to stop this fire from spreading, in addition to some foam. Now, when we got to the scene a few hours ago, I could see a much larger plume of smoke that was very black going into the sky, and I heard a loud bang shortly after we got here to the scene, and we asked the deputy chief about what that could be. Take a listen.
There were some propane tanks. It's a large yard where there are forklifts, and we have secured many of those tanks, but I believe it was one of those tanks that you heard.
So definitely a very risky situation for all involved. And fortunately, there are no injuries to report from either the workers or residents or firefighters on the scene. So everyone is keeping the top of mind to be safe while this is happening. I did speak to the human resources professional for the Nursery Supplies Incorporated just a little while ago, and she just reiterated that she is so happy that nobody was injured and that they are working on a statement to release to the media this morning. As of right now, though, they do not have a specific cause for this fire. Reporting live in Kissimmee, Amanda McKenzie, Fox 35 News.
Amanda, thank you. Good day, Orlando. Of course, staying on top of this breaking news this morning, we're going to bring you updates every few minutes. You can also follow any developments with the Fox 35 News app. It is 8:06. Let's talk to...
All right, so that right there was our Fox 35 Orlando team as they are covering that massive fire around the clock. Again, this is over in Kissimmee, so we're talking Osceola County, Florida. That is in the central part of the state, about 10 miles from Walt Disney World, so fairly close there to a landmark that so many people know in that area. It is now 8:06 on the East Coast and 5:06 on the West Coast. I do want to head to our first commercial break of the hour, and we'll be right back with more of our coverage of your top stories from across the country and the world. You are watching Live Now from Fox. Again, taking a live look here at that fire as crews do continue to try to put it out. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I want to take you back out to this breaking news that we have been following. This is a live image that is coming in from our Fox 35 Orlando team. As you can see, just heavy smoke that is pouring from this fire here. It's over in Osceola County, Florida. That is in the central part of the state, about 10 minutes away from Walt Disney World. We're going to be joined by Randy Hildreth with our Fox 35 Orlando team in just a few minutes to help break down the latest and, you know, what we do know so far and what we are still waiting to find out, including, of course, the cause of that fire. Again, we will bring you the latest as we do get it. Another big story that we have been following is this train derailment that happened in Ohio, East Palestine. Our Fox 5 New York's Lizette Nunez brings us the latest out of Ohio.
Tell us the truth. I'm not stupid. None of us are. Don't play us.
Those who live in East Palestine, Ohio, say they don't trust that it's safe to come home and that health risks are over. It's been almost 2 weeks since their town was impacted by a Norfolk Southern train derailment of 50 train cars. On board were toxic and potentially carcinogenic chemicals that spilled or were burned off.
Oh, absolutely. I will not live in this town. I will be moving.
Today, EPA Administrator Michael Regan will be in East Palestine to meet with residents and visit the site of the derailment. The EPA has been removing contaminated debris, soil, and water and testing the area.
The data shows that there are no elevated levels, and we're relying heavily on that data, and we want the community to know and have access to that data.
Residents have been told it's safe to return home, but are being urged not to drink the water just yet. Norfolk Southern is providing bottled water as drinking water continues to be sampled. There are reports of health issues like respiratory problems possibly connected to the contamination. Dr. Stephanie Sear is a professor of environmental and energy programs. She says ingesting or being exposed to some of the chemicals that were identified could pose a health risk.
Anytime you have chlorines, they're very, reactive, right? So they could definitely cause respiratory irritation. And that's where people, getting follow-up healthcare, monitoring their own health, I think would be warranted.
And that was our very own Fox 5 New York's Lizette Nunez breaking down the latest information there about that train derailment and the concern of toxic chemicals being leaked into the air. As we get more details on that, we will bring those to you right here on Live Now from Fox. In other news today, we do know that House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is set to go over to the southern border to take a look over there. We have seen several lawmakers that have traveled to that part of the country here. Let's head over to Fox's Doug Luzader as he does provide more details about that trip by House Speaker Kevin McCarthy.
Well, this is an issue that touches communities around the country because the concerns at the border go well beyond just the sheer numbers of illegal immigrants. We have seen the chases, the arrests, and the seizures. Now a group of Republican lawmakers is at the border, seeing all of this firsthand, led by new Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy.
It is the deadliest drug threat our country has ever faced.
Back in Washington, the head of the DEA did not mince words at a Senate hearing on deadly fentanyl trafficking. And there was bipartisan outrage, with blame directed at both Mexican cartels and China.
We should take it as a bipartisan challenge.
I doubt Xi Jinping cares about his chemical and pharmaceutical industries supplying the Mexican cartels that are flooding the United States with fentanyl. But let's be clear. His government's negligence is helping unleash a deadly wave of fentanyl-related deaths.
And that wave is hitting communities across the country.
The opioid crisis is not a red state problem or a blue state problem. This is America's problem.
And demonstrating the extent of the challenge, the chief of U.S. Border Patrol tweeted out a photo of 93 pounds of fentanyl that were seized from an illegal immigrant, writing, so far in fiscal year 2023, we have seized over 476 pounds of fentanyl between the ports of entry along our southwest border. That's enough to kill 100 million people. And that's just the amount seized. We have no idea exactly how much has gotten through as Mexican cartels continue to see the porous southern border as a prime opportunity. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, thank you so much, Doug. We will keep an eye on that trip and bring you updates as we do get them. You're taking a live look here at the White House. Well, now you're looking at a slate for Fox News. So we do have these new threats from China in the wake of this downing of that suspected Chinese spy balloon here. Jackie Heinrich with Fox News is following all of this as President Biden has yet to really speak about the issue. However, there are several reports that he could speak at some point today or tomorrow. That shot of the White House popping back up once again here. Let's head over to Jackie Heinrich's story where she breaks down the latest information.
My economic plan is working. It's reduced the deficit. It's fiscally responsible. We got more work to do, but we're making a lot of progress.
President Biden defending his economic plan, addressing a union crowd in Maryland, letting other officials tackle communications on the Chinese spy balloon and 3 other objects shot down since Friday.
What we can say is that our intelligence community has, at this point, a leading explanation that they are looking at that in fact these objects are benign.
Amid reports, the U.S. is considering the possibility China didn't intend to penetrate the American heartland with its surveillance equipment, with wind in part possibly driving the balloon along an errant path. U.S. officials are sharing a fuller picture, confirming to Fox it's unclear whether the Chinese intentionally sent the balloon into Alaska, then Canada, then into the continental U.S., with wind possibly playing a factor. But also pointing out the balloon did fly toward Guam, which is U.S. territory, and later in Montana, it loitered over several sensitive sites, with the Chinese still able to maneuver it.
I never believe anything's inadvertent when it comes to the Communist Party of China.
Fox is told the U.S. has tracked China's balloon program for a long time, but the balloons don't always come to the U.S., and in the past have traversed 40 countries across 5 continents. When this balloon left Hainan Island province January 21st, its path was not certain. As it approached Guam, the military did not consider it a threat and opted to collect intelligence against it rather than shoot it down. The president was only informed on January 31st as it approached Alaska and ordered it shot down when safe. At other points along its path, the U.S. would not have had the authority to take it out because it was over international waters. U.S. officials say they did not see the balloon for its entire journey across the Pacific. Despite Biden staying quiet, Vice President Harris is weighing in, telling Politico that she does not think the downing of that Chinese spy balloon should have a major impact on diplomatic relations between the U.S. and China, adding that she told President Xi on the sidelines of a November summit, the U.S. seeks competition, not conflict, and everything that's transpired in the past week and a half is consistent with that approach. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
All right, Jackie, thank you so much for that report here. I do want to get back to this breaking news that we have been following throughout the morning. You are taking a look at video from this morning as that massive fire burns in Osceola County, Florida. That is in the central part of the state. I would say about 10 miles or so from Walt Disney World, a landmark that just about everyone in the country is familiar with. Randy Hildreth with our Fox 35 Orlando team joins us live now with the latest information here. Randy, thanks so much for being here.
Hey, good morning to you. Still very busy and active here as crews work to contain this fire. We've been here since 5 o'clock this morning and have just watched this unfold. As we look at this plume of smoke, it's still very massive, but I can tell you that it's not as dark as it was even an hour and a half to 2 hours ago. So there are signs that this fire is under control. But when we spoke to the deputy chief this morning, he said that it has been quite the task for firefighters. There are at least 75 firefighters from multiple agencies back there working this fire, and it's behind nursery supplies. And so what they are dealing with are thousands of plastic planters. So think about those pots that plants go in. Thousands of plastic planters also wrapped in plastic that caught fire. Now, we're still not sure what caused that fire, but they have been working this since that call came in at 2 o'clock this morning. Another reporter in a different area, but still on the scene, and our photographer says both heard bangs this morning, and the deputy chief confirmed that there are also propane tanks back there. So multiple layers to the situation that they are working. The deputy chief says that they anticipate working this fire for several more hours. At this point, there have not been any evacuation orders in place. The people who were working in the supply building obviously were asked to leave as a safety precaution, but community evacuations, there have not been any. But the deputy chief said that could change. We do know that multiple agencies, Orange County and Osceola County, hazmat teams are in the area and monitoring the air quality, because obviously you have a lot of smoke and then you have plastic burning. So there were concerns about the air quality for the community. But again, no evacuations in place. We reached out to the school district because there's a local high school nearby, and the school is set to run as scheduled. And no injuries reported this morning, but I can tell you within the last 5 to 10 minutes or so, we did see an ambulance go down and head towards where fire crews are stationed in that area. So we will plan to check in with the deputy chief to see if anything has changed this morning, but still a work in progress in getting this under control. I'll go ahead and send it back to you, Randy Hildreth, Fox 35 News.
And Randy, before I let you go here, have investigators given any sort of indication as to when they will hold another news conference of any kind?
I did check in with the deputy chief. This is kind of an ongoing situation. I asked if he would be nearby. He did say that he was going to their staging area to monitor, and as more updates come out, for example, if they end up having to evacuate the community, then we would get an update. But right now, that focus is just on containing this fire.
All right, Randy Hildreth with our Fox 35 Orlando team, keeping on top of that story. We'll check in with you a little bit later on in the morning. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, it is 8:20 over on the East Coast and 5:20 on the West Coast. A lot going on this Thursday morning. It is February 16th. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and the world. Let's head to a quick commercial break, and we'll get right back into those headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 8:23 over on the East Coast and 5:23 on the West Coast. Wherever you're joining us from, thank you so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Coming up in about an hour and a half at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we do expect a news briefing with law enforcement there at Michigan State University to provide the latest information about that shooting from Monday night. We do know that several of the students who were shot have now been released from the hospital. 3 students killed and 5 were initially listed in critical condition. Jonathan Hunt with Fox News brings us the latest.
Enough is enough. That was the message from dozens of students protesting gun violence outside the Michigan State Capitol, days after 3 students were killed and 5 others wounded in an attack on the Michigan State University campus.
We, the children of the United States of America, are dying every day. How many will die before it is enough?
Michigan State students Ariel Anderson, Brian Fraser, and Alexandria Werner were killed when police say 43-year-old Anthony McCrae opened fire inside 2 campus buildings. McCrae then fled, leading police on an hours-long manhunt. When he was finally confronted, he turned the gun on himself. Authorities have now revealed he was armed with 2 guns and had several magazines of bullets in his backpack. McCrae has a criminal history. He served 18-month probation over a weapons charge in 2019. Neighbors said they found some of his behavior disturbing.
The neighbors called the cops on him. It was like over the summer because he was shooting firearms out of the back door of the house.
On Wednesday, some students returned to the scene of the shooting to retrieve belongings left behind in the chaos.
I just knew to get out of the building.
McRae has no known connection to the university, and investigators are now working to determine a motive behind this latest mass shooting. In Los Angeles, Jonathan Hunt, Fox News.
And we will be joined a bit later on in the morning, about an hour from now, by Robin Murdoch with our Fox 2 Detroit team as she brings us more about the victims who passed away, those 3 right there on your screen, as well as the other 5 who were hospitalized. Again, we do know that several of them have now been released from the hospital. She'll bring us the latest information from East Lansing, Michigan. So there were several vigils that were held over a 24-hour period, and one of those was late last night, heavily attended as folks there did pray for those victims. Our Fox 2 Detroit team was there.
An emotional sea of green and white in front of MSU's auditorium steps. A vigil on the very same sacred Spartan ground where 3 young lives were cut short by tragedy Monday. The governor leading her alma mater through one of the hardest moments it's ever known.
We mourn Ariel and Al, as she was known to her loved ones, and Brian, who were taken from us far too soon. We think about their families, recalling their last visit home. We hurt for their friends who are remembering their last conversation or maybe rereading text messages. And we are hoping for those who are fighting for their lives in the hospital.
Arguably the face of Michigan State for decades, men's basketball head coach Tom Izzo saying what so many feel in his 40th year here, thinking of the parents of the victims as a father of 2 Spartans himself.
I can't begin to imagine what all of you are going through. But I do know that we, as a campus community, can offer our support both to you and to each other. Look around. Look next to you. Shake somebody's hand. Introduce yourself to someone you don't know. That's what we are. And that's what we need to be at this time.
In the shadow of the auditorium, the iconic rock bearing the names of those lost, a safe space where many embrace. Every story so personal.
I'm feeling immense amounts of guilt for surviving. I live across the street from where the shooting was in the Union. My roommate was in the Union when it happened. No one should have to feel the fear that I felt when I texted her and checked her location.
MSU faculty also still processing. Associate Professor of Music Education Mitch Robinson has a son who was in the Union when the shooting happened, and one of his students was shot at Berkey Hall.
Went through 3 hours of surgery Monday night in critical condition, but we're hearing that he's stable and showing, slow but steady signs of improvement. Had the tubes taken out of his chest and is breathing on his own and starting to talk to people. And so, we're just hopeful that he's going to make a full recovery.
Meantime, the professor says if campus does reopen on Monday, faculty will be welcoming students with open arms as they all work to heal together in a very different environment here at Michigan State. In East Lansing, Dave Kinchin, Fox 2 News.
Thank you so much to our Fox 2 Detroit team as they do cover this story from each and every angle. East Lansing, Michigan, about an hour away from downtown Detroit. You are taking a look at just some of the video from the scene that night as we are learning more about the killer and the armory that he had the night of that deadly attack. There's also questions about why he was given a light sentence for a previous weapons arrest. Fox 2's Randy Wembley has that story for us.
Is the MSU mass killing the one tragic event that unlocks the legislative door to more gun safety laws that supporters claim will keep students safer from gun violence? Part of the answer to that question may rest in this press release from the new House Republican leader Matt Hall. In it, he outlines what the Republicans last year supported, including setting up a school safety commission, hiring more school safety personnel, and expanding an emergency tip line. Note that none, None of the governor's proposals for gun safety are in this report.
Let's enact universal background checks for people who want to buy firearms. Let's enact safe storage laws so we can make sure firearms are stored safely at home. And let's enact extreme risk protection orders so we can keep guns out of the hands of those who might represent a danger to themselves or others.
This is a Republican lawmaker who co-chaired that school safety panel last year, and he reports at that time no gun control laws were in the report because the votes in the legislature were not there.
Some people will say we don't get hard things done, but if there isn't support across the legislature, it's not going to get done.
But there's a new legislature controlled by Democrats, and this pro-gun safety senator hopes to get it done with some Republicans.
We have had offers of support from folks on that side of the aisle, and really I think that that's our intent, is to try to get something that everybody can support.
Outside the legislature, among citizens, a Detroit Chamber survey shows 90% favor more extensive background checks before someone buys a weapon, including 93% of gun owners. 74% favor red flag laws, and 63% favor a safe gun storage law. However, the National Rifle Association opposes all of those proposals and vows to fight the governor and the Democrats to block them. Democrats, meanwhile, were going to advance their gun safety agenda in April. But in the wake of what happened 8 miles from the state capitol on Monday night, they're speeding up the introduction of those bills. In Lansing, Tim Skubic, Fox 2 News.
All right, thank you so much to our Fox 5 Detroit team for that story there. 8:32 over on the East Coast and 5:32 on the West Coast. By the way, that is Fox 2 Detroit. We're going to have much more coverage of all of your top stories coming up here in just a few. But also, I do want to remind you, as you see on your screen there, coming up in about 90 minutes at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we do expect to have this news briefing on that shooting at Michigan State University that happened Monday night. We do know that 3 students were killed, 5 others critically wounded. We will get an update there from Michigan State Police on everything that they know so far and possibly some insight into a potential motive here. We'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered as it does come in here. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break and we will be right back. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time is 8:35 over on the East Coast, and it is 5:35 on the West Coast. We do have coverage of all of your top stories, and as I've mentioned, a lot going on today. Take a look at your screen here, portions of the findings of a special Fulton County grand jury investigating whether then President Trump and his allies illegally tried to overturn his defeat in Georgia's presidential 2020 election will be released at some point today. For nearly 8 months, the grand jury has considered evidence and heard testimony from dozens of witnesses, including high-profile Trump associates and top state officials. I do want to bring in an expert to talk a little bit more about this here, Clark Cunningham with Georgia State University. And first off, before we do anything, I want to get your full title, so go ahead here.
Oh, I'm the W. Lee Birch Chair in Law and Ethics at the Georgia State University College of Law.
Okay, wanted to make sure we get that in here. So obviously at some point today, we know this report is going to be released, possibly sooner rather than later. What exactly could we learn from this? Because it sounds like we won't necessarily find out if there was any sort of criminal activity or if anyone really is going to be charged.
Well, we already have strong indications from rulings by Judge McBurney, who we just saw on the screen a moment ago, that the report does contain a list of names of people that the special grand jury thinks should be considered for indictment for criminal charges in relation to the conduct. Judge McBurney said that he is not going to release any part of the report that actually names names. But the report may give us some indication about what kind of criminal conduct the special grand jury thinks was taking place. And that in itself will be very, very significant.
And so what kind of possible charges are we looking at here? We know, of course, there's questions about, what those charges are even going to be, what kind of penalty they face. We probably won't learn any kind of names today, but what kind of charges specifically are we looking at here?
Well, the type of charge could give us a pretty good clue about who the possible defendant or defendants might be. So one real possibility is a crime under Georgia law called criminal solicitation of election fraud. And if that is, if that's mentioned in the report, either in the introduction or the conclusion, that's going to point almost clearly to people at the top level of the Trump organization, of the Trump campaign, Stop the Steal campaign, quite possibly the former president himself. So his infamous phone call to Secretary of State Raffensperger, the most likely criminal charge arising out of that phone call would be criminal solicitation of election fraud on the theory that he was asking Secretary of State to, as he said, say that you've recalculated. If that fraud, he was soliciting fraud, that may very well be pointing to the so-called fake electors, the people who met on December 14th and filled out certificates claiming that they were the true members of the Electoral College from Georgia and that they were voting for Trump. Those certificates are generally considered to be false and fraudulent, and so the filling out and certification of those, and then the submission of those to Congress and to the National Archives, that's a direct act of election fraud. And so if that's alleged, it's probably pointing to those people. That's at least our speculation.
And I guess the question then, is it possible based on the charges that we'll be able to see if Trump is expected to face charges?
Exactly. I mean, there's no certainty, of course. We're just speculating. But as I say, if there are a number of allegations of solicitation of election fraud or conspiracy for election fraud, those would be ways to tie in the former president and his circle, Mark Meadows, Giuliani, Eastman, and those people. So I think the other thing is that, of course, it's intriguing to try to play a guessing game about who might actually be charged. But if we just get the conclusion that criminal conduct occurred in relation to the activities of the Trump campaign, that's very, very, very significant. That'll be the first finding of that sort. And whatever the grand jury was looking at, that conduct was either conduct by Donald Trump himself personally, like the phone call to Raffensperger, or it was taken on his behalf. So if the special grand jury has concluded there was criminal conduct, that criminal conduct was taken on behalf of the former president without a doubt.
And I know that they are going to release my understanding is introduction, conclusion, but the part that caught me the most is where they say they're going to release the part where some of the members, I guess, of the grand jury do believe that some of the witnesses actually lied to them. So that's an interesting bit of information that we are going to get.
Yeah, it's more than interesting. It's a really important new development, and it's gotten a lot of attention. What the judge said in his order is that section indicates that the grand jury has concerns that some witnesses may have lied. So it's not it doesn't apparently directly say that perjury took place, but indicates at least it should be investigated further. And that really expands the range of potential defendants, because you could have people who appeared in front of the grand jury and lied and therefore committed a felony and could be prosecuted, even if they themselves did not directly engage in criminal conduct, but were engaged in the crime of cover-up by perjury. Expands the range of defendants, and people who might be charged with perjury might be inclined to cooperate with the district attorney, and that might move the prosecution forward.
Due to the high-profile nature of a case like this, is it surprising, just in your expertise and your study in this field, of course, that something like this would be released?
Well, very similar reports have been released in the past in Georgia. There's an example of a special grand jury that was investigating misconduct in the adjacent county next to Fulton County, DeKalb County, and that report specifically named the county executives, recommended that he be indicted for perjury before the special grand jury, listed a number of other officials and things that they should be charged for, and that was published. So there's clearly precedent for that.
So at this point, it's pretty much just a waiting game, because we know that it will be released at some point today. No information has necessarily been released about when that is going to take place. So I guess, just in your expertise here, it's essentially a waiting game to see when it does happen.
Yeah, I think there's going to be there probably already is a crowd around the steps of the Fulton County Courthouse. So this is a pretty intense day for all of us, really for all Americans. I would say all Americans should be very interested in what's going on here, because what you have here is a cross section of America, American citizens, 23 of them drawn by random out of a pool of 800,000 people, sat for 9 months, I think, trying to do a diligent, fair-minded inquiry, and their conclusions, I think, are entitled to a great deal of weight by us as American citizens, quite apart from any subsequent possible prosecutions. These are not elected politicians. These are citizens like you and me, who I think we're just trying to do a good job with an open mind.
So based on what the report does say itself, does that necessarily mean that these charges do have to happen, or is this more of a recommendation?
Oh, it's clearly a recommendation. There would be 2 additional steps that would have to be taken before a criminal case got started. First, the district attorney for Fulton County would have to make a decision that she wanted to go to a regular grand jury, they're sitting right now, and ask them to indict somebody. And then it's up to that grand jury whether to do so. So we have 2 steps involved. The district attorney would have to decide that an indictment was appropriate and what should be in that indictment. And then a different grand jury, a regular grand jury, would have to agree or disagree with that and then issue the indictment. And then if the indictment is issued, somebody's probably appearing in a courtroom in handcuffs fairly soon thereafter.
Yeah, I guess we're just kind of waiting to see what happens here. So Clark Cunningham, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. We're going to check back in with you once that report is released.
I'm available to you to discuss the report when it does come out.
All right. Thank you so much. Anything else that you want to add before I let you go?
No, I'm very glad that you're covering this.
Of course. All right. Have a good rest of your day. Time now is 8:44 over on the East Coast and 5:44 on the West Coast. I actually do want to take you back out to some breaking news that we have been following here. This is coming from Central Florida, and we do know, of course, that this fire is still burning over in Osceola County, Florida. That is in the central part of the state. I would say about 10 miles from Walt Disney World, a landmark that so many people there are familiar with. I do want to go over just some of the basics here of what we do know, as there is still a lot to learn, including the cause of this fire. Right now, crews are actually working to protect a nursery that is there in the Kissimmee area after this fire broke out around 2 o'clock this morning behind Nursery Supplies. That is over at 2050 Avenue A, if you are familiar with that area. Officials do say that about 2 acres of plastic planters were on fire. Now, that is about 5 acres. As we get more information, we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we'll get back into the headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to get back into some of the headlines that we are following at this hour, 8:48 on the East Coast, and it is 5:48 on the West Coast. We brought this to you as breaking news just yesterday as all of this was going on here. The man who did eventually plead guilty to shooting and killing 10 people at a Buffalo grocery store was sentenced to life in prison just yesterday without the possibility of parole. We know today he will appear in federal court, so we'll have much more coverage of that. But Alexis McAdams with Fox News breaks down everything that happened in the courtroom yesterday, including a possible family member who did lunge at the shooter just yesterday.
You will never see the light of day as a free man ever again.
The teenage gunman who shot and killed 10 people inside of a grocery store in Buffalo, New York, sentenced to life in prison without parole. Peyton Gendron shot and killed 10 black people inside of this Buffalo supermarket back in May. Investigators say the 19-year-old planned that attack for weeks, targeting those victims because of their skin color. Their families speaking directly to that gunman as he sat crying in court.
I hope you are haunted every day and every night. I hope nightmares invade your sleep and conviction be your constant companion.
I watched you kill my mom. I watched you shoot her once, reload, and shoot her again.
Emotions boiling over as one of the victim's sisters threatened to choke Gendron out. Then a man charged at the suspect.
You don't know a damn thing about black people. We're human. We like our kids to go to good schools. We love our kids. We never go in those neighborhoods and take people out. Don't do it.
Now, 9 months after that attack, Gendron apologizing to those families.
I did a terrible thing that day. I shot and killed people because they were black. Looking back now, I can't believe I actually did it. I believed what I read online and acted out of hate. And now I can't take it back, but I wish I could.
It's possible Gendron could face the death penalty. In New York, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
Thank you so much, Alexis. Also coming up here in a little more than an hour, we are expecting a news conference over in Michigan. This is with Michigan State University Police. They're going to provide an update here after 3 students were shot and killed, 5 others critically wounded by a gunman who then took his own life. This happening Monday night, so we will bring that to you as it does happen. Now, 2 deadly school shootings happened in the last year and a half in Michigan. One of them at Oxford High School, and now the latest tragedy over at Michigan State. Fox 2 Detroit's Hillary Galston shows us some students actually lived through both of those tragedies.
Devastation right from the beginning. Your heart just drops. The entire thing takes you back to day one, and so you relive a lot of it over again.
Once again in our state, we're having to grapple with a school shooting, claiming young lives and leaving others changed.
To see the parents in Oxford who were just trying to reach their kids and, that were here, that was devastating to watch.
November 30th, 2021, Andrea Jones' son was at Oxford High as a shooter opened fire, killing 4 and injuring others. Since then, Andrea has been fighting to prevent this kind of death, destruction, and trauma, working to reform gun laws, especially safe storage laws. Likewise, asking lawmakers to take a look at qualified immunity. She also thinks the AG should investigate every school shooting if there is significant injury or death. And in the wake of the mass shooting at MSU, wants something done now.
We need help. We need everyone to be writing their legislators, to be attending rallies, to be, stepping up and doing something, anything.
As our elected government officials disregard our voices as we keep dying.
Jones went to Lansing for a rally Wednesday afternoon, her fervor and determination never waning.
Enough is enough. We need to do something.
Hillary Galston, Fox 2 News.
All right, thank you so much for that report here. Take a look at this video. We saw this live on the air just yesterday during a congressional hearing as you see 2 planes that just barely miss each other, a near miss. I'm going to keep that on your screen here as we do. It actually looks like it says reenactment, which I think is interesting because they did play that and say that it was the actual video. So the acting head of the FAA was in the hot seat on Capitol Hill yesterday, with senators grilling him over recent near-miss disasters at airports and the computer glitch that led to last month's stoppage of air traffic. Fox's Madeline Rivera reports on what went down at the hearing from Washington.
Southwest Hillsbury, confirm on the road.
This reenactment video shows 2 planes narrowly avoiding disaster at Austin International Airport earlier this month. A Southwest flight and a FedEx cargo plane were cleared to use the same runway and came roughly 100 feet of each other before the FedEx pilot aborted their landing.
We've seen several very concerning near misses that were almost mass fatality crashes.
The incident is just one of several close calls that the Senate Commerce Committee aimed to address Wednesday. In the hot seat, the acting head of the Federal Aviation Administration, Billy Nolan, who defended the safety of U.S. air travel.
We've gone 14 years, without a fatal accident. That's nearly 230 million flights.
But the FAA is under growing scrutiny after a technology system that provides safety alerts for pilots failed last month. All departing flights across the country were grounded for the first time since 9/11. Nolan says the Notice to Air Missions, or NOTAM system, went down when contractors updating it accidentally deleted files. And updates to the system will likely not be completed until fiscal year 2025.
Could I sit here today and tell you there will never be another issue on the NOTAM system? No, sir, I cannot.
Lawmakers are criticizing the timeline.
We need to accelerate building a national airspace system for the 21st century.
Congress has fully funded NOTAM modernization for more than 10 years. There must be accountability when an agency is not using taxpayer funds efficiently.
Lawmakers say the challenges underscore the need for stable leadership at the FAA. But the president's pick to lead the agency is facing questions over his aviation experience. In Washington, Malta Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thank you so much for that report. We do continue to cover political news from each and every angle here, especially considering we're not too far away from the 2024 presidential election. So as we brought you as breaking news the other day, Nikki Haley becomes the second Republican to throw her hat in the ring for the 2024 Republican presidential nomination. The former governor and ambassador says she wants to represent a new generation, but will the former leader of her party embrace that challenge? Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard in Washington with the details.
For a proud America, I am running for President of the United States of America.
Nikki Haley is running.
May the best woman win.
In a packed Charleston event, the former governor of South Carolina and ambassador to the United Nations is officially joining her former boss, President Trump, in the Republican primary for the presidential nomination.
We're ready to move past the stale ideas and faded names of the past. And we are more than ready for a new generation to lead us into the future.
Former President Trump welcomed her to the race, saying in a statement, quote, "I'm glad she's running. I want her to follow her heart, even though she made a commitment that she would never run against who she called the greatest president of her lifetime." Haley is the first, but likely not the last, to join the race against former President Trump.
Are you ready, everyone? I'll keep you posted.
The contest will heat up, I think, in the coming weeks and months. We'll have debates, and, I think it's going to be an exciting primary season for the Republican Party.
Haley's speech also gives us a glimpse of the rhetoric candidates will likely use against former President Trump and against President Biden if he runs.
America is not past our prime. It's just that our politicians are past theirs.
Haley is headed to New Hampshire and then Iowa, which still currently vote first in the Republican primary. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Thank you, Lauren. We are actually going to have an expert join us here in just a few minutes to help break down some more about the new threats from China. Take a look at your screen. You've probably seen that video time and time again at this point. That is the Chinese spy balloon that was shot down by U.S. fighter jets off the coast of South Carolina. Now, at this point, almost 2 weeks ago. We do want to bring you the latest here, though, after China is now making some new threats against the U.S. Our Fox News team following this from every angle here. There's still no word from the White House on exactly what types of unidentified flying objects were actually shot down over parts of North America since last Friday. The Biden administration saying they're weighing a potential speech, but nothing is on the calendar just yet here. Fox News correspondent Jillian Turner has more from the White House.
China's threatening the U.S. agencies responsible for downing and recovering a suspected Chinese spy balloon off the Carolina coast earlier this month.
The United States has insisted on the use of force, overreacted and escalated the situation, and used it as a pretext to illegally sanction Chinese enterprises and institutions. China firmly opposes this and will take countermeasures in accordance with the law.
China's foreign ministry spokesperson made the vague threat Wednesday without giving details about the countermeasures or identifying who precisely they want to retaliate against. With tensions already high between the two countries, American officials have now sanctioned 6 Chinese entities linked to Beijing's aerospace programs, this following the February 4th incident. The communist country says the U.S. is overreacting, claiming the balloon was an unmanned weather airship accidentally blown off course.
They made the choice to fly this balloon over the continental United States. It was a deliberate choice on their part. There are any major consequences for that.
Right now, some of the payload from the balloon is being examined by teams at the FBI lab in Quantico, Virginia.
It's clear our defense and intelligence agencies remain laser focused on gathering every piece of information about what happened over U.S. and Canadian airspace.
This comes as the White House remains silent on exactly what types of unidentified flying objects were shot down over Alaska, Canada, and Lake Huron since Friday. Administration officials say there is no evidence they were part of China's spy program. Pentagon and White House officials tell Fox News they have been aware of the Chinese espionage balloon program for months. They also say they briefed Congress about it back in August. At the White House, Jillian Turner, Fox News.
All right, Jillian, thank you so much for that report. A lot of interesting information that at this point is still left to figure out. So China did say on Wednesday that it will take measures against U.S. entities related to the downing of that suspected Chinese spy balloon off the American East Coast. At a daily briefing, the Foreign Ministry spokesperson gave no details and did not identify the targets of that measures. Again, so many questions here. Mark Chandler, Intelligence and Security Studies professor at Coastal Carolina University, is also a retired senior defense intelligence official, and he does join us live now to talk a little bit more about this. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us.
You're welcome, and good morning, Josh.
Good morning. So first off, the relationship between the U.S. and China. I have so many questions here after all of this has gone on. But what exactly do we think China means when they do say that they're going to take these measures against the U.S.?
Well, I think, and in often misunderstood terms, China does what it says it's going to do. And we don't appreciate the subtleties of that in the United States. And so what I think China is trying to do right now is continue to save face. They're embarrassed that they were caught and that they were caught and publicly outed in such a way. And so they're going to continue this, if I will, a denial campaign. And then they're focused on deflection. And now they're going to enter into a counter phase. So deny, deflect, and counter. Their deny is that this was an intelligence platform. Obviously, we know that's not true. And deflection, you saw in the stories they had the other day about United States flying similar type collection capabilities over China, which has not been proven in the least. And now we're entering the counter phase. And I think what you're going to see now can run across a gamut of what we call the elements of national power. If you will, that's information, and China is excellent in the information warfare sphere. Diplomatic, we're entering that. Economic, and then military. They have options along that entire range of activities.
And you said it best. They may not, they essentially are going to be vague, so we're going to be left with so many questions here. Do you think this is actually posing a problem with U.S. and China relations at this point? Because this is such a huge story, whether you're in the U.S., in China, this is something that so many people are talking about. Is this going to pose a problem for the relationship here between the U.S. and China?
Well, Josh, that's an excellent question. And I think it will pose a problem if the United States allows it to pose a problem. You know, we have a national security strategy that came out in October of last year. And it talks about China being the pacing threat and the things we're going to do to counter Chinese capabilities and Chinese efforts. However, at the same time, it still advocates a one China policy. So exactly what is our approach? And are we going to be proactive or reactive? So it poses a threat to us, a concern to us, if we're not proactive. And I think we need to be ready for what China may do, subtle and not so subtle, across all of these different elements of national power.
President Biden has been kind of pressed on whether he is going to make a speech specifically about this. Do we think, just based on your experience, that he is actually going to give a full speech about all of these objects that have been shot down?
Josh, I hope he does. It is time for something like this. With the questions of the everyday American citizen, we need to understand what our national security apparatus, led by the president, is doing about it. Assuage our concerns. At least come out there and say, we have this, and here is our plan forward. We don't have to release classified details, but we do have to come up with some sort of process to the American people saying, you know, we've got you covered, don't worry.
Have we ever seen anything like this before? You don't hear about objects just being shot out of the sky by the U.S., not just over Alaska, off the coast of South Carolina, one over near Canada. Essentially, is this something that we've ever seen happen before, and maybe the American people just don't know it?
Josh, I will tell you this is unprecedented action. Since the inception of NORAD, these acts are the first hostile takedown of any adversarial or unknown object over the continental United States or over NORAD's air defense area.
All right, what is left to figure out about everything here? Do you think we're ever going to know what these objects were that were shot down?
Well, I think first off, the first shoot down, the folks in the Navy are doing a great job off the coast here at Myrtle Beach, collecting a lot of the key components. Will take weeks to months to analyze that. I think when we look at the other objects, the terrain is difficult to get those, but it would be good to have pieces of those to at least understand who they were, or what they were rather. So I look at that and I go, it can't be too much of a commercial enterprise because no one said, I've lost my balloon, I've lost my octagonal object. So what are they? We need those answers, again, to go back and reassure the American populace. So I look at that, and then as we march forward, we really have to be aware of how China's going to come at us diplomatically, economically, or militarily even. And I'm not talking, an overt attack. I'm talking about things where they're going to encounter or counter our freedom of navigation, let's say in the Taiwan Straits or South China Sea, or our free collection in international waters and international airspace.
China still, my understanding is, maintains that this was a weather balloon from a civilian that did blow off course. So why would they be so upset, just in your opinion, for America shooting it down if, let's say, it was actually just a weather balloon?
Well, if it was a weather balloon, I will come back on your program and apologize to the PRC personally. However, I don't think that's going to happen. So when I look at this, again, it's that public international embarrassment because China wants to present a face that they are not an aggressor. They can do no wrong. They're not going to upset the international dynamics, at least the international dynamics according to China. And so they want to, as I said, continue to deny, and they'll work on deflection throughout the life cycle of this story. But I think to position themselves for more of that strategic approach against the United States.
All right, Mark Chandler, big expert here. We appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Obviously, there is still a lot left to figure out here. Is there anything else that you want to add before I let you go?
Well, Josh, just like last week, I appreciate the opportunity the Chinese are giving us to apply these national security lessons here at Coastal Carolina. We're able to ask the questions you're asking me. My students aren't going to like it because we're going to put it to them today and try to get them to think through that entire process. And maybe we'll offer some suggestions up to Washington.
I mean, that's true. Yeah. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us again. We appreciate it.
You're welcome, Josh. Thank you very much.
All right, everyone. I do actually want to take a look at some of the breaking news that we have been following. We do have this shot that is coming out of Central Florida. Again, this big fire over in Osceola County, Florida. That is in the central part of the state. It's about 10 miles or so from Walt Disney World, so a landmark that so many people there are familiar with. At this point, the cause of that fire does still remain under investigation, and there's really not a lot of information about what could have caused it. We do know our Fox 35 Orlando team will continue to cover it. We checked in on your screen. You can see Randy Hildreth with Fox 35 Orlando gathering the latest information, and we'll check in with her coming up a little bit later. 9:08 on the East Coast and 6:08 on the West Coast. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. On the other side, we will get right back into your headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look over in Estonia. That is where we do expect the U.S. Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, to be speaking alongside Estonia's Prime Minister any moment now. This is in English, so I do want to dip in right now just to give it a listen.
The United States in particular has demonstrated outstanding leadership and strategic foresight since the very beginning. Dear Lloyd, I would like to thank you also personally for that. Whilst the United States is the biggest contributor in absolute terms, Estonia is in relative terms. As a result of the Tallinn Pledge commitment, Estonia's military assistance to Ukraine recently exceeded 1% of our GDP. Still, we can and must do more. I have 3 key proposals as to how. First, all European partners and NATO allies must spend more than 2%, ideally closer to 2.5% of their GDP on defense. More can only be given when there is more to give. Second, the international coalition should reach at least 100 billion euros in combined military aid to Ukraine by the end of 2023. We can talk about how substance also matters, but trust me, there is at least 100 billion worth of things Ukraine needs already at this moment. Third, the European Union should urgently support the Ukrainian defense with 1 million artillery rounds, a proposal recently put forward by Estonia. At the same time, Estonia will continue to accelerate the development of its own national defense. The new Estonian national security strategy foresees a new standard of at least 3% of GDP for defense. Host nation support to allies is planned to come on top of this. We will continue upgrade allied infrastructure and expand training opportunities to support US and other allied deployments to Estonia, because we recognize that it is best to do practice defending in Estonia. Last but not least, I am grateful to the US and also to Secretary Austin for the substantial financial aid that the United States has provided to Estonia. It has been vital to the acceleration of our capability development. With that said, I pass the word to Secretary Austin. Dear Lloyd, please, the floor is yours.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. And Minister Pevkur, thanks for hosting me in this beautiful city. This is my first visit to Tallinn as a Secretary of Defense, and I'm grateful for your warm welcome, especially in this February weather. Sorry for that. I was delighted to be able to host you in Washington last year, and I'm glad that today we could continue our dialogue on bilateral defense partnership and regional security. I was also delighted to have the chance to meet earlier today with Prime Minister Kallas. So I want to make one thing very clear to the Estonian people today. The United States remains steadfastly committed to the freedom and sovereignty of our Baltic allies.
All right, that right there is the U.S. Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, just starting to speak there in Estonia. We are going to bring you those comments in full coming up here in just a few minutes, but I do want to get into some of the other headlines that we have been following over the last several days here. The latest on the mass shooting over at Michigan State University. This morning, we are expecting to learn more information with a press conference coming up here in just about 45 minutes. This as we're learning new details about the survivors of that shooting. Fox 2 Detroit's Robin Murdoch joins us live from the Detroit area to bring us the latest information. Robin, thank you so much for being here.
Of course, Josh. As you know, there were 3 students who were killed in this mass shooting on the campus of Michigan State University on Monday night. 5 other students, they were injured. And at last check, those 5 students did remain in critical condition at one of the hospitals in the Lansing area. I can tell you that, yes, we are about 45 minutes away from that press conference, so we could learn more about the victims. But this morning, at this point, we are learning a little bit more about who they are. So at that press conference, we shouldn't have an update on their conditions. Right now, we're learning exactly who they are. Now, according to the Chinese consulate out of Chicago, they are confirming that 2 of the injured students are from China. Those students, we are told, they have undergone surgery and are no longer in danger. Their lives are no longer in danger. So that is a good thing. They are now in the process of figuring out the next steps for their treatment. Now, the superintendent of Heartland Consolidated Schools, which is about 45 minutes or so away from Detroit, they're also confirming this morning that a 2020 graduate of that district was critically wounded in the Monday night situation. And we have since learned that there is a hospitality and business student from the Florida area who is also among those that were injured in that mass shooting. Her family says that she is a junior, that she does face months of care and rehabilitation as a result of her injuries. GoFundMe page has already raised more than $330,000 to help her family with that care. Again, though, we are awaiting a press conference, a news conference at about 10 o'clock this morning. This is the first news briefing that we have had since Tuesday. So we are expected to learn a little bit more about the shooting investigation. Perhaps we'll learn more about the motive for this. That, of course, is something that everybody has been wanting to know. Why would somebody do something like this in the first place? We could also learn a little bit more about those 3 students who were killed in the attack, or about the 5 students, again, who do remain in critical condition at the hospital. So a lot of information expected to come out at this press conference, again, about 45 minutes from now. So we should know much more in just a little bit. Back to you, Josh.
All right, Robin Murdoch there with our Fox 2 Detroit team. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us.
My pleasure.
It is 9:18 over on the East Coast and 6:18 on the West Coast. As Robin mentioned, coming up here at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we will have that news conference with MSU. They're going to provide possibly some new details, but some new information here. We'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered as it does happen. That is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. Let's head to a quick commercial break, and we'll get back into those comments by Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin speaking over in Estonia. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I mentioned we're going to take those comments that are now underway by U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin in full here. I want to play them for you live, raw, and unfiltered. He is still speaking, but this is a couple minutes ago as his speech did begin.
Your warm welcome, especially in this February weather.
Sorry for that.
I was delighted to be able to host you in Washington last year. And I'm glad that today we could continue our dialogue on bilateral defense partnership and regional security. I was also delighted to have the chance to meet earlier today with Prime Minister Kallas. So I want to make one thing very clear to the Estonian people today. The United States remains steadfastly committed to the freedom and sovereignty of our Baltic allies. And we stand united with you to deter and defend against any threat to our shared security. Now, I'm visiting at a critical time for Europe and for the world. As Minister Pevkur stated earlier, next week will mark a year since Russia launched its full-scale invasion of its peaceful neighbor, Ukraine. And we mourn the lives lost so needlessly in Putin's cruel and unprovoked war of choice. As the Ukrainian people fight so bravely to defend their sovereignty, they remind us that we can never take freedom for granted. Now, Estonians understand that very well. And Estonians know how important it is for all countries to stand up for a free and sovereign Ukraine. You've experienced the Kremlin's aggression firsthand. And you've shown tremendous leadership in supporting Ukraine today. As a share of your economic size, Estonia has provided more military aid to Ukraine than any other country in the world. You've made hard decisions to get Ukrainians the assistance that they need to defend themselves. So thank you for your leadership. It is truly a shining example to all countries. And Estonia's leadership reminds us that even small countries can make a big difference. Now, Estonia is also making contributions further afield. And I welcome Estonia's plan to increase its participation in Operation Inherent Resolve in Iraq. And Estonia continues to make critical investments in its own defense. Your strong defense spending and procurement of new capabilities are crucial in deterring attacks against NATO. The United States stands beside you as a friend and as an ally. You can see that commitment in our recent deployment of U.S. forces in Estonia, including the HIMARS multiple launch rocket system and our infantry. Well, Mr. Minister, we've just come from an important meeting of the Ukraine Defense Contact Group and a successful NATO defense ministerial. Putin thought that he could divide NATO, but his aggression achieved just the opposite. The NATO alliance is more united and stronger than I've ever seen it. Now, we had a very highly productive discussion today on strengthening our collective defense in response to Russia's reckless assault on Ukraine. NATO is strengthening its deterrence and defense in the eastern part of the alliance. The United States is also enhancing its presence along the alliance's eastern flank. And will maintain a persistent rotational presence in the Baltics. So I'm confident that our two proud democracies we'll work together to meet any challenge. And together, we'll continue to strengthen transatlantic security and to defend the rules-based international order that keeps us all safe. So thank you very much. And so now we'll take a couple of questions.
ERR, please.
Thank you. Johanna Strala from Estonian Public Broadcasting. Question to Secretary Austin. What should the US and Estonia do together to further reduce the possibility of Russian aggression? And should things go sour, how can we be sure that US troops will fight with Estonia from the very first moment? But I'm also curious, why has it been difficult to say that Russia has to lose the war in Ukraine? And when do you see that happening?
So the first part of the question is, what can we do together to deter aggression in the future? I think the first thing that we can do is what we're already doing, and that is working together along with allies and partners to provide Ukraine the much-needed security assistance that it requires to be able to be successful in defending its sovereign territory. Now, we've seen them make good use of the capabilities that we provided to this point. They won the Battle of Kharkiv. They won the Battle of Kyiv. They won the Battle of Kherson. They've inflicted significant damage on Russia's land forces. And they've held their own in a very contested battle in the Donbass. And so this fight will continue to evolve. And we will do everything we can working together to ensure that we're providing them the means to be successful. And I think we've all been very, very impressed by what we've seen from the Ukrainian forces. Their leadership has held together. Their forces have remained committed to being successful in defending their sovereign territory. So that's the first part of the question. The second part of the question, I think, was whether or not we would be here in the event of an attack on Estonia. You know, I'll just point to what our President Biden, has said a number of times, and what I've also said. Our commitment to Article 5 is ironclad. We take that very seriously, and we'll live up to our commitments. We also said, back at Madrid, our President made a decision to rotate forces in and out of the Baltics on a consistent basis in a heel-to-toe fashion so that we had consistent presence. We've lived up to that, and we'll continue to live up to it. And the final thing I would just point out to you is that prior to Russia's invasion, I met with your Minister of Defense, and I told him that if Russia invaded Ukraine, we would deploy forces to Estonia the next day. And we did. We were the first to be here, and we meant every word we said, and we'll live up to our commitments going forward. So we are committed to Article 5.
That right there is U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin speaking in Estonia. That is happening now, live, raw, and unfiltered. We'll bring you more of his comments throughout the morning. I do want to get to some of the other headlines, though, that we have been following here. China saying Wednesday that it will take measures against U.S. entities related to the downing of that suspected Chinese spy balloon off the East Coast. Now, at a daily briefing, the Foreign Ministry spokesperson gave no details and did not identify the targets of that measure. Christopher Herlin is an associate professor of government and Asian studies and the director of the Asian Studies program at Bowdoin College. He joins us live to talk more about this. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me.
So the big question here, first off, is the relationship between the U.S. and China. It doesn't seem like it's the best right now after that balloon was shot down.
Yeah, that's right. This is a really bumpy period in U.S.-China relations. And I think what we're seeing essentially is tit-for-tat responses from both Washington and Beijing. And this situation is slowly but surely worsening relations even more than they had been.
Do you think President Biden, who has been pressured to talk about these objects shot down, do you think that he is actually going to address the American public about it?
He has been releasing some details, or at least members of the administration have. So the latest reports are suggesting that the balloon really had fairly limited steering capabilities, that it was perhaps intended to go over U.S. military bases in Guam, but was pushed off of course by heavy winds, and then was rerouted through the United States. They're also releasing some details saying that they're not very impressed with the capabilities of this spy balloon, and that perhaps the Chinese may have had the ability to remotely detonate the spy balloon. I've seen some reports suggesting that maybe the remote detonation failed. Other reports suggesting that maybe the Chinese did not want to down the balloon over the U.S. because they were afraid that it might, in fact, cause injuries, and that would cause the diplomatic crisis to escalate. And shortly before the U.S. shot the air balloon down, the Chinese had apparently communicated to the U.S. that they were trying to get it out of the U.S. as quickly as possible. So the Biden administration is releasing some details on this. My reading of that would be that this is an attempt to sort of tamp down the escalation in this conflict, maybe to reassure the American public a little bit. So I think the Biden administration does seem to be trying to release more information. But on the other hand, we have the Senate and the House have both issued declarations condemning the Chinese. So we have a little bit of mixed messages coming out of Washington.
Is there a way forward, a route forward for U.S. and China relations, or is this going to remain a possible strain for a while?
It seems like it's not going away too quickly, and maybe has lasted a little bit longer than we would have expected before. So some details have come out from the Chinese side on the nature of these sanctions. So far they've said that they're going to be sanctioning Raytheon and Lockheed Martin. Notably, they had last year already announced that they would be sanctioning those companies over their weapon sales to Taiwan, but they hadn't really specified at the time what form those sanctions would take. So now it appears that they're levying fines equal to double the amount of the weapon sales from both companies to Taiwan. It's not clear how those fines would be paid by the companies. I don't expect that they would. So that aspect of it seems somewhat symbolic. They're also not allowing those companies to import or export anything to China, and have said that any employees that they have in China who are on visas have had their visas canceled. So in some ways, I think this is actually a somewhat moderate escalation by the Chinese, in the sense that these were sanctions that they'd already announced, primarily as a symbolic move that they're now beginning to implement somewhat. These companies, they don't sell military hardware to China. I believe Lockheed Martin has some civilian helicopters that it sells within China, but the U.S. has banned all military exports to China since 1989. So I think in some ways this might be a sanction that is oriented more towards domestic audiences in China, and a signal that that China is sticking up for Chinese interests, and a way of maybe diffusing any potential anger by Chinese nationalists.
And I've asked several people this question, but China, it sounds like, is still trying to say that this was a weather balloon that blew off course. The Pentagon quickly coming out and saying that is not the case here. Why do you think China would be so upset if this was simply a weather balloon that was shot out of the sky?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like that is a credible claim that it was a weather balloon. I think this is an effort to obfuscate, to try to play down the situation. They've also claimed that the U.S. Has been sending spy balloons over China, and notably have claimed that those spy balloons have flown over the Chinese provinces of Xinjiang and Tibet, which are provinces that China considers to be especially sensitive politically because they are home to ethnic minorities who have in the past been dissatisfied with central government rule in China. And especially in Xinjiang, this is where we see the massive repression of the Uyghur minority. So that also seems like an attempt to appeal to Chinese nationalists, somehow establish some kind of a false equivalency between what China has been doing and what the U.S. has been doing. But then there are obviously also tensions between that and this idea that the Chinese balloon was simply a weather balloon.
And then we have these other objects that have been shot down. Initially, the reports were that they were somehow connected to China, and then they kind of backed up on those reports and said, look, we're not going to go into detail about which country these are from, what they even are, if they're weather balloons, if there's some other kind of object. But as far as your expertise here, does it appear that it's likely, based on the situation, that those objects might have been from China as well?
Based on the latest reports from the Biden administration, it doesn't sound like they were. It sounds like it's possible they were the equivalent of space debris, so perhaps weather balloons, things like that, that had been for civilian purposes of unknown origin, but were no longer functioning. So it doesn't sound like those were part of the Chinese program, and the details they've released suggest that the balloons themselves were quite different than the Chinese balloons, much, much smaller, for example.
All right. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us here and provide your expertise again. We've had you on a few times, and it's likely we'll have you on again soon. Anything else that you do want to add before I let you go?
Well, I think what we should be watching for in the next few days is if we see any signs out of Beijing or Washington that they're trying to further diffuse this situation and get relations back on a more productive track.
All right. Thank you again. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. It is 9:39 over on the East Coast, and it is 6:39 on the West Coast. Let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. And on the other side, we will get right back into your headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 9:41 on the East Coast and 6:41 on the West Coast. Coming up here in just about 20 minutes, we will have a live news conference out of Michigan. This is MSU. This is going to be on the shooting that happened Monday night. The 3 students right there on your screen died as a result of a gunman opening fire in 2 different locations. Now, we also know that 5 other students were shot and they remain in critical condition at a hospital. A lot to this story here. We've been checking in with our different colleagues all over, including over with Fox Detroit and with Fox News. I do want to send it over to Jonathan Hunt with Fox News for the latest information.
Enough is enough. That was the message from dozens of students protesting gun violence outside the Michigan State Capitol, days after 3 students were killed and 5 others wounded in an attack on the Michigan State University campus.
We, the children of the United States of America, are dying every day. How many will die before it is enough?
Michigan State students Ariel Anderson, Brian Fraser, and Alexandria Werner were killed when police say 43-year-old Anthony McRae opened fire inside 2 campus buildings. McRae then fled, leading police on an hours-long manhunt. When he was finally confronted, he turned the gun on himself. Authorities have now revealed he was armed with 2 guns and had several magazines of bullets in his backpack. McRae has a criminal history. He served 18 months probation over a weapons charge in 2019. Neighbors said they found some of his behavior disturbing.
The neighbors called the cops on him. It was like over the summer because he was shooting firearms out of the back door of the house.
On Wednesday, some students returned to the scene of the shooting to retrieve belongings left behind in the chaos.
I just knew to get out of the building.
McRae has no known connection to the university, and investigators are now working to determine a motive behind this latest mass shooting. In Los Angeles, Jonathan Hunt, Fox News.
All right, Jonathan, thank you so much. As I've been mentioning, we've been checking in with our Fox News teams as well as our local affiliates. Fox 2 Detroit is about an hour away from East Lansing, where the shooting happened. That is where they did hold several vigils last night to honor and remember those victims. Our Fox 2 Detroit team was there.
An emotional sea of green and white in front of MSU's auditorium steps. A vigil on the very same sacred Spartan ground where 3 young lives were cut short by tragedy Monday. The governor leading her alma mater through one of the hardest moments it's ever known.
We mourn Ariel and Al, as she was known to her loved ones, and Brian, who were taken from us far too soon. We think about their families, recalling their last visit home. We hurt for their friends who are remembering their last conversation or maybe rereading text messages. And we are hoping for those who are fighting for their lives in the hospital.
Arguably the face of Michigan State for decades, men's basketball head coach Tom Izzo saying what so many feel in his 40th year here, thinking of the parents of the victims as a father of 2 Spartans himself.
I can't begin to imagine what all of you are going through. But I do know that we, as a campus community, can offer our support both to you and to each other. Look around. Look next to you. Shake somebody's hand. Introduce yourself to someone you don't know. That's what we are. And that's what we need to be at this time.
In the shadow of the auditorium, the iconic rock bearing the names of those lost. A safe space where many embrace. Every story so personal.
I'm feeling immense amounts of guilt for surviving. I live across the street from where the shooting was in the Union. My roommate was in the Union when it happened. No one should have to feel the fear that I felt when I texted her and checked her location.
MSU faculty also still processing. Associate Professor of Music Education Mitch Robinson has a son who was in the Union when the shooting happened, and one of his students was shot at Berkey Hall.
Went through 3 hours of surgery Monday night and critical condition, but we're hearing that he's stable and showing, slow but steady signs of improvement. Had the tubes taken out of his chest and is breathing on his own and starting to talk to people. And so, we're just hopeful that he's going to make a full recovery.
Meantime, the professor says if campus does reopen on Monday, faculty will be welcoming students with open arms as they all work to heal together in a very different environment here at Michigan State. In East Lansing, Dave Kinchin, Fox 2 News.
All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Some images that you have seen quite a few times over the last week or so. Take a look at your screen there as we follow the latest on the train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio. Residents concerned over toxic chemicals that could be in the air there. Lucas Tomlinson with Fox News has been following this story and joins us live to talk a little bit more about this. Lucas, thanks for being here.
Well, good morning, Josh, from East Palestine. It's great to be here as well. Behind me, East Palestine High School and Middle School, site of a contentious town hall meeting last night. Hundreds of residents pouring in to hoping to find some good news, hear from officials. Most left disappointed and without the answers they sought. In fact, many, including the mayor here in East Palestine, wondering where's the federal government? Where is President Biden's transportation secretary? We can report that President Biden's EPA chief, his EPA administrator, is due here in town around 12:30. We also just found out moments ago before going on air that Senator J.D. Vance, the new Republican senator from here in Ohio, he will be coming to hold a media availability and speak to residents. But Josh has noted it's been about 2 weeks since that massive train derailment. We've seen some video showing sparks from the wheels of that train, 32 November, which many train operators call 32 Nasty, an eastbound train that was going from Illinois to Pennsylvania. That massive train derailment seemed to have been sparked literally by sparks coming from the wheels about 20 miles before the derailment. So the NTSB is investigating now. That's what they have their eye on. But again, many residents here are nervous. They're scared. Ohio Governor Mike DeWine says that while the tests have turned out negative on the water supply here, he is encouraging people to avoid the tap and continue drinking bottled water.
Lucas, are you seeing people who have returned to their homes actually leave again out of the concern for those toxic chemicals in the air?
Well, to be fair, we came in late last night, Josh. Just the homeowners I've seen around here in this few square block radius, we have not seen people leave again. We spoke to some residents walking by this neighborhood, taking their children to school. Of course, a lot of concerned parents. I thought it was notable that one mother told me she feels safe enough to put her daughter back into the high school, so she feels safe right now. However, when it comes to the drinking supply, drinking water, there's definitely some more concerns. It is notable, though, when it comes to the air, you don't smell toxic fumes. Now, some of these chemicals, of course, are odorless, so maybe we shouldn't all, breathe in too heavily.
Yeah, Lucas. All right, so have they given any indication here of, I guess, what kind of symptoms they are dealing with? I know that they're saying that there are these toxic chemicals in the air. People have reported several different symptoms. What are they dealing with there?
Right. Dealing with headaches, rashes, nausea, just overall just not feeling very well. And of course, it's kind of concerning when you walk out and to see some of the streams days ago, and there were hundreds, thousands of dead fish. One guest earlier complained that his horses were not feeling well. He said they've since bounced back, but certainly when it comes to the animals around here, and some of the townsfolk here in a town that's about 5,000 people, just really unhappy and frankly just nervous. At the same time, some of the people we have spoken to do appear resilient. They are taking their children to school. They are caring about their lives. We just saw a mailman come through or deliver the mail. We saw the trash guys coming by earlier. So it's not like everybody's sitting at home cowering. People do appear to be living their life, just certainly a little bit nervous and wanting some answers, wondering where is President Biden's transportation secretary, and also going to be demanding answers from this EPA administrator who's coming out. For right now, he does appear to be the face of the federal response.
All right, Lucas Tomlinson with Fox News, one of my favorite people. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Josh.
It is 9:53 over on the East Coast and 6:53 on the West Coast. Let's head to our last 2-minute commercial break of the hour. As we go to break, I do want to show you this live image here. This is where we do expect MSU officials to speak, I would say in about 7 minutes or so, to help kind of break down the latest information on that shooting from Monday night where 3 students were killed, 5 others critically wounded. Our Fox 2 Detroit team does say that all 5 of those shooting victims who did survive do remain at the hospital in critical condition. We'll be right back after this 2-minute commercial break. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 9:56 over on the East Coast, and it is 6:56 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and what you're looking at right now is a live image of the podium where we do expect to see MSU officials start speaking any moment now to provide an update on the latest information from Monday night's shooting. That is where 3 students were killed and 5 others critically wounded. We do know, of course, from speaking with our Fox 2 Detroit team, Robin Murdoch joined us a short time ago and said that all 5 of those victims who were shot and survived do remain over in critical condition at the hospital. Again, that news briefing set to start here in just about 3 minutes, so we'll bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. In the meantime, our Fox 2 Detroit team is learning more about the man suspected of carrying out this vicious attack.
Is the MSU mass killing the one tragic event that unlocks the legislative door to more gun safety laws that supporters claim will keep students safer from gun violence? Part of the answer to that question may rest in this press release from the new House Republican leader Matt Hall. In it, he outlines what the Republicans last year supported, including setting up a school safety commission, hiring more school safety personnel, and expanding an emergency tip line. Note that none of the governor's proposals for gun safety are in this report.
Let's enact universal background checks for people who want to buy firearms. Let's enact safe storage laws so we can make sure firearms are stored safely at home. And let's enact extreme risk protection orders so we can keep guns out of the hands of those who might represent a danger to themselves or others.
This is a Republican lawmaker who co-chaired that school safety panel last year, and he reports at that time no gun control laws were in the report because the votes in the legislature were not there.
Some people will say we don't get hard things done, but if there isn't support across the legislature, it's not going to get done.
But there's a new legislature controlled by Democrats, and this pro-gun safety senator hopes to get it done with some Republicans.
We have had offers of support from folks on that side of the aisle, and really I think that that's our intent, is to try to get something that everybody can support.
Outside the legislature, among citizens, a Detroit Chamber survey shows 90% favor more extensive background checks before someone buys a weapon, including 93% of gun owners. 74% favor red flag laws, and 63% favor a safe gun storage law. However, the National Rifle Association opposes all of those proposals and vows to fight the governor and the Democrats to block them. Democrats, meanwhile, were going to advance their gun safety agenda in April. But in the wake of what happened 8 miles from the state capitol on Monday night, they're speeding up the introduction of those bills. In Lansing, Tim Skubik, Fox 2 News.
All right, so the top left-hand side of your screen, you can see those 3 students who lost their lives in that tragic attack that happened Monday night. Well, the bottom right-hand side, that is where the news conference was. You could see it kind of went out for a second, but it is back. That is expected to start, as we mentioned here, in just about, I would say, less than a minute. So we are going to dip into that right as it does begin. We know we could get some potential updates on the shooting itself. No word on whether we will receive any information about a possible motive, but the latest round of updates that we did get last time actually brought some positive news about many of those victims who were shot and hospitalized. We do know that 2 of the students were from China. That is according to the Chinese Consulate General. Both underwent surgery and do appear to be improving. Family members of both students were contacted there. Now, the superintendent of Heartland Consolidated Schools confirming that a 2020 graduate of the district was critically wounded in that shooting. Their status here was unknown. And a 4th victim identified here is a hospitality and business major from South Florida. Her condition said to be improving. That is according to family members who spoke over to our Fox 2 Detroit team just yesterday. A full recovery, though, expected to take months of care and rehabilitation. Again, she was listed in critical condition along with the other 4 survivors of that shooting. We are keeping an eye right here on your screen. That is the MSU police briefing at the bottom right-hand side of your screen. We have been bringing you these updates as they have been happening. That is what we do here, live, raw, and unfiltered on LiveNOW from Fox. It's expected to start any minute now, slated for 10 a.m. Eastern time, but we know these things don't always happen on time. So police giving this formal update into the law enforcement investigation. However, we don't know if we'll learn more about a potential motive or if this is a news conference that is being held, because the last one was a couple days ago, and they are receiving several media inquiries from people who just want the latest information here. Now, 3 people were killed in that shooting Monday night. You see them on your screen right there, after a gunman did open fire inside an academic hall on the northern border of Michigan State University. Those victims, Brian Fraser, Ariel Anderson, and Alexandria Werner, were all honored at vigils at their high schools as well as at MSU. That happening last night. Our Fox 2 Detroit team was there, and we brought you some of those images, and we did hear from some of the people who were in attendance. So we are going to keep an eye on that screen. Any minute now, we should see law enforcement take the podium, and we do want to bring you those comments live and in full here. Hundreds of students last night piling around the rock where leaders from the school and state did pay their respects. Now, it is going to take weeks to fully unravel this case and years for the students and staff to even begin to manage the trauma that they did experience there. Assistant Professor Mitchell Robinson, who actually teaches music education over there at MSU, did have a former student injured in the shooting and said that that student went through 3 hours of surgery in critical condition, but we're hearing that he is stable and showing some slow but steady signs of improvement. As we are waiting for that law enforcement update to get underway, I do want to play you a story from our Fox 2 Detroit team that kind of takes you to the vigils last night that were held for those students.
An emotional sea of green and white in front of MSU's auditorium steps. A vigil on the very same sacred Spartan ground where 3 young lives were cut short by tragedy Monday. The governor leading her alma mater through one of the hardest moments it's ever known.
We mourn Ariel and Al, as she was known to her loved ones, and Brian, who were taken from us far too soon. We think about their families, recalling their last visit home. We hurt for their friends who are remembering their last conversation or maybe rereading text messages. And we are hoping for those who are fighting for their lives in the hospital.
Arguably the face of Michigan State for decades, men's basketball head coach Tom Izzo saying what so many feel in his 40th year here, thinking of the parents of the victims as a father of 2 Spartans himself.
I can't begin to imagine what all of you are going through. But I do know that we, as a campus community, can offer our support both to you and to each other. Look around. Look next to you. Shake somebody's hand. Introduce yourself to someone you don't know. That's what we are. And that's what we need to be at this time.
In the shadow of the auditorium, the iconic rock bearing the names of...
All right, so that news conference now getting underway. You can see it in the bottom right-hand side of your screen. Let's pull that up full and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Teresa Woodruff, and I serve as the interim president at Michigan State University. And through the tragic week that we've all experienced, we've thanked many people who have been instrumental in the response and the recovery to Monday night's horrific events. And one group that we haven't yet thanked is the media. And so at the outset today, I want to offer my thanks on behalf of a grateful university to all of you who helped spread the photo of the shooter on Monday night that led to the tip that came in and the conclusion of this event. You helped our community, you helped our state, and you helped our nation stay informed and allowed us to be more transparent as we all worked and walked together on this pathway. So I wanted to begin today just with a thank you to everyone in the media for helping to spread that essential and timely information. Others today in this news conference are going to provide updates on the investigation and law enforcement matters. And so my comments are going to be brief, and they're going to focus on three areas. First, where are we now? What's next? And the process that's going to guide our decisions as we move forward. As you'll soon hear, the 5 students at Sparrow are still in critical condition, but I'm pleased that we are seeing some signs of improvement in some of our students. And our Spartan Nation continues to send good thoughts to each of them, to their families, and to the doctors and nurses at Sparrow Hospital. As I've said before, grief is a profoundly personal thing, and we know from trauma experts and from talking to colleagues at other universities who have experienced similar tragedies, everyone grieves differently, and the recovery process isn't linear. So each member of our campus will have different needs, and our focus is on providing as much flexibility as possible in supporting the diverse needs of this campus community. So as we move forward, I ask the campus and everyone in our Spartan community and extended family as represented here to provide empathy and grace. And the knowledge that each person's support may be different, and we will be considerate of that. I'm extremely grateful for the quick actions that we've had pulling together the many counseling and support services this week. We know that many in the community will continue to need services for months to come, and that some haven't reached out yet. But I am encouraged that, and can report that hundreds of students have already utilized our counseling services that were provided at the Hannah Community Center or in our residence halls. We also provided a service to employees that is called Reflect and Connect. And we're looking into training for supervisors as more faculty and staff begin returning to positions today and into next week. We are encouraging empathy and patience and an atmosphere for all to recover at their own pace, and will continue to offer these services into the future. Today, MSU is resuming standard operations after 48 hours of being in modified operations. While we are returning to standard operations, classes remain suspended through Sunday. This standard operations means that the university offices are open, but in this case with wide latitude provided to supervisors across our university network. The 2 buildings, Berkey, remains closed for the remainder of the semester. The second building, the Union, is still being evaluated for decisions to be reported later. FBI Special Agent in charge of Michigan, Jem Taraska, will report in just a moment on access to those buildings for students, faculty, and staff who still have materials that are present in those spaces. Leaders across campus have been meeting with a variety of the groups that have been impacted, from our families of those that we have lost, as well as those who are bravely recovering at Sparrow. We've also been talking with our students, faculty, and staff who were in the class of the shooter in Berkey Hall, and the employees who were in the Union on Monday night. We are listening and we are supporting at all levels. Our core leadership team is meeting daily, and we will continue to do so to prioritize the needs of campus. We want to be supportive not only of our campus, but we understand that the community is involved, and we want to give people the confidence to re-engage and stay engaged as we come together. Our alumni network, over 500,000 Spartans strong, are contacting us and wanting to get involved. They are generously donating their time and items that can be helpful to the community, including 15,000 candles last night, as well as flowers that were associated with our vigil. For those who want to give in a way that can support MSU at this time, we have set up a fund called Spartan Strong Fund, and you can find that on the MSU website. And Chief Lynch has also told me of the many people who have dropped off food and other items to our MSU PD, and we are all very grateful for that outpouring of love and support, and as I understand it, we're out of kitchen space at this point. So we thank you for that outpouring in so many ways. We know as a campus that we have hard work ahead of us. Moving forward won't be easy. Unfortunately, others in higher education have been through this, and we are connecting in ways that through these shared experiences, we will have ideas about how we can evaluate our best plans forward. And as we move forward from today, we will work together to make informed decisions and lean on each other. None of us have all the answers, but we do have each other. So at this point, I'd like to turn this briefing over to our Chief of Police and Adjunct Professor in our School of Criminal Justice, Marlon Lynch. Marlon?
Thank you, President Woodruff. Good morning. I'd like to start with some thanks to outreach by our colleagues, our local partners, but also some well-established associations, the Michigan Association of Chiefs of Police, the International Chiefs of Police, the International Association of Campus Law Enforcement Administrators, and the Commission Agency on Law Enforcement Accreditation. We have all received your support, prayers, and thanks, and very well valued. So thank you for that. In addition to that, I decided to focus on some positive things that have been shared with me over the past couple of days with that. In helping us in our response to this critical incident, we had approximately 19 law enforcement agencies and 6 fire departments, numerous emergency medical services as well respond to that. We had off-duty police officers, not only from our police department, but from local and partnering agencies that responded, that came without a request to help during that particular situation. Not a surprise, though. What occurred on Monday night as far as our response is a collaborative effort and is the product of constant and continuous training together, relationships, and preparation for that. We also, unfortunately, had an opportunity to respond last week to Okemos High School with a very similar result. The difference is that was not confirmed and it was ruled to be false. So just imagine the stress put on the first responders responding to a situation at Okemos High School that we take very seriously until otherwise notified. And then just a few days later, responding to this incident here. We have to recover too. We have to heal. That process has begun as well. We've made services available for our staff, our police and public safety staff, beginning today. We will also have short-term plans as well as long-term plans as we move forward for this. And we are definitely consulting those that have been through this process before for that particular reason. I've learned a few amazing things. And again, not surprising, just knowing what has occurred and who's involved. Our students that were in Berkey Hall, in addition to being placed in situations that they probably have never been encountered with before, when their students and their friends and classmates needed assistance, they rendered aid. They took the time to render aid with that. The officers that responded and were in the buildings within minutes, one of the first things they encountered were the victims. Those victims happened to be our students. And they stopped to render aid and immediately got emergency medical services on scene to remove them so that they could get the treatment and the care that they needed. Those are significant because they gave them a chance, those that had been wounded. And they're still fighting. But based on those being present at the time, stopping to actually render aid to them. The dispatchers. Dispatch function is a very key component to what we do, our response. And if any of you have heard any of the radio traffic that happened that night, it's amazing. They were calm, they prioritized, They communicated well. They did their job. They did their job extremely well. Extremely well. My point in this is to say that it's not based on an individual. We all have roles. When it comes time to actually do what you've been trained to do, that happened. And there's a caring component as well. Some very selfless in stopping to assist when they could have easily have just run out of the building themselves. And there was nothing wrong with that at all. That's part of how they're actually trained. Our students, they have the opportunity to receive that training and run, hide, fight. And unfortunately, some of them during their high school years, middle school years, think about the generation that's here now, they've had to go through that. They've had to go through that. So I found that positive to be able to communicate that with that. Those are some stories that need to be discussed as well. And hopefully that is actually what takes place, which some has already done that, but I think we needed to take a moment to actually state that, the appreciation for that. So what we will hear now will be updates in addition to the Michigan State University Police and Public Safety representative that's here. We will also have Lansing Police Department, Michigan State Police, as well as the FBI come with updates. And again, we appreciate your presence here with that. Deputy Chief Rosman.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Chief. I want to begin by, again, honoring the victims, our students. As a father, I cannot imagine what all the families continue to go through. The past few days have been so unbelievably difficult for our officers and our community, and we continue to mourn with our community and start the healing process. The vigil last night was unbelievable, the turnout. We want to thank our Michigan State Police partners for providing security at that event so our MSU police officers could attend and be with our community and mourn together. And that event truly was unbelievable how many people came from all over the country for that event. I'm going to start with some brief updates, and then I'm going to hand it off to some of our law enforcement partners that are here today to offer additional details. We've received questions about the ages of the deceased students, and those are as follows. Ariel Anderson was 19 years old. Brian Frazier was 20 years old. And Alexandria Werner was also 20 years old. We were present yesterday when they were recognized in the chamber of the Michigan House of Representatives, and that was a very moving experience as well. As the president mentioned, the 5 students in the hospital remain in critical condition. Out of respect for the families, we will not be releasing the names of the victims in the hospital. We do understand that some of those names have been made public by family and friends, but we feel strongly about not confirming their names out of respect for the families, and we hope you understand. So even though MSU Police and Public Safety is the lead agency in charge of this investigation, the investigation is very complex. It's bifurcated and involves many different agencies. Different parts of that investigation are being handled by different agencies in a very unified and coordinated effort. That unified cooperation between all of the agencies involved and the resources that have been deployed to campus from all over the country is impressive. I'll share a few brief updates regarding the investigation, and some of our partners that are here today will elaborate on some of these details as well. We can confirm that the shooter had 2 handguns on his person when he was located. Those handguns are both 9mm. He also had additional magazines and ammunition on his person. Our investigative team did work with our federal ATF partners to trace those weapons, and we have learned that they were purchased legally by the shooter, but they were not registered. We can also confirm that a note was found on the shooter, and the location that the shooter was located was roughly 3.8 miles northwest of campus. As I said, the Michigan State Police is here today, and they will share additional information about that shooting scene. We want to thank all of our local, county, state, and federal partners for all of their assistance that they've provided throughout this investigation. The investigative assistance that we've received after the initial incident has been absolutely overwhelming as well. As the interim president said, we'd also like to thank the media for being active partners throughout this investigation. Your ability to share our information while understanding the sensitive nature and having compassion for the families is very much appreciated. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Lieutenant Renee Gonzalez from the Michigan State Police. We will be available for questions at the end. Renee?
Thank you, Deputy Chief Rosman. Information I'm going to give out is dealing with the contact that LPD, MSU, LPD, MSP, and our state security officers had contact with the shooter at Lake Lansing and Larch Road. Our detectives responded to Lake Lansing Road and Larch Street, where a subject matching the MSU shooting suspect, Anthony McCrae, was observed walking. What had happened is the LPD officers received a call that subject matching that description was walking down the street, and this was on Lake Lansing Road near Larch Street, city of Lansing. Officers made contact, 2 LPD officers made contact with the shooter, approximately 20 feet from McCrae. They exited their vehicle, ordered him to show his hands. However, he produced a weapon and then killed himself. It does appear that from the body-worn camera that McCrae did not verbalize anything to the officers prior to him shooting himself or taking his own life. Once they had waited for 2 additional state security officers to arrive on scene, they walked up to the shooter who was laying on the ground, cleared the scene for their safety, and then started life-saving efforts on him. However, he was declared deceased at the scene. After that, 2 other state troopers also showed up on scene. Our detectives arrived on scene. They conducted interviews with the officers on scene, photographed the area, downloaded body-worn cameras, in-car videos, and did round counts for all the officers to ensure that no rounds were fired. On scene again were 2 troopers, 2 Capitol Security officers, 2 Lansing Township PD officers, and also 2 LPD officers. Search was done after the scene was secure of McCrae's residence with a search warrant that was authored by MSU PD along with LPD. At the residence, a cell phone was collected, journals of sorts, miscellaneous writings, and fired 9mm casings. McCrae's father was also interviewed on scene by the MSP detectives at the Lansing Operations Building. Once the search of the residence was completed, detectives began a surveillance canvass to attempt to track the shooters once he cleared the MSU campus until they made contact with the LPD officers. They were able to track his journey from the MSU campus to where he was made contact. They are conducting additional surveillance canvases to see if we can find anything else on where he might have been. Detectives are also assisting with downloading information from McRae's phone, following up on CATA, as 2 additional bus tickets were found in his possession. Found on McRae were 2 handguns, the one he shot himself with and another in his backpack that he was carrying. He also had a loaded magazine that was full to capacity in his left breast pocket. In the backpack, he had 8 loaded magazines of 9mm ammunition, along with a pencil-sized pouch containing 50 rounds of loose 9mm ammunition. He also had 2 empty magazines on his person as well. 2 pages of notes were found in his wallet, which was on his person as well. Those are that was the note that indicated where he was going to visit, and also kind of gave an indication of why he, maybe a motive, but nothing that we can actually confirm just yet. The investigation is ongoing, and at this time, we believe that there were no other subjects involved, and McRae was the lone shooter in this incident. I'll now turn it over to Chief Sosby.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Good morning, everybody. My name is Ellery Sosby. I'm the Chief of Police in Lansing. I'm going to start by saying that the Lansing Police Department, through Mayor Shore's office, is assisting in this investigation as much as possible to make sure that we have complete closure in this incident. I want to start by giving my condolences to the family of the victims of this tragic incident. Being a father of a son who is recently accepted to this great university, I can't even imagine the pain that the families are feeling right now. I want to thank the officers who responded without pause to this critical incident. Many of those, as has been mentioned before, were off duty and dropped everything they were doing to come assist to make sure that there were no more losses of life and to prevent this tragedy from getting any larger. I want to thank the citizens who, along with the media's help, saw something and said something. Without them, we may not be in this position here today. I'd like to clear up just a few things, a few topics of misinformation that we have been asked about either the accused McRae or the address, the Lansing address on House Street in the city of Lansing. LPD has not responded to any welfare checks for Anthony McRae. There was a welfare check at the address on House Street on February 5th, but was not related to the accused. And LPD has not been called in any way to any shots fired at this address. The call history for the accused in this situation is very limited, but I will share this with you now to hopefully avoid any questions in the future. Starting back in 2005, McRae was contacted for a larceny complaint by the Lansing Police Department. 2006, a traffic violation. 2007, a traffic violation. 2007 again, another traffic violation. And in 2019, he was arrested by the Lansing Police Department for a CCW, which is a carrying a concealed weapon, which he was arrested for. And for that case, that weapon is still in Lansing Police Department custody. As the lieutenant shared, 2 Lansing police officers made contact with the accused in approximately the 800 block of Lake Lansing Road. And the accused was contacted. He produced a handgun and ended his own life. I cannot commend the officers enough for their actions, and I'll be open for questions here at the end, but for now I'm going to turn it over to FBI Special Agent in Charge, James Haraska.
Good morning. I will start off by thanking the press as well. Over the last few days, I've gotten to know quite a few of you as we just talk offline and actually socialize while this event continues. So to all you, thank you. You've been very supportive, and I appreciate that. So do our folks. So today, at Berkey Hall, we'll continue meeting with students and staff to return their personal items that were left behind. So that process essentially will begin at 10, and the students can show up. They will meet with our victim specialists and agents, and not only will they be able to get their items back, they'll be able to meet with our victim specialists for mental health support, not just FBI, and we've flown victim specialists in from around the country. MSU has provided victim services as well. Victim specialists are there to meet with the students. The U.S. Attorney's Office, Western District of Michigan, is represented. HSI is also represented. So we have a great cadre of mental health professionals there to support the students. We did the same at Union yesterday. I would consider it a success in that the students did want to sit with our folks and talk. Along those lines, I want to thank the community, especially those who brought comfort dogs yesterday. It went a long way. It meant a lot to the students and our folks as well. The comfort dogs, they bring a lot. So thank you to everybody that took the time to do that. The property that will return to them, essentially, it's a pretty easy process. They'll identify what's theirs. We'll return it. For those students that don't want to be there, don't want to go in that building, that's fine. Just understand you don't have to do that. We will get your property to you. You can come, not go in the building, talk to our folks, and they'll get it to you. Or after today, everything that's left over, everything that remains that hasn't been collected, will be turned over to MSU Police Department so they can coordinate and facilitate getting those items back to you. Yesterday, about 80% of the students and staff's items were returned. We're left, I believe the number is about 18 students that did not pick up their things for certain reasons, whether they couldn't make it or just didn't want to. We have those items today at Berkey. So for those students that didn't make it yesterday, they can go to Berkey, and again, after today, they can reach out directly to MSU as we start to wrap up. Again, the community outpouring has been amazing through food and just thank yous and handshakes, and that's very, very much appreciated. It goes a long way with all our folks and the whole community here. I do want to thank Governor Whitmer and Congresswoman Slotkin for their ongoing support. They've been obviously extremely supportive. They were here at the press conference the other day, and the Congresswoman is, I believe, going to do a site visit today to meet with our folks and the students as well. So we look forward to hosting her. Even after today, the FBI will continue supporting the families of Alex, Ariel, and Brian. It doesn't stop today. Those services we provide, the support we provide will continue. We've met with those families, and we've began to build a relationship with them. So we will be there for them, along with all our partners. They have our full support. For the students that remain in the hospital, same thing. They will have the full support of all of the FBI and all the partners here. I just wanted to mention that a number for the United Way for additional mental health support for anybody listening that would like to utilize that, 211. If you dial 211, you can get support. So that's just another outlet. There's a lot of resources, so please, for everybody, the students, faculty, the community, there's plenty of resources to help you and help the community recover. So with that, Doctor, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Rima Vassar. I'm the chair at MSU for the Board of Trustees, and I come to you today as both the chair and the mother of a Spartan who was on campus the day that the shooter came and took so much from us, but also took our sense of safety. I have this dual role as I'm going through this with the Spartan community, and it's an identity that allows me to see a lot of empathy in people and a lot of grace, and I'm so grateful to the community who has been supportive in ways that we just couldn't imagine. That evening, my daughter called, and she joked and said this later today. She said, that's the first time you ever answered my call that fast. Generally, she calls for money, so she might not get me on the first ring, but I answered right away, and she said that's when I knew it was real. She sheltered in place in a bathroom for 3 hours waiting for this to end. And as I'm taking the updates from campus, I'm also fielding her calls, my family's calls, who are all trying to figure out, is she okay? Am I okay? Is everyone okay? I want to commend Chief Lynch. You have organized and coordinated services in ways that I didn't imagine. All these folks coming together to make sure that our Spartan community feels safe has been enlightening in so many ways, but also just reassuring. Even last night at the vigil, my daughter had not been on campus since Monday, but I convinced her to come. Immediately when I got on the stairs, she started to text me, "Ma, I don't feel safe. I want you to get down. There are people who are kneeling. I'm not sure what's happening." And so I texted her to get to the chief. You know him? Get next to him. You'll be safe. I know people took exception to that text. I don't know what you would have done if that were your daughter. I want us to give the grace that's necessary. We all are going to be healing in different ways, in different paces. I'm one of those mothers who's like, tough it up, you know, you scraped your knee, you want peroxide or alcohol. Like, I'm one of those moms, right? But I'm giving my daughter, who is a kind, low-key, cool kid, a lot of grace. And I want that grace extended to all students, all staff, and all faculty. The board has gone to talk with Ariel's parents, Alexandria's parents, Brian's parents. Heart-wrenching discussions. Our hearts go out to them. We have offered all our services to them. We also went to Sparrow to meet with the families whose children are fighting for their lives right now today. And it was amazing how gracious they were. They're asking how we're doing. I mean, just the Sparrow community has been absolutely amazing. That was the quote from one of the fathers. And so I'm grateful to them for their service to these families. This is a hard time, a tough time, but we're going to get through it. In the coming days, the board will continue to meet with the administration. We'll continue to get updates from Chief Lynch around what has happened, debriefing what we know to be true, what could be different going forward. And we also are meeting with faculty, staff, and students around their issues of safety and where they felt the safest and why, right? And how we can recreate those kinds of places all around campus. The board is committed to making sure that we are united on the other end of this, and that Spartans from all over the globe can come to this campus and feel like they will be safe. We will not have our safety and security stolen by a man with a gun in a senseless act of violence.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, 10:39 on the East Coast and 7:39 on the West Coast, you are listening to a law enforcement update here on that MSU shooting that happened on campus Monday night. That is where 3 students were killed, 5 others shot. They do remain in critical condition. We also learned from law enforcement a short time ago that the gunman did have 2 handguns on him, as well as ammo, and that the handguns were obtained legally but were not registered. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we'll get back in as reporters are now asking questions. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are listening in as law enforcement does provide a live update here on the MSU shooting. That shooting that did kill 3 students and injure 5 others on the Michigan State University campus Monday night. At this point, reporters are asking questions, so I do want to pop the audio back up and listen in.
Was asked to leave. So it looks like he possibly, a motive for that was he just felt slighted, and that's kind of what the note indicated.
The surveillance image obviously proved pretty important for capturing Mr. McCray, locating him. But why did it take 3 hours to get that out? Like, do you have real-time monitoring of cameras on campus? What was the process of actually going through that footage and locating it?
Yeah, that's a good question. You know, we have thousands of cameras on this campus. We've worked recently to enhance that even further. That system is complex, and our investigators immediately began reviewing surveillance footage. It did take them a little bit of time to locate that due to the number and the volume of cameras that we have. And we didn't know what his path was at that point. We didn't know which door he exited. We didn't know which route he took. We didn't know where he went after he left those buildings. When our officers arrived on scene at both of those locations, he had already left the building. We didn't know by which direction, which door, and so we immediately began reviewing surveillance footage. As soon as we located that image, we immediately pushed it out on social media. My understanding is that the caller actually saw it on one of the news stations, and so we've already said this, but we can't thank our partners enough for amplifying that. And then 17 minutes later, we received the phone call through our dispatch center that he was seen. So while I know the timing, people may question the timing. This was an ongoing complex incident, and it took a little bit of time to find that image, but we worked valiantly, and I commend our investigators that set their rifles down and turned around and started looking at video on the computer to locate those images.
Do you have real-time capability right now, though?
Yeah, I'll let the chief.
So that's part of our overall strategic plan we are currently in a process of centralizing all security systems that will accompany or will come with real-time monitoring, which is what you're speaking of, is when an example would be in a situation like that, the location would be identified, the operator would know that that particular location has X number of cameras and begin automatically pulling the cameras up to help with the overall response for that. That's something that's in development. That was an initiative that we announced in the fall with that, and that's currently underway with that.
I want to go back to the state police on the letter. We may, a couple things. Just want to make sure I understand this correctly. You confirmed that the letter said, "Hi, my name is Anthony McRae," and later said, "I will be shooting up MSU." Can you confirm that?
That I can't confirm. I have only gotten some information from the letter. I have not read the letter, so I'm not sure exactly what that says. So I can't confirm nor deny that was on there.
So businesses were threatened, a church was threatened, and then a school district in New Jersey as well, correct?
That's true.
And you mentioned the connections potentially between the businesses, and can you say anything about a connection to the church and also what the connection to the school district in New Jersey was? I know there's talk about him having been part of that community, but specifically the school district?
The school district, I can't comment on why he was threatening that specific school district. We just know that he did have some connections to New Jersey, but that was years ago. So I'm not sure why he was bringing that up so late in the game.
And the church?
The church, I have no information on that as well.
Okay, and then he also in this letter, correct me if I'm wrong, claimed to be the leader of a group of 20 killers. Is that right?
That's true, yes.
Can you give us a sense of how you were able to invalidate that claim if you have found that to be unsubstantiated? Because obviously once the suspect's body was found, an all clear was given on the campus. So can you just give us an idea of how that was found to be unsubstantiated?
Yes, through our interviews with the shooter's father, we brought that up to him, and he had mentioned that his son does not have any friends. He pretty much sat in his room most of the time. He ate, went to the bathroom in there. So he pretty much never left his room, and his father didn't believe that he had any friends, let alone 20 of them that would help him put this out. So we kind of determined that he was the lone shooter in this.
And is all all of that done before the all clear was given on campus?
Yes. Yeah. Well, actually, yes. That's something I would have to let Deputy Chief Rosman answer to as far as when the all clear was given, but just what we did with our investigation on our end.
So then just, if you just follow up on that, obviously a lot of students, a lot of families are going to be learning about these revelations. What can you tell us about the timeline of getting those claims, disproving them, and where alerting families when you do that it was all clear?
Sure. And I would point out that it's easy to, in hindsight, look at this was happening very rapidly. What I will say is at the time that information was received, that the note was found in his pocket, we had already established not only a unified command post in the field, but we had activated our emergency operations center, and information was being shared live time between the unified command post, our emergency operations center, operating under our instant command system. And so that's the reason that we were able to get information so quick from the scene where the shooter was found, the note in his pocket, and relay that information live time to the people like myself that were making decisions on what information was accurate to communicate with the public. And at the time we had to make a decision whether we believed that the statement about there being 20 people involved was credible based on the information that we had at the time, and I stand by that, and we continue to stand by that. We do not believe that to be accurate, and that's why we did what we did. So thank you for the question. I'm going to go somewhere to somebody else.
On the timeline on this, the tweet, so I just want to make, because your department put out a tweet at 12:28 a.m. saying there is no longer a threat to campus. So at that time, when that tweet is put out, your department has already been made aware of the claim of 20 other shooters and has already disproven or looked into that.
We had already received information from the scene, very detailed information from the scene, and we processed that information and made that decision. Yes, that's the answer. Yep. Hold on. In the back, right there. News time.
Quick question for Chief Sosby and then the President. Chief Sosby, will you be releasing the body camera video from the Larch and Cedar Street like you have with previous investigations that are going on?
When we are involved in a situation like this, our policy and procedure is to release the video. However, this investigation is being conducted by the Michigan State Police and Campus Police, so we will leave that determination up to them as to when that body camera.
Because you've done it with a couple officer-involved shootings,
Correct.
While state police are still doing their investigation.
Yes, that's true, and in cases that we do that, we are in full cooperation with the investigating agencies in this case.
And then for the President, real quick, Berkeley Hall is closed for the rest of the semester. The union's closed for now. What happens after that? Are you going to go through a remodel like Oxford did? Are they going to be completely torn down and rebuilt like Sandy Hook? Or what's the process?
Our leadership group is meeting, and we're making determinations on the disposition of each of the buildings in real time. So I don't have an answer for that at this point.
Question for Chief Lynch.
Hey, everybody. I know there's a lot of questions. We're going to do our best to get to all of them. So in the back on the suit and tie. I'm sorry, suit and tie right behind. Yep, go ahead.
Any reaction on the fact that Craig, because of that plea deal in 2019 in the Lansing case, wasn't able to purchase these two handguns? And to follow up on that, rumor going around that he had turned down for a job at MSU, and that could have been a possible motive.
I'll address the second question first, and I'll see if anybody wants to take the first. That is part of the investigation in terms of his connection to MSU. We can find no connection to MSU at this time. He was not a current student faculty staff or a former student faculty staff. We are aware of that claim as well. We are investigating it, and I don't have an answer for you right now, but it will be reviewed as part of our investigation.
I will address the charge sheet asked question. Can you ask it again, please?
Yes.
So I'm clear.
Reaction to the fact that the 2019 case that your police department handled was pled down by the then prosecutor. The way it was pled down allowed him to buy these two handguns around him on early Tuesday morning, Monday night, Tuesday morning.
Yes, my understanding is that in that case a motion was made by the defense, and then before that motion was pushed through, to a decision that the then prosecutor of Ingham County chose to drop that charge and negotiate down to a lesser crime, which gave him no jail time, no felony charge to prohibit him from buying additional weapons in the future, and a year of probation. But that prosecutor is no longer in Ingham County.
Should that have been allowed?
Pardon me?
The prosecutor had some more hindsight to obviously the plea deals are happening all the time. But
We would all hope that a prosecutor would uphold the law as it's written. There's always room for some type of discrepancy or discretion. However, that one will be under scrutinized for a long time, I'm sure.
All right, everyone, 10:52 over on the East Coast and 7:52 on the West Coast. You are listening in to that live, raw, and unfiltered news conference there with law enforcement at Michigan State University. They are providing an update on that deadly mass shooting that happened Monday night, where we did see 3 students killed, 5 others critically wounded, and they do remain in critical condition at the hospital. Let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we will be right back with more of your headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
With that.
So related to that, there's a couple points that police put out reports that turned out to be false. So of a shooting at IM East, or of someone actively shooting as late as 11:30 p.m. Did those false reports you were getting make your job more difficult? And how did you determine what to put out on Twitter or send out an alert?
So those were reports received through dispatch that is then coming to us. The way that the coordinated operation, how we set up, is that there were teams assigned to buildings, and then we had response teams that were set up to respond to calls. We operate on trying to verify and go from there. And so when we receive calls like that, if that's what you hear on the scanner and that's how we're being dispatched, we're sending officers to that location. Those officers get there, they get to IMEs, no signs of shooting, not hearing anything. That's the response.
But so how is it decided to put something out on Twitter or make an alert?
Well, we know that there is a scanner that people may be accessing it. And so when we have the opportunity to verify or to confirm that it's not true, then we do that. That's part of the overall decision-making process with that. What is the value of doing that at that particular time?
And so putting out 11:30 that there was someone actively shooting was what that alert said. Could you talk about the decision-making for that one?
It would have been based on what information that was used at that time to have that decision with that. It's all real time. It's very nimble with that, and that's why we should be the source of information.
The professor who led the classroom where the shooting started in Berkey Hall said that there was no way that he knew if to lock the classroom from the inside.
Is that the case in classrooms across campus? And is that best practice to not have a locking mechanism? Most K-12 schools, for instance, in these instances, have a mechanism for teachers to lock the classroom doors.
Well, I'm not familiar with the statistical information for K-12, but would be the fact is that we have 400 buildings as opposed to maybe 1 or 6 with that. And so the sizes are definitely going to vary with that. Our practice currently is to not outfit each and every classroom with mechanisms like that. There are a couple of reasons why or why not to. That's in a discussion in itself on the advantages, the pros and cons with that. However, those components, these coming days and discussions we're going to have with our community is we'll lead the discussions, but we'll present options. And as a community, we'll decide on how we proceed with different physical security, police officer presence, potentially security officer presence, additional security systems. All of those will become part of it with that. But today, that is not how we're set up in all of our classrooms with that.
Chief, you mentioned that students rendered aid to each other. We are hearing reports that possibly one of the students killed acted heroically and tried to take the shooter down. Can you verify those reports? I know it is still very early in the investigation.
Mm-hmm. I couldn't speak specifically to that action with that. Lots of information being fielded at this time. What I shared at the beginning of this press conference was what was shared directly with me by individuals involved with that. I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case, but at this time I just couldn't confirm that actually took place.
And then a very quick follow-up. I know that you mentioned you are not going to be identifying the 5 students who are still in the hospital. Are you able to confirm that 2 of them are exchange students from China? Is that something that you can speak to?
No, not at this particular time with that. We do know that we do have some international students, but couldn't confirm at this time where their home country is.
Let's go in the back here, over on the left.
I just wanted to, maybe this is for MSP, you said that you were able to complete his journey from campus to the site where he shot himself. He had all this ammunition that kind of leads you to believe he had plans to do more. I mean, was there any point in there where did he seem in a hurry? Did he stop at other places and kind of contemplate doing something, or was he calmly walking home?
It looked like from looking at the video that we did have portions of, that he was just walking home. Where his ending spot at Lake Lansing Larch was just around the corner from his house on Howe Street. So it appears that he was just heading home.
Was the church or the warehouse anywhere in the area? Like, did it seem like that was the direction he was going?
No, it appeared to us that he was heading home when someone just spotted him from the picture we put out on him.
Neighbors have said that they called the cops about hearing shootings at the father's house. Were those not responded to?
If you don't mind, is everybody okay if I call on people? Is that okay? I appreciate it. I'm just trying to keep things a tad bit orderly. It's okay. I'll come back to you, though. Right here, the ma'am in the black vest.
Yep. I have a question for the president. What do you have to say to students and future students who say that this shooting, the university is tarnished by this shooting?
I believe we are a strong community, and we will not allow a single individual to take our university from us. And we heard that loud and clear from many of our students. We are still processing, but this is our home. This is our university.
Brown jacket right here.
Were the 2 handguns purchased after the arrest in 2019? And do you know, or can you clarify where they're purchased?
I don't know if we have that information. I don't think we're prepared with that information right now. We may be able to share that in the future. We just don't have it right now. So, in the back, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, just multiple neighbors have said that they did call the police about issues of hearing gunshots at the father's house. Were those not responded to? Were the neighbors not accurate on that?
What the information that we have is that those are not accurate. We checked all our call logs along with our dispatch logs, and we have not received, the Lansing Police Department has not received any calls for any shots fired at that residence.
Right here.
Thank you for President Woodruff. Thank you. I talked to 2 students who have been distributing a petition with about 11,000 signatures for some sort of Zoom or online option rest of the semester, it's similar to what's offered at Oxford High School. Has there been a discussion of that in the administration?
Yes, we've discussed that, and there's ongoing discussions.
Do you see that as a possibility for students?
We're considering all options for the manner in which we continue the continuity of education, research, and outreach on this campus.
Has there been talk of differentiating for students with classes in the Union and Berkeley, or who are in those classes, options different for them for the rest of the student body, or would whatever solutions sort of be applied?
Yes, we've been talking about places and spaces and where education will continue. And certainly those two buildings are central to some of those conversations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's been a lot of details today about what was in the note. Can you just clear up what exactly was in the note? I know it was mentioned earlier about a possible why. Can you say what possibly you know about the motive to this point?
So again, I really do think we've said all we can about what we think the motive might be. I commend and appreciate the Michigan State Police sharing as much information as they have about that note. I really think that's all we have to share at this point. We'll continue to evaluate that note from a lot of different angles, a lot of investigative avenues. If we determine anything else, if that note.
So that's exactly what we do right here on Live Now from Fox. Really just showed you this news conference for the better half of an hour right here, giving you the latest updates there out of Michigan State University of that terrible shooting that happened this past week. Learned a little bit more about the suspect there, and also tragically about the victims as well. We are going to keep it going right here, of course, on Live Now from Fox. What we try to do is bring in as many live feeds as we can throughout the day, and that is exactly what we are going to continue to do right now. We're going out to Daytona Beach, Florida right now, get an update from the sheriff of Volusia County. Terrible update there. Last night, a 3-year-old boy tragically accidentally shot himself and died. So let's bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox.
There's some stuff that we can't tell you because the father of the 3-year-old is a state correctional officer. Therefore, there are things that I can't release about the family. I can tell you that the weapon that the 3-year-old got his hands on was stored in the nightstand next to the bed. It's a Canex 9mm firearm that was discharged once. The second firearm inside of the house was a Glock that was on top of the refrigerator. There is a safe in the bedroom. The safe is inoperable. So we're looking into how long that safe has been inoperable. What else am I missing here? DCF is clearly involved. There's parental supervision that has to be administered while they're with their other children. There were 3 children in the house. The sister who was watching them was 16. And there's another boy, the brother was 8, and the little guy was 3. The parents had left the house to go food shopping at Publix and left the 16-year-old in charge. And somehow, we don't know exactly how, but the little guy got into the bedroom, got into the drawer, and discharged the firearm once. From what we understand, the pounds per pressure to pull that trigger is about 4.6 pounds of pressure you need to pull the trigger back, whereas my gun, which is a revolver, you need 7 pounds of pressure to pull that off. This is a picture of the firearm that was used. There's questions about charging that you're going to get into. We're going to hand you copies of the law. When any minor child is accidentally shot by another family member, no arrest shall be made subject to this subsection prior to 7 days after the shooting. With any respect to any parent or guardian of the deceased minor, the investigating officer shall file all findings and evidence with the state attorney's office with respect to violations of this subsection. The state attorney shall evaluate such evidence and take the appropriate action. Then we have safe storage of firearms, which is section 790.174. And basically it says, shall keep the firearm in a secure locked box or container or in a location which a reasonable person would believe to be secure or shall secure with trigger locks, except if the person is carrying this firearm on his or her body. It is a misdemeanor of the second degree when it comes to safe storage of firearms. We will, as we do with every case, we will investigate it and we will submit it to the state attorney's office to see where and when, if anything, is going to happen. I cannot imagine there's anything in the law books that can punish that family more than what happened last night. And if you listen to the 911 calls from the parents and from the 16-year-old, you know, my biggest concern out of all of this is the mental and physical health of my deputies and my dispatchers and the evac personnel that responded. You know, the officer, Logan Daniels, the deputy who got there first, she graduated in our first academy class. And obviously you could see she's covered in blood. And then the officers, the deputies that responded, and then the 911 call takers and dispatchers that work through that. So my concern is for their health and welfare. This was not easy.
Sheriff, was the weapon used by the 3-year-old, the state corrections officers?
He doesn't have, they don't issue the state folks weapons. You know, clearly, you have to say it, this should never have happened. This should not have happened. We should not be standing here having this conversation. My deputies and dispatchers should not be going through what they are going through. Clearly, for those first responders, this is going to be something that is career-altering and life-altering.
Sheriff, do you guys preliminarily have an idea of what may have happened in the house?
What we're assuming is the parents go to Publix, leave the 16-year-old in charge, probably have done it 1,000,001 times. For some reason, and I don't know that reason, I don't know if we'll ever know that reason, the 3-year-old wandered into the bedroom and got into the end table. And when he got into the end table, he picked the gun out and he turned it toward himself and he shot himself point blank range.
Where was he shot?
Did you say, Sheriff, the lockbox didn't work?
The safe is not working. Whether the batteries, we don't know why the safe isn't working or how long it hasn't been working. Obviously, that is a focal point of the investigation as to how long has the safe not worked for a year? Has it not worked for 5 days or 3 days or 2 days? Is it a battery issue? Was it, what is it? We don't know that yet. But that's something that we're working closely with the state attorney's office.
Does the officer say he traditionally keeps his weapons in the safe?
Traditionally, the weapons, this is we're being told the weapons stay in the safe.
So one gun in the nightstand, one in the safe.
One gun in the nightstand, the gun that the little guy grabs, and the other gun was on top of the refrigerator. That was a Glock.
In all of your years in law enforcement, have you ever seen an accidental shooting with someone so young?
No. We were all talking about this, the command staff in the room before we came in here to see you, and probably in that room there's had to be 250 years of police experience, and we all said we have never seen anything like this. That's why I said we shouldn't be standing here. We shouldn't be. That family shouldn't feel the way they feel. It's just, it's heartbreaking. You sit there and listen to that 911 call, and the sister who's calling in. I mean, we were all 16 once. Did you watch your siblings while your younger ones while your parents around to the store? Yeah. Who would have ever in a million years thought that would happen? But, you know, there is a message here to all parents that own guns, and that message is if you have little ones, even if you have teenagers, you got to lock them up, man. You got to lock them up because you just don't know. You know, normally what we see is that the teenager steals the gun from their parents or their grandparents, and then they use it in a crime. You know, when you see somebody so young get a hold of that gun, and you know, and I'm not going to sound sexist here when I say this, but boys have a propensity to be fascinated with firearms. You know, I was a son of a cop, and I was fascinated with my father's guns. Fascinated with them. I knew where they were. I knew how to get at them. I played with them. I knew how to unload them. I wore his holster. So, you know, there's no doubt that he found that and he wanted to play with it.
I know you mentioned the 7-day rule. Are you expecting charges, or is that something you're even advocating for?
Right now, I don't think that's the least of my concern. Right now, my concern is for my deputies, my dispatchers, the evac personnel, and getting the family, because don't forget, you have an 8-year-old, You have a 16-year-old in that house, and even mom and dad. I mean, it's not like they killed this kid. I mean, this was a horrible act of circumstances. So, like we do with anything else, you know, the state attorney is on board with us, has been on board with us since the minute we notified them. There'll be an investigation, which is being done. The state attorney will look at the facts and circumstances and the totality of circumstances, and then they'll make a determination as to are they going to charge.
Sheriff, you say you cannot say much about the family, but is he a state county corrections?
State, CCI. He's a lieutenant at CCI. Yes.
State prison.
Mm-hmm.
Sheriff, you mentioned concern for your deputies who responded in dispatch. What support is available for them?
Yeah, so last night we did our peer groups that will debrief everybody. And we are in the process now of setting up individual interviews. They're actually mandated to be examined by a psychologist or a psychiatrist or psychologist that we have on staff. Not that we have on staff, we contract with them. And then based on that, they'll advise us what the next steps are. Do we put them in a non-patrol function? Do we continue with more counseling? You know, the part that I think people don't understand with first responders is it's not necessarily the first 24 or 48 hours that you worry. It's the long-term effects. Because you may feel, I got this, but as time rolls on, and I could tell you I've been doing this 36 years, that there are 2 homicides that I worked that there are times, and I don't know why, I wake up in the middle of the night and see the victim. One was a 6-year-old and one was a woman who was out jogging, who was brutally raped and murdered. For some reason, I don't know why, all the murder scenes I've been to, those 2 stick with me and they wake you up years later in the middle of the night. So.
You said it takes 4.2 pounds of pressure.
4.6 pounds of pressure to pull that trigger. It's not a lot.
It's not a lot. Correct me if I'm wrong. Was there a mandate that pistols had to have a certain amount of pounds?
I wouldn't be able to answer that. I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't think anybody really even knows what this brand is. The CANIK is the brand of the firearm. So, I don't know.
What would you say to other families who might also have a safe at home that's not working right now and maybe has their gun somewhere it shouldn't be?
I would like to, and we're checking the legality of it, I would like them to listen to that 911 call. I would like to listen, have them hear the 16-year-old say, my brother shot himself, but he's not breathing. And I think if you heard that, you would run out right now and buy a gun safe. Yes?
But I remember when you guys were at Daytona, you guys handed out trigger locks. So you don't need an expensive safe, per se.
You don't. It's your family's safety. Invest a couple bucks in your family. It's not the police's responsibility. It's not the sheriff's office's responsibility. It's your responsibility. If you're going to store guns in your house and you're going to have kids around, be responsible and get a mechanism that can lock the damn thing up.
Sheriff, I know there's some departments that pass out those trigger locks for free. Is there any here in Volusia County?
We've done it. We've done it. And did it work last night? No. So, again, you want to be a responsible gun owner, don't ask the government, the police, or the sheriff's office to supply these things. You want to own guns, go out and do the right goddamn thing so we don't have to deal with another 3-year-old shooting himself.
I know that there are certain rules that apply when you carry a weapon in a vehicle, Sheriff. Does that same rule apply to a home where you...
The law basically says if you're in your home, this is what safe storage of firearms required. Okay? Any person who stores or leaves on a premise under his or her control a loaded firearm and who knows or reasonably should know that a minor is likely to gain access to the firearm without the lawful permission of the minor's parents or the person having charge of the minor or without supervision required by law shall keep the firearm securely locked box or a container in the location which a reasonable person would believe would be secure. This also applies to such as a trigger lock, except when the person is carrying the firearm on his or her body or within such close proximity that they can retrieve it and use it quickly. So we'll give everybody a copy of it. You can read what it says. And it's a misdemeanor of the second degree to violate that subsection. Yes?
I have a question. What do you think about people without training about how to store safely firearms?
I don't think, I don't think you need to be trained. I think that's common sense. If you're going to store a firearm or firearms in your home and you have children, lock them up.
Yeah, but not everybody has common sense.
Right, right.
So
In that case, there's nothing I can't train you what to do. How many people have firearms in their homes? How many? Everybody has firearms. If you can't take, you're an anomaly. But people who have them, lock them up. I mean, it's you don't need to be trained. And it's a shame you have to even think that, but you have kids in your house.
But don't you think that this case like this could happen again if a lot of people without training could access to a
It happens. I don't know what training is going to do. I can't. That means I have to train you as a parent on how to make sure your kids do their homework, how their kids brush their teeth, how they cross the street. You're a parent. You have guns in your home. Lock them up. That's my training to you. Lock them up.
So you are agreeing with this bill that is on the table?
This has. Listen, we're not going down that rabbit hole. What I'm here to talk about is we had a 3-year-old who got hold of a firearm and accidentally killed himself. Okay?
You agree with this bill? So
what bill?
The bill that proposed that the people without training.
I don't know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. Okay, listen, right now we're worried about a 3-year-old, their family, and my deputies. I'm not going to get into the gun debate.
Can you name the model of the gun again?
It's at CANIK 9mm.
But don't a lot of guns like that, Sheriff, have that same kind of pressure thing? I mean,
That is a ballistics question for somebody who understands ballistics, and I can't tell you that what it is. I can't tell you that.
Sheriff, that's a picture of the actual gun?
That is a picture of the actual firearm. I'm not trying to give you a hard way to go. I'm just here stating what's going on.
Sheriff, for those who may not be too familiar with firing guns, how would you equivalent that kind of pressure? Is it just a simple flick?
I would tell you it's just very easy squeeze. And obviously, and sadly, it was easy enough for a 3-year-old to pull the trigger. So think about, for all of us who have little ones, how much pressure or how strong is a 3-year-old to be able to make that move. And I can't tell you, we don't know this yet. Did the 3-year-old use both thumbs? Did he use one finger? I don't know.
It was loaded, presumably. I mean,
It was one. There was a round in the chamber. Clearly, he didn't rack it. I mean, he just picked it up and put it to his face and was probably looking down at these 3.
Is that something you'd even be able to determine?
I don't know. I don't know. Our guys are looking into a lot of stuff. And there's a lot of things they won't be able to answer, or some things that they can answer. So you guys good? Everybody got a copy of the law? Okay.
All right, terrible tragedy right there in Daytona Beach that played out last night as the family members found the 3-year-old there. It was left at the home with a 16-year-old sibling, and unfortunately tragedy struck yesterday evening. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break here. When we come back, we're going to keep you in Florida. A major human trafficking bust was uncovered. We'll bring it to you coming up on the other side of the break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Take a look at the Dow. You can see it down today. Stock sell-off at about 250 points there in the red. We'll continue to take a look at it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us here for the Thursday edition of Live Now, where we try to bring in as many live feeds that we can, top stories, and, of course, when breaking news happens, we got you covered there as well. We're going to take you out to Polk County, Florida, getting an update from the sheriff and other officials about a major human trafficking bust that took place. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Police Department, also with Captain Toddy Thompson. The Auburndale Police Department will have Chief Terry Story. Haines City Police Department will have Deputy Chief Jay Hopwood. The Bartow Police Department we have Chief Brian Dorman. Winter Haven Police Department we have Captain Don Nunnery. Lake Wells Police Department we have Lieutenant Mike Smith. Devonport Police Department we have Chief Steve Parker. We also have our social service agencies, folks, and I want you to know that the mental health and behavioral health support that they receive immediately is so very important to this operation. We have Michaela Klein and Jody Domingue. I always mess your name up, Jody. Domingue? Domingue. Yes, Dr. Marianne Thomas, Canadian Parchment, Sarah Rockwell, Laura Swink, and they are from My Name, My Voice, One More Child, Heartland for Children, Child Protection Team, Sail of Freedom, and also DCF from the state of Florida participated. They're not here with us today, but they were there every day of the operation. So what occurred? This all started on February the 6th through the 12th, the run-up to Super Bowl. We are doing a human trafficking operation, as we do several times a year, where we're looking for the victims of human trafficking, those that are forced to participate, those that are made to participate, those that are treated inhumanely. We had 213 arrests, as I said previously. In addition to the human trafficking arrest, the prostitution arrest, we had drugs, we had guns, we had prostitution, we had johns. Across the spectrum of criminal charges, we had those. 111 were prostitutes, 89 were johns. There were 24 victims that I want to show you here that we suspect are victims of human trafficking. That's why they're blanked out. Now, we suspect this, and all of these are being counseled with at this time. What I'm excited to announce to you today, this is the most we've identified at the initial stage of the investigation or operation. As you know, the human trafficking victim is a very difficult victim to work with because they're scared. They're certainly more scared of their pimp, of their trafficker, than they are of law enforcement. But this time, these ladies and their team of counselors did and continue to do remarkable work. They'll talk more about that later. But if you look, we've got a color code here. Because of our human trafficking victims, 14 of these females are illegally in this country. Did you hear that? Did you hear clearly what I said? 14 of them are here illegally in the country. To me, the bombshell is 13 of them are Cuban, one is Mexican. All of them came to us through the southern border. So I want you to focus for just a second as I speak, that we hear the political 30-second bites about, oh, the border's porous. No, it's not. The border is secure. No, it's not. There's really not a crisis at the border. Yes, there's a crisis at the border. Wake up. Somebody in Washington with more than 5 brain cells needs to listen to this. Well, maybe asking them to have 5 brain cells too many. Let's shoot for 3 brain cells. But the reality is, this is what we found. These ladies all arrived within the last 2 years. The majority of them arrived within the last 6 months. Some of them arrived in the last 2 weeks. And just how did they get here and what was told to us? That they were paying off their transportation debt, that they were being smuggled into the United States to have sex, that their family at home was being threatened if they didn't come here and do what they were supposed to and pay off the debts. Did you hear that? So it's not enough that we've got illegal entries. Forget the illegal entries for a moment that are coming here to work, to do good, to do better for their family. What everyone's ignoring is the traffickers in fentanyl that are killing thousands upon thousands upon thousands of our people every day. The traffickers of methamphetamine that are all coming across that border with the traffickers of fentanyl. That these human traffickers are forcing ladies across this border to commit sex so they can indenture them. And yet, we don't do what we need to do. I suggest to you that what we are doing with the immigration issue today is simply this. It's like you go home this evening and oh my gosh, a pipe is broken and I've got water all over the floor. Well, the federal government's got water all over the floor and they're in there trying to mop it up. At least they say they are. But at the same time, the pipe's still pumping more water onto the floor. The first thing you do when you go home this evening and you find a pipe is broken and you've got water on the floor is you go find the source and turn the valve off. And then you mop up and you fix the problem. But we don't. So these ladies are being forced across the border. They're being threatened to kill their families back at home. At the end of the day, some of them say, well, it's also a quick avenue for cash. I'm here illegally. I can't speak English. What these ladies have discovered, and they're going to give you the details, is most of the time when we arrest what I call a professional prostitute, she's angry, she's mad, she lashes out. What we saw with these human trafficking victims is they're scared, they're dejected, they're depressed. The Cubans said they came here through Nicaragua. They had to make their way through Honduras, Guatemala, all the way through Mexico to the United States border. So how do you traverse all of that area? Coyotes, smugglers. They identify them and say, here, you're coming, we'll get you there, and you're paying. And these ladies were paying a ridiculous, horrible price. So at the end of the day, we arrested also 4 previous prostitutes that we'd arrested before in previous operations, and 1 John. 1 arrest was not enough for him here or for the 4 ladies, and we arrested them again. So some of these pictures are up here for a second time. 2 of our Johns showed up with concealed firearms. 22 of these folks were on public assistance. You know what I think about that. We all work. We pay our taxes. We expect public assistance to go to those who are very old, very young, that are significantly in need and can't care for themselves. But they're healthy enough while you're paying taxes and they're getting your tax money that they can come here and prostitute or seek out prostitutes. That's right, 22 of them were on public assistance. 54 were arrested with some form of drug charges. We filed over 100 drug charges. But I would be incomplete if I didn't introduce you to what I call a few of our people. This color of these work histories and jobs and professional positions are always interesting. And where would we be with a human trafficking operation without an elected official? That's right. This guy comes from the San Diego area of California. He was supposedly here helping his mom and dad, and hey, he had a few minutes, so he decided he would come here and engage in sex. He solicited sex for $200. He's on the governing board of the Del Mar Union Public School District. Now, don't you want this guy making decisions for your children? Oh, he's educated. He's got a PhD from the University of Southern California. He's married. He's married. I don't know what his wife thinks about this, or if she doesn't know about it. It'd be a good time to watch social media, or her local news station will provide it to him in Southern California. He's also a molecular biologist. You know, most of us can't even say molecular biologist, and he is one. He's retired currently. At one time, he owned a massage studio. He doesn't own that any longer. Today, he's got a new title, jailbird, in Polk County. This guy knows better. He's supposed to be a leader in the community. He's an elected official. He's making decisions for our children, and he's out soliciting prostitutes. Then there's Christopher Patassi from Lakeland. He's a registered sex offender, but he's not originally from Lakeland. No, he's from Massachusetts, and they were kind enough to send him to us. He has arrests from 1993, 1995, 1997, 2000, and 2006 in Massachusetts for what? Sex offender charges. And he has a sex offender status. He is arrested currently for prostitution. He's unemployed, but we are doing background investigations with hopes that we can charge him with other appropriate charges because he has a sex offender status. That investigation is ongoing. Then there's Jessica Nichols from Spring Hill. She came to offer sex, $350 for an hour, and she denied she was there for that. She said, "Oh, I sell drugs now. I don't prostitute anymore." She showed up with a trafficking amount of fentanyl. She also had meth and cocaine that she was in possession of and ready to sell. She's unbelievable. She's, by the way, also doesn't pay her traffic citations because she's had an outstanding warrant from Pasco County for a traffic infraction. Sheriff Naco, we got one of you ladies here. We're going to send her back to you, but she's not supposed to be driving. Then there's Jessica Burgess. She's from Clearwater. She's a convenience store clerk. Okay, what's so exciting about that? She was released from the Florida State Prison she was in there on drug charges. Released from the Florida State Prison on February the 7th. So how did she celebrate being released from state prison? Getting arrested on February the 11th. 4 days later, she's got arrested for prostitution, and she's in possession of what? Illegal drugs, like got her locked up. Do you think she learned her lesson? I think not. We'll give her another opportunity to go to prison based on her meth arrest. But here's a clear indication, folks. We think these folks are low-level, nonviolent offenders, and just given the right environment, they will correct their ways. Took her 4 days to get arrested. Then there's Jermichael Bradley. He's from Tampa. He brought his girlfriend. She's the human trafficking victim. He was in possession of a firearm. Did I mention he was a convicted felon? Did I mention the firearm that he was in possession of as a convicted felon was stolen? You'd think that's a newsflash, but it's not. We arrest people every day. The Florida legislature, and yes, the federal government needs to pass legislation that says, hey, on minimum mandatories for firearms, you have to serve 100% of your sentence, and if the prosecutor does not bring this charge to court, he needs to say in writing why he's letting a felon with a firearm not be prosecuted. Well, by the way, they also brought an 8-month-old baby with him. That got him a contributing charge. So he's pimping his girlfriend, he's bringing his 8-month-old baby, he's got a concealed firearm, and he's on public assistance. If wonders will never cease. He said he is a chef at Three Brothers. I don't think Three Brothers wants him cooking anymore. Just saying. And then there's Zune Show. Zune Show is from Riverview. He is a software engineer for FICO. That's right, the credit report people. He's been there 28 years. He's married. Did you hear what I said? He's married. His wife was out of the country and he said he was lonely. He also admitted as he goes to USF football games to look at the girls. He might as well. There's not much football being played over there right now. So we arrested him. So while most people go to watch a football game, he goes to watch the girls. And he said it. He actually admitted it. And then there's Bailey Purcell from Temple Terrace. He's a wide receiver for the USF football team. While Zune is not watching him play football, he's watching the girls. And this guy is no longer a wide receiver because he's been caught. You almost want to feel sorry for him. He's a kid. He said, "Can you call my pastor? But whatever you do, don't call my parents." Tells me he's got some really good parents at home. I believe they will correct his mistake between the parents and the pastor and the court system. But he was soliciting a prostitute. And then there's Zachary Wright. He's a software engineer. He's currently unemployed. He said he's glad he's not working. It would not look good to his boss that he was arrested. And he said, oh, by the way, I've got family. My family's real good friends with the police chief in Plant City. My dad's a lawyer and is good friends with the police chief in Plant City. And they said, well, what's his name? He goes, I don't know, but they're really good friends if that makes any difference. Well, I don't think the police chief's going to bond you out. That's the most difference it could make. Neon Vega from Tampa. He works for United States Postal Service, the post office. When we called to advise them and to check to make sure what he was telling us was truthful, they said, just say he works for the federal government. Okay, he works for the federal government. He's married. He said he messed up, and we were messing him up because we kept him up all night. By the time the booking and going to jail was over, he was supposed to take his kids to the zoo the next day. He was charged with deriving proceeds. You ain't going to believe this. Because he brought a female to the op. Did you hear what I said? It was not his wife. So the dude's married. He works for the post office. Maybe he was just delivering mail. I don't know. In this case, he was delivering female. You know, but at the end of the day, he's brought a girl to prostitute at the op who's not his wife. This guy's just a nut. And then there's Craig Van Elsen from Brandon. He's been with UPS for 28 years. He's married, and he left his wife so that he could come over here and get himself in trouble. This operation could not have been possible without our colleagues from the police departments. I'm just telling you right now. It was a massive operation. And I've asked our chiefs if they wanted to speak, and Chief Sam Taylor said that he would speak on behalf of the police chiefs. Chief, come on up.
Thank you, Sheriff. The sheriff calls occasionally and wants to do these operations, and I can tell you that the Lakeland Police Department will always say yes. We are proud and honored of the leadership that the sheriff shows in this regard, and he's always leading from the front. He never asks us to provide, manpower and resources that he doesn't double that typically. So on behalf of the men and women of the Lakeland Police Department, we are grateful and honored to be asked to participate in this. And all the police chiefs up here, I think I speak on their behalf, is that this is a joint operation. This is a county-wide operation, and it moves all over the county. Sometimes it's in the east side of the county, sometimes it's in Lakeland, and it gets moved all over. But these things have happened in the past. These operations have happened in the past. I anticipate they will happen in the future. Apparently the word is not getting out, but the word needs to get out. This is not something that you want to bring to Polk County. And we're going to continue to hammer that home until the message does get out. But again, I want to thank the sheriff for his leadership and all the resources that he provides and his attention to this human trafficking issue. And that's really what it boils down to. It's not about putting these low level, as the sheriff calls them, misdemeanor crimes. These folks are dangerous. Some of these folks bring guns, and the human trafficking aspect is what's important. And that's why some of these ladies are up here, and they're going to talk to you about that in a second. And that's the gist of trying to identify and help these ladies. And that's the most important thing. So again, thank you for allowing us, Sheriff, to participate, and we will look forward to working with you in the future. So thank you.
Hello, my name is Jody Domingue. I'm the Executive Director of Anti-Trafficking for One More Child. One More Child is an organization that last year impacted over 400,000 children and families by focusing on foster children, hungry children, single moms, struggling families, and trafficked children and adults. We provide anti-trafficking services in 21 counties throughout the state of Florida, but also North Carolina and Tennessee. And we've had the opportunity of partnering with the Sheriff's Office on these operations since 2014. In this operation, we were able to meet with 86 individuals who could be current or former victims of human trafficking or sexual exploitation. And as the sheriff mentioned, many of these victims this time are from different countries, which is an extra layer of vulnerability because they do not speak our language. So we are able to meet with them and provide services immediately, Spanish-speaking services and other translated services when necessary. And these services include advocacy, access to necessary resources, mentorship, and specialized mental health counseling. Now, not every individual of those 86 are able to be identified as a victim now or former victim, but what we do know is that nobody grows up dreaming of a life where their bodies are being sold for profit. The men and women who are walking through those doors have histories of being trafficked, abused, and exploited. And One More Child offers critical services to begin the healing process and to also provide opportunities that end the cycles of sexual exploitation. Every time the sheriff does these operations, more and more individuals are arrested, and it's honestly shocking that we're not learning what trafficking looks like in this community. And there are many myths that fuel what trafficking looks like, and they take precious resources away from law enforcement agencies and also misidentify victims who are involved. Very rarely does trafficking involve kidnapping. It also rarely, almost never, involves a mom and her children being followed in a grocery store and being targeted, or cars that are marked for later victimization. It most often looks like generations of cyclical poverty and individuals who are desperate to have their needs met for survival. It also looks like people coming over the border from other countries and having additional vulnerabilities like not speaking the language. Or a young daughter who's being coerced online by an older boyfriend, or may have shared a picture that unfortunately exposes too much and now she's indebted to that person. So please, we urge you, learn what these signs look like in your community. If you want information about what trafficking looks like, how to identify it, how to prevent it, how to intervene with it, please contact us at onemorechild.org. And also, if you see something suspicious within your community, please contact your local law enforcement agency. And if it's a minor, the Department of Children and Families. Sheriff Judd, Polk County Sheriff's deputies, and the various agencies here again today, we thank you so much for your partnership and continued service.
Good morning. My name is Katie Ann Parchment. I'm with Heartland for Children, and I'm also the co-chair for the Polk Highlands and Hardy Counties Human Trafficking Task Force. Through the Sheriff Department, we've had the opportunity to participate in this type of operations for over the last 10 years. And I will say this year has been such a blessing to us to be able to work up front and more closely in collaboration with law enforcement and our partner agencies to really get on the forefront and speak to the people who are being identified as victims. As the sheriff said earlier, we had over 20 women who identified as being human trafficking victims. The opportunity to be there with them and speak life into them in that moment when they are scared, when they are in a country oftentimes where they don't speak the language, where they're in a situation where law enforcement is all around them. The ability to say, I'm not law enforcement, but I'm here to help and I'm here to give you resources is comforting to those people in that moment. And so I am thankful for that collaboration that we've had. And I am also thankful for the opportunity to really help those people who are being victimized see that there's hope in life and light after being through something like this. This is trauma. And when we think about adverse childhood experiences and how that manifested itself in traumatic episodes as adults, then we as Heartland for Children and all these other providers have an opportunity to really help them see that there's resources, there's people within the community, there's resources through the Department of Children and Families that are able to help them and help them get out of the life. So I will leave you with this. If you are being victimized, if you know someone who is being victimized, reach out to Heartland for Children, One More Child, Sailor Freedom, the Department of Children and Families, local law enforcement, My Voice, My Name, or My Name, My Voice, to get assistance, because there's someone out there who cares, and you're valuable and you're wanted and you're loved. So reach out for help if you are able to do so. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mary Ann Thomas. I am the founder and CEO of My Name, My Voice. We are a collective of lived experience experts who provide training from everything from HT 101 to ongoing programmatic experiences. And so I have been honored to work alongside Sheriff Judd, and I have to say this has been an amazing experience. What I have seen in this operation is really a coming together. I am thankful for all of the police departments represented, and I saw from every step of the way when people were arrested all the way through their affidavit, all the way through the book-in process, people were using, all of the detectives and officers and deputies were using trauma-informed approach and treating people with humanity. And it was a beautiful thing to see that even while they were committing heinous crimes, they were still being treated well. I have been honored to work alongside this department for quite some time now. And what I also saw is, while it is shocking and a shame that there were people there who did not speak the language, there were also people every step of the way who could interact with them, who did speak the language, who were bilingual, from the sheriff's department, the police department, and the service providers, so that they were able to feel heard in that moment. And that was also what we really do need. It is a collaboration. It is a collective of voices. Not any one of us can do this work alone because it is so hard. I am thankful to be a part of this. Every single time the sheriff calls, my answer is yes, and I thank you so much for caring. I'd like to echo what my friend Jody said, that many of these people came from a life of exploitation, that while they were arrested on prostitution charges, and it very much looks like it is their choice, we know that it's really not their choice because of all of the trauma that happened from childhood on up. And so if you are someone who I met this week that we talked, please reach out. You have a number that you got that night. Reach out to any of these organizations. We want to help you take that step out. Reach out to those detectives. They also want to help you take a step out of that life. Thank you.
Are there any questions?
Sheriff, I want to ask you about the people who are profiting from this. You mentioned 2 guys who brought females along. Did you catch anybody who's actually organizing anything? And how important is it to do that, especially for the women who are being illegally brought into the country?
First off, it's very important that we catch the organizers of this. But this is like doing let me compare it to a street level drug investigation. Okay, we have caught the buyer and the seller. That's what we've done today. But we know the buyer and the seller is only the beginning of the chain. It's not the end of the chain. Now, the follow-up investigation from this point forward is, where did this person come from and where did that person come from, and who made all this available, and where did they intercept these girls, and then it takes us across the borders. And that's where it gets really, really difficult, because this stuff is being allowed, encouraged, because, hey, you can come to the United States and they're going to open the border, and, well, I don't have the money to get there. I have a solution for you. So a lot of these people are naive. A lot of them are just trying to get to the land of milk and honey. And as a result, they're being trafficked. And then they get here and find out that it's not just that you pay and go. Now you've got to work it off. And when is it worked off? When do you pay? When's enough enough? And wait a minute, I thought I was going to get a legal job here. No, you're going to prostitute here. So there's a lot of investigation to do, and it's not over. This is simply the beginning for those folks, because you're exactly right. The goal is, how high up can we get in the organization? And that investigation is still to be done.
How do the different departments, become alerted to these? I guess people seeking prostitution or vice versa. Is it like just random traffic stops, or do they create an online presence?
Let me compare it to a street level drug investigation. Okay, we have caught the buyer and the seller. That's what we've done today. But we know the buyer and the seller is only the beginning of the chain. It's not the end of the chain. Now, the follow-up investigation from this point forward is, where did this person come from and where did that person come from, and who made all this available, and where did they intercept these girls, and then it takes us across the borders. And that's where it gets really, really difficult, because this stuff is being allowed, encouraged, because, hey, you can come to the United States and they're going to open the border, and, well, I don't have the money to get there. I have a solution for you. So a lot of these people are naive. A lot of them are just trying to get to the land of milk and honey. And as a result, they're being trafficked. And then they get here and find out that it's not just that you pay and go. Now you've got to work it off. And when is it worked off? When do you pay? When's enough enough? And wait a minute, I thought I was going to get a legal job here. No, you're going to prostitute here. So there's a lot of investigation to do, and it's not over. This is simply the beginning for those folks, because you're exactly right. The goal is, how high up can we get in the organization? And that investigation is still to be done.
How do the different departments, become alerted to these? I guess people seeking prostitution or vice versa. Is it like just random traffic stops, or do they create an online presence?
Sure, it's social media, it's online. Listen, folks, it's no, earth-shaking statement here. The whole world's on social media. This whole operation was built around social media. I mean, think about it. We set up shop at an undisclosed location and go out on social media, and 200 people show up. How does that happen? Well, it does. This doesn't count all of the phone calls that these police agencies staff, or the interactions online these police agency staff members got that said, Polk County, I'm not coming to Polk County. This is the ones that did. I'm telling you, normally it's for every one we catch, there's 5 or 10 that don't show when they GPS it and find out that it's in the county. So at the end of the day, it took a lot of work by a lot of people, but we stood up an undercover operation, if you will, a business, and they came, and they keep coming. And I can tell you, despite all this media today, we could still be running this operation and arrest them tonight, because they're tone deaf. They don't pay any attention to the law, and until we hold them accountable. So when you think about it, we caught, what, 5 for a second trip here? Well, that's not too bad, but the fishing still is good. But we will continue on, and my message is clear. We don't make it a secret. If we didn't get you in this operation, we'll get you in the next operation, because if you come in this county and mess with these police departments or the sheriff's office and you don't think you're not going to be arrested, you're smoking some funny weed. Anything else? God bless.
All right, that was the update there from Polk County, Florida. Major human trafficking bust with 213 arrests. And you are seeing there really all walks of life and professions that were impacted here by this bust there that happened in the last couple of weeks there in Florida. We always got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. As we enter closer to a new hour, I do want to show you the Dow right now, down about 200 points there in the red right here. This is all coming as producer inflation has jumped, and that has sparked some sell-offs right now with investors. Bitcoin does bounce up, though, as well as Cisco shares are also on the rise, but cannot impact the overall Dow right now. We will continue to track it, though, for you all right here on Live Now from Fox Worldwide, bringing you top stories and headlines all in the mix right here. And we'll definitely be keeping an eye on the market there as inflation continues to rise there, with that sell-off happening right now with the Dow. Live look right now at the White House, where we are getting ready for a White House briefing coming up, getting closer to the next hour right here on Live Now from Fox. But let's continue on right here as we roll into a new hour. Hi, everyone. Mike Pace here. Thanks so much for joining us here as we try to bring you the top stories, headlines, all in the mix right here. Well, we do have some news regarding the former President Donald Trump. Parts of a Georgia grand jury involving an election probe into the former president and his associates have been released. And I want to read off just some of the information that came from this partial release of the grand jury report. The report's introduction and conclusion, along with a section in which the grand jurors expressed concerns that some witnesses may have lied under oath, were released today. But any recommendations on potential criminal charges will remain under wraps for now. A Superior Court judge in Georgia ordered the partial release on Monday. The special grand jury, which was requested by Fulton County District Attorney Fannie Willis to aid her investigation, did not have the power to issue indictments. Instead, its report contains recommendation for Willis, who will ultimately decide whether to seek one or more indictments from a regular grand jury. Over the course of about 7 months, the grand jurors heard from 75 witnesses, among them Trump allies, including former New York Mayor and Trump attorney Rudy Giuliani and U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina. Top Georgia officials, such as Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger and Governor Brian Kemp, also appeared before the panel. Willis had since said the beginning of the investigation 2 years ago that she was interested in a January 2nd, 2021 phone call in which Trump suggested to Raffensperger that he could, quote, find the votes needed to overturn his loss in the state. Trump has said repeatedly that his call with Raffensperger was perfect, and he told the AP last month that he felt very confident that he would not be indicted on any charges. Based on witnesses called to testify before the special grand jury, it's clear that Willis is focusing on several areas, and those include phone calls by Trump and others to Georgia officials in the wake of the 2020 election, a group of 16 Georgia Republicans who signed a certificate in December of 2020 falsely stating that Trump had won the state and that they were the state's duly elected and qualified electors, false allegations of election fraud made during meetings of state legislatures at the Georgia Capitol in December of 2020, the copying of data and software from election equipment in rural Coffee County by a computer forensics team hired by Trump allies, alleged attempts to pressure Fulton County elections workers Ruby Freeman into falsely confessing into election fraud, the abrupt resignation of the U.S. Attorney in Atlanta in January of 2021. Willis's last summer sent letters informing some people, including Giuliani and the state's 16 fake electors, that they could face criminal charges. So, of course, we will keep an eye on this story as the investigation does continue, and we'll bring you all of the updates as we get them, of course, right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. I want to keep on rolling here, giving you the top stories and top feeds that we are getting in right now. I want to go out to a live hearing right now on the Senate side. We'll take you there live right now. This is all about the latest with the Russia-Ukraine war as it nears 1 year, getting closer to that anniversary. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
The United States partnering with countries like that, countries in Europe, other countries around the world, that is where we are seeing an investment in new energy technology as important as the investment, frankly, in military technology that we have before, because it will really give these countries true independence and true security of supply.
I appreciate it. I know you're hearing a good bit as you go around, too, and we've been hearing it. And now to hear from our dear friend, Dieter Jorgensen, on your perspective of this. And I've heard from your colleagues, and we hear you loud and clear. So tell me how it's working, or not working, or challenging.
Thank you very much, Senator, for that opportunity. So the Inflation Reduction Act, there are two perspectives that I would like to draw out. Now, the first one is that it is welcome that the United States is investing in green technologies and clean technologies, investing in climate change. That is good in terms of technological developments, innovation. It can help lower costs. So that is a welcome overall direction that is closely aligned with what we're doing in the European Union. We welcome that partnership and look forward to continuing that partnership. And our President, Ursula von der Leyen, has very clearly welcomed that direction of the Inflation Reduction Act. At the same time, we are deeply concerned with some of the elements of the Inflation Reduction Act that are clearly discriminatory. There are domestic content requirements. There are requirements that will make it more difficult for Europe to attract investments, more difficult for Europe to go through, more difficult for Europe to stay competitive. If I put that into the wider context of the global energy crisis we're in and the current geopolitics, we are each other's most important trading partners. We are each other's most important investment partners. So we have an interest in both of our markets continuing to develop, to remain competitive, because that can help innovation, that can help energy security, that can help create the technologies that are necessary for the future. So I think our take on that is we need to work together to solve those concerns, and we welcome the engagement we have seen from the US on this. We need to continue that work to find solutions to the outstanding concerns and to the discriminatory elements of the Inflation Reduction Act, so that Europe can also remain competitive and our partnership can remain a fair and open one.
Well, let me give you a little bit of insight how this all came about. It came about because we were not able to help our allies with the Ukraine war, what it created in EU, and that was the purpose of having energy security here. I couldn't get this administration to move in that direction because they were moving more towards just everything on the renewable end of it. Well, that's fine, and that's aspirational, but it's basically not reality. It's not what we needed. We needed hard fossil in order to replace, but we can do it cleaner and better. So we put more for carbon capture utilization. We went from $55 to $80. We went from $30 to $50 on utilization and sequestering. We went to 80. 50, was it 50 or 55? Huh? We went to 60. Went to $60 on utilization. So we really upped the ante to find the new technologies that we can, and that was the whole thing. We're just trying to mature the industry and all these new technologies. The difference what we used, I'd always been criticized. I've had a lot of my colleagues on both sides now, especially on my side now, criticize me for not adapting to cap and trade or carbon pricing. And the reason I didn't do that, and the reason I thought it was wrong, because once that pricing gets absorbed into the market, there's no resources going to find the cure or find a new technology. So we incentivized it with the money we put towards this, that it'll mature it quicker, that we can share with you all and the rest of the world that wants to get less carbon but be able to be realistic and meet the needs of your energy. We did that. The other thing is, you all had a concern, and rightfully so, and I've heard you all loud and clear, concerning on basically when we said we're going to secure our critical minerals from North America or from free trading governments with countries with free trade agreements. We need to expand that to our NATO allies. We understand that. I'm trying to work through that. We're trying to get a score on that to find out what it does. So basically, so we have a reliable source, all of us do in the free world, have a reliable source of these critical minerals that can't be held captive, which we are right now by China mostly. But really, Russia, China, whether it be Iran, whether it be North Korea, countries that have nothing in common with our way of life and our desire to govern in democracy and freedom. So those are the things we're concerned about. We can work through that. I think what we're going to see is I think Europe is going to move more in a competitive mode as far as, competing, and that's what it's all about. That's what we've been so great at. All of us have been. And the things that we have done together, it's amazing since World War II. We can continue to go into the 21st century and on into the 22nd century if we do it together, and we understand that. The allies, the value of the free world is based on allies and relationships. It's not based on one superpower. We know we can't do it without you, and we know that. And we're going to have to make sure that we all go this together, if you will. So I would hope you'll look at what we have done, not in retrospect, is it harming, or was it intended to harm, especially our allies, our dearest allies. But it was basically to jumpstart the technology that's going to be needed to take us into the future. But you're still going to have, even the president said for 10 years, but I think longer than that, we're going to be depending on fossils. So can we extract and utilize natural gas and capture all of our methane so there's no vetting and no harm to the environment? Can we basically be able to develop hydrogen, which is the technology has been around forever, and now be able to do it and do it cleaner than even blue hydrogen? We got pink hydrogen, we got green hydrogen, we can do it all. And every part of the world can benefit from this technology. And then we have small modular reactors with molten salt cooling, and basically you can take those up and down like a peaking plant. That's all coming on strong. We're going to with the amount of money, because if not, they've got a 10-year window. They've never had a 10-year window in any government from the standpoint of giving you 10 years of certainty that you have this pool of money to work out of, because it's always been a couple years and then another administration or another philosophical ideology comes into play with a new administration and things change. This one's locked in and funding secured from the 15% minimum tax that we have on our largest corporations. So we think it was a win-win, but we want to share that, truly. I don't want anyone to think. And when you see something that's being hindering or that you think it's been an obstacle, just let us know, because I think you brought it to my attention. I appreciate very much. And we are working now. We've been working with the Secretary of Janet Yellen and of Treasury to make sure that we're able to apply this properly. So hopefully you know that we value your friendship, your relationship, and most importantly, the allyship that we've had, that the free world has basically profited by what we've been able to do for the last 60, 70 years. We intend to do it for a lot longer. So I want to thank all of you for joining us. Dr. Mikulski, thank you for making an effort to be here. And Dr. Light, as always, we appreciate having you, and we're working with you.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone there. We were listening in to the Senate hearing on really the energy impacts because of this war that has gone almost a year, coming up on that anniversary very soon. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break, and then we're going to show you some rare footage that was just released when Titanic was found some 35 years ago. We'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Pace. Thanks again for joining us here today. Well, it's been over 100 years since the Titanic sank to the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, but it still has lots of interest anytime that you talk about it. Obviously, coming from the James Cameron movie Titanic, sparking a lot of interest there. We're 25 years now since that movie was released. Hard to believe that one, but now new footage has been released of the Titanic being found some 35 years ago. Over a century after the Titanic sank in the North Atlantic Ocean, the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution released never-before-seen footage just yesterday of what was the largest ship in the world. The haunting video was captured back in 1986 when the WHOI made 11 dives at nearly 12,500 feet below the ocean's surface to explore the wreckage. Elvin, a three-person submersible, was used to take humans down to the wreck for the first time, while remotely operated vehicle dubbed Jason Jr. was used to go inside the sunken ship. Like many, I was transfixed when Alvin and Jason Jr. ventured down to and inside the wreck. James Cameron, who directed the blockbuster film Titanic and has since explored the oceans himself, said in a statement just yesterday, by releasing this footage, the Institute is helping tell an important part of a story that spans generations and circles the globe. The Titanic sank on April 15th, 1912, after hitting an iceberg on its maiden voyage from England to New York City. Recovery efforts immediately began, but it wasn't until September of 1985 that the Institute finally located the wreckage in partnership with the Institute French explorations. The water is near freezing temperatures, and probably the biggest challenge is the remoteness of the location, and in particular, the harsh environment with regard to the pressure our equipment is exposed to. Robert Ballard, who led the 1985 discovery and captured footage of the Titanic in 1986, told the Associated Press just yesterday. 80 minutes was uncut, unnarrated footage and released yesterday evening. And here's just some portions of that. Truly spectacular footage there of seeing that wreck and what it must have been like there to see it firsthand there back in 1986. There are still dives that happen today, and it's also become really a tourism activity as well. And some of these trips down to the Atlantic floor can fetch anywhere from $20,000 to $25,000 to see the Titanic. And officials continue to say that it is getting rarer and rarer to find artifacts now because of how Titanic right now is just continuing to unfortunately erode because of the sea salt there on the bottom of the ocean floor there on the Atlantic Ocean there. But nevertheless, Titanic still has the hearts of many, and including there all the James Cameron fans there of that great movie released 25 years ago. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We'll take another quick 2-minute break and take it back to the surface coming up next here on Live Now. And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, taking a look at the White House, where we are expecting in about 25 minutes a White House briefing. So we'll go there as soon as it happens right here, of course, on Live Now from Fox. But I want to go out to a live event that is happening right now. We are going to go to a news conference being hosted by civil rights attorney Ben Crump here. This one having to do in North Carolina, as Ben Crump and the family of Daryl Tyree Williams calling for officers to be charged with manslaughter for his death. This all coming after Raleigh police officers tased Williams before his death after he told them that he had heart problems, to be fired and charged with manslaughter there. Those are the calls being happening right now. Let's listen to some of that. We'll pull back the tape and bring it to you from the near beginning right here on Live Now from Fox.
Central University Law School, and she is the executive director of MSU. Please help me welcome to this dais Attorney Dawn Blakegrove.
Good morning. My name is Attorney Dawn Blakegrove. I am the Executive Director of Emancipatency. Emancipatency is an organization that is committed to ending systemic and institutional racism, especially within the criminal justice system. And we are here today because of systemic and institutional racism that runs rampant through the city of Raleigh. Yes. Now is the moment for us to stand together and to fight back against that institutional racism. What we know is that modern day policing is the direct derivative of slave patrols, which ironically enough in the 1700s began right here in the Carolinas. The Raleigh Police Department and the city of Raleigh used the same tactics of terror that we saw from slave patrols, that we know from history. What we also know without question is that just because they changed the name, that does not change the insidious nature of law enforcement in America. We went from slave patrols to Jim Crow policing to where we are right now. Daryl Tyree is dead because of stop and frisk. He is dead because the slave patrollers that are the Raleigh Police Department decided that his black body had no business in his black neighborhood. Proactive policing, which is what Raleigh Police Department claims to have been doing when they decided to bother not just Daryl, but everyone in that parking lot. They were doing something called proactive policing, which is no different than stop and frisk, which is no different than slave patrols, which is no different than enforcing black codes. We've been here before, folks. We have been here before. And we are tired. We demand, the family demands, that this proactive policing that is being coordinated by the Raleigh Police Department in conjunction with the city of Raleigh and its plans for gentrifying black communities, running people out of black communities, because the Raleigh Police Department's proactive policing is only proactive where black people live and where property is valuable. They only proactively police. They are only patrolling places that are of value. Make no mistake. Make sure that we are talking about systemic and institutional racism, we see it for all that it is. Policing is the enforcement arm of systemic and institutional racism. We demand, along with this family, along with the people of Raleigh, that these officers be fired.
Right.
We demand that they are prosecuted.
Yes.
We demand.
Not by Lauren Freeman, who is the Wake County District Attorney, because she has proven over and over again that she does not have the political will to hold law enforcement accountable. So we say to her, if you cannot do the job, get out of the way and let someone else do it. We want an immediate end to proactive policing. We want an immediate end to the use of tasers by the Raleigh Police Department, because what we know, based on the way Daryl died and the video that we have seen, is that the Raleigh Police Department is unable or incapable of following their own safety policies. Daryl would not be dead were it not for the flagrant violation of Raleigh Police Department's own written policies. And again, let me be clear. Policies can't change the problems with policing. Diversity cannot change the problems with policing. The problem with policing began at its inception. It is a rotten institution from the beginning. And it now is the time for America to reckon with the insidious nature of law enforcement and create something new. We also demand that until that happens, the Raleigh Police Department and the City of Raleigh force law enforcement officers to carry their own professional liability insurance. The people are tired of paying for their own murderers. The people are tired of paying for their own oppression and their own abuse. Other professionals carry insurance. There is no reason why law enforcement officers should not be forced to do the same. And lastly, here in the City of Raleigh, what we want to see is real accountability. Accountability that is accessible to the people, that has real teeth, and that can bring real consequences. We want the City of Raleigh and Mayor Baldwin to dismantle and disband the defunct police oversight board that they created, and again, create something new. Something that gives the people access to what is really happening with the Raleigh Police Department and a say in how punishment and responsibility is meted out.
That's right.
Amen.
At this moment, I'm going to turn the mic over to my colleague, Kerwin Pittman, who also works with us at Emancipate NC, to talk a little bit more about the politics of Raleigh.
Yes.
I'm Kerwin Pittman, Director of Policy and Programming for Emancipate NC, social justice activist, but most importantly, I'm a black man in America. And so seeing these continuous videos of law enforcement brutality, it invokes something in my spirit that tells me I can be next. I can be next. And the organizer in me would not let me leave without saying this. I'm going to say his name and y'all going to say Daryl Williams. Say his name. 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 Daryl Williams. This message that I have to bring is solely for, but also a few more, the District Attorney of Wake County, Lauren Freeman. What I want to know is, how many people have to die? That's right. How many people have to die before you hold these officers accountable? How many people have to die before you charge these individuals? In most of these cases, it is evidence of clear wrongdoing on law enforcement part, but yet you choose not to charge these officers. So how many people have to die? Come on now. To the Raleigh Police Chief, Estelle Patterson, how many people have to die? How many people have to die before you hold these officers accountable for their wrongdoing? Clearly, in many of the cases, they come under the disguise of enforcing the laws. But we know when they come under that disguise of enforcing the laws, they really come under the disguise to break the law. This is what they're doing. So Chief Patterson, how many many more people have to die? To the city of Raleigh and Raleigh city officials, how many more people have to die? How many more people have to die? You're clearly in a position to city officials to hold Estelle Patterson accountable. She's not going to hold these officers accountable for coming under the disguise of protecting and serving, but yet we need protection from them, and you need to be serving us, the people, to protect us from these people. So how many people got to die? Say his name. Say his name. Say his name. And with that being said, I'd like to turn it over to my brother, Pastor Drumright.
Let's give Raleigh activist, Mr. Curly Pickens, change maker, Mr. Curly Pickens. Can you help encourage activist, Mr. Curly Pickens? A few days ago, Attorney Blake Grove, Mr. Pittman, had the courage to call living history back to Raleigh. We have seen history be made in our lifetime over the last 15 years, spanning the deaths of the likes of Ahmaud Arbery, Trayvon Martin, who just celebrated a birthday last week. Say his name. Amen. We have seen American corporations and institutions have to admit their wrongdoing because we have living history that is applying pressure here, there, and yonder. We have with us here to stand with Ms. Williams and the Raleigh community, the best man for the job. As we celebrate Black History Month, I want to draw attention to the fact once more that just last week, we witnessed Black history in the making. That the Benjamin L. Crump School of Law, the first practicing attorney and living Black attorney to have a law school in America, we witnessed the next move for the next generation of change makers. And Raleigh, he's here right now. Will you rise with me, Raleigh? And will you help welcome to Raleigh, North Carolina, to fight for Daryl Tyree Williams, the Black American Attorney General, Mr. Benjamin Lloyd Crump.
Thank you so much, Reverend Drumright. Thank you, Pastor Terry, for allowing us into your cathedral. Reverend Drumright, we fought together in Minneapolis on behalf of George Floyd. We fought in Brunswick, Georgia on behalf of Ahmaud Arbery. We fought in Louisville, Kentucky on behalf of Breonna Taylor. We fought in High Point, North Carolina on behalf of Fred Cox. And now, Reverend Drumright, we're here at the capital of our home state. I was born in Lumberton, North Carolina. We're in the capital of our home state here in Raleigh, North Carolina, fighting for justice for Daryl Tyree Williams. And before I begin my remarks, it would be a crime for me not to acknowledge the great work, the groundwork that had been laid for getting justice for Daryl Tyree Williams and so many others here in Raleigh by Emancipate North Carolina. can never say thank you enough to Don and to Carolyn and all of those who, without fanfare, without media attention, kept pushing the line, to make sure that Darrell Tyree Williams was not swept under the rug.
Amen.
And now you got help. We all in this together. We all in this together. Justice for the next generation, Reverend Drumright, I think it's very interesting that we're here in Mount Peace. Because I have heard from so many North Carolina officials when they were told, Don, that the Williams family have retained us to help and to join our legal team, because we got a legal team, it's always a team effort, that they were concerned about protests and riots, disturbing the peace. But I am recalled of Martin Luther King saying about what true peace is. It is not the absence of tension, but it is the presence of justice. And so how can we have peace in Raleigh, North Carolina until we get justice for Darrell Tyree Williams? So we come here to disturb the peace in the fact that we don't want everybody to sleep comfortable saying we can just kill black people unnecessarily and unjustifiably. Miss Williams hasn't had a peaceful night. Come on. Since her son was killed due to excessive force. Yeah, you're right, electrocuted. That's right. Because when you get down to the crux of it, that's what is happening when you're tasing people. It's like you're electrocuting them when you're tasing them multiple times. And so we come here to fight for justice for Darrell. We have a great legal team. You're going to hear from my co-counsel in just a minute, Attorney Ken Abano. We have another great North Carolina lawyer like Don and her great team of lawyers at Emancipate North Carolina. Attorney Kate Edwards, I want to acknowledge her. I know he came all the way from Greensboro, Attorney Jason Keith. Thank you. Because he's going to take a whole thing. I see my buddy.
All right, so an active investigation is happening right now into this arrest that led to the death there of Williams. According to the police memo, Officer Robinson decided to arrest Williams for possession of a controlled substance based upon his findings at the scene. Williams is heard asking why and what's going on as the officer attempts to put him in handcuffs. Another officer attempted to help the fellow officer detain Williams as they yell at him to get on the ground while another officer calls for backup. That's when the officer then deployed his taser, which contacted Williams as he attempted to flee the scene while other officers continued to yell at him to put his hands behind his back. Another taser was deployed but did not make contact, according to police. After a physical fight, Williams tried to escape the officers again, but lost his balance and fell while attempting to run across the parking lot. A taser was deployed again at this point, which police said also did not contact Williams. An officer is heard yelling at Williams to get on the ground while officers appeared to put their body weight on top of him to prevent the man from getting up there. So that investigation does continue right now as 6 North Carolina officers are on administrative leave following this investigation there. So we'll continue to give you updates there as we get them right here on the Live Now from Fox. But Ben Crump and the family members there of Williams calling for those officers to be charged with manslaughter. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. And we are back here for you on Live Now from Fox. Next story is taking you out to Pennsylvania, where the Pennsylvania governor is calling for lawmakers to abolish the death penalty in the state. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Say good morning, everybody. Good morning. It's an honor to be here. I want to begin by thanking my friend Mayor Kenny for being here, for taking the time out of your schedule, and for your kind words. I want to thank our other speakers, Representative Krajewski, for not just being here today, but for your work on a whole host of issues. We got a lot more to do, and I look forward to doing it. To Senator Hughes, Chairman Hughes, make sure you line up and talk to the chairman about your needs after this meeting.
At the front.
That's right. I want to thank him for his leadership. I want to thank him for marrying Cheryl Lee Ralph as well.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I want to say thank you to Senator Street for being here, for your leadership on a whole host of issues. Thank you. And to my good friend, Councilwoman Kendra Brooks, who we said we were going to have a dialogue over a lot of years, and the dialogue continues. Thank you. Appreciate you very much. You're going to hear from another good friend of mine, Senator Saval, when I'm done. I especially want to thank the First Lady of Pennsylvania for being here today. This was incredibly important to me that she be here with me today, and that one of our 4 children, our son Max, be here today, to have the chance to meet you and have the chance to be in this church, which is really important to me, and to hear what I have to say. And so this is church, so I'm going to speak from the heart. I'm going to tell you what's on my mind this morning. I want to just say a special thank you as well to the leaders and the advocates who are here. Those who do the hard work day in and day out, and oftentimes don't get recognized for it. They don't have fancy titles next to their names, but they do the hard work every day to kind of move things forward. I admire you a lot. We may not always agree on every issue, but I admire you a lot for being here. Thank you, truly. It's special to be back in this church. 6 months ago, I was here in West Philly to have a conversation with many of you I didn't come here to give a speech. I came here to have a dialogue, to listen. You told me about your neighbors and your friends, and many of you told me about your families as well. And when we talked about what was needed to make our system more fair and more just, you spoke up. It wasn't hard to get you to come out of your shells and tell me what was on your minds. I want you to know that I listened that day. More important than listening, I learned a lot that day. And I spent a lot of time reflecting on what you had to say to me. I learned from Salim, who was incarcerated for over 2 decades, and then came out and dedicated his life to service to others and to making righteous change. Thank you, Salim. I listened, not here at this church, but in a different part of Pennsylvania, to Kathleen Lucas, who I want you to know your advocacy matters. And the way you conduct yourself in this process really matters. I listened, I'm sad she's not here because I was thinking about her when Representative Krajewski talked about the hugs. I listened to Ms. Dede as well, who somehow hugged me and pointed a finger in my face at the same time.
Who's like the wife, right?
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. More pointing, less hugs from the First Lady. Her brother was murdered, but she believes his killer shouldn't be put to death. Should remain behind bars, but shouldn't be put to death. This place means something to me because those are just some of the stories I heard and the lessons that I learned here. And I want to say thank you, because you cared enough about me to take the time to teach me. You cared enough about me to open up your hearts to me. And you cared enough about the good people of Pennsylvania to try and affect change. And so I truly want to say thank you for doing that. And so that's why I'm back at Mosaic. That's why I'm here today to have another conversation with you. I wanted to come back specifically today because last week, the first execution warrant came across my desk as governor. Under our system here in the Commonwealth, the governor, and the governor alone, has the authority to sign off on executions. Let me explain how our system works. The death penalty can only be applied in cases where a defendant is found guilty of first-degree murder. Once a conviction is handed down, a whole separate hearing occurs where aggravating and mitigating circumstances are taken into consideration before a judge ultimately makes a final ruling on sentencing, possibly handing down the death penalty. The case then goes through many, many layers of appeals here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and at the federal level. If, through all those appeals, the courts uphold the sentence, then it comes to my desk as the governor. And that's what brings us to today and why we are here. I wanted to gather in this special place to tell you and to tell the good people of Pennsylvania how I will handle capital cases during my time as governor. And I also think it's important for you to know how I arrived at this decision. Before I begin with that process, let me be absolutely clear on one point. What I'm saying today is not a statement on the integrity of any individual conviction here in Pennsylvania. That's an important thing for you to know. I also want you to know, as Attorney General, which I was when we gathered last, I enforced the law without fear or without favor, and in some cases, fought to make sure people spent the rest of their lives behind bars. The people who are on death row in our Commonwealth have committed serious crimes. They deserve to be put behind bars for a good long time, if not for life. They've been convicted by a jury of their peers, and their cases have gone through rounds and rounds of appeals. Those appeals often happen over years, if not decades. And so I speak today not about the integrity of any individual capital conviction, but to the fundamental question as to whether death is a just and appropriate punishment for the state to inflict on its citizens. I want to be honest about something. My approach to capital punishment has evolved over time. Some of you know that here. Some of you have protested me about that over time. It's okay. For more than a decade, and when I assumed office as Attorney General, I believed that the death penalty should be reserved for the most heinous of cases, that it indeed was a just punishment for those specific crimes. However, when the first capital case came to my desk in the Attorney General's office, I found myself repeatedly refusing to seek the death penalty on those cases that came across my desk. When my son asked me why it was okay to kill someone who killed someone else, I couldn't look him in the eye and answer that question. In 2018, when a gunman walked into the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh, in the Squirrel Hill neighborhood there, one of the most richly diverse and wonderful communities in our Commonwealth, and murdered 11 people while they worshiped in their synagogue. The deadliest act of anti-Semitism in our nation's history. I certainly viewed that as a truly heinous crime. And candidly, my first reaction back in 2018 was that that killer deserved to be put to death. In fact, I stated so publicly at the time. Over time, my thoughts on this issue have evolved. I've spoken to a lot of victims, to families, to advocates, to community leaders, and to my son. I listened to the families of those 11 people who were slain at Tree of Life, and I was truly moved by their courage and by their grace. You see, they told me, and they told the world, that even after all the pain and anguish, they did not want that killer to be put to death. That's what they said as a collective group. Yes, they think he should spend the rest of his life in prison. I do as well. But they said the state should not take his life as punishment for him taking the lives of their loved ones. That has stayed with me. All of these conversations have stayed with me. As Attorney General, I had the privilege of seeing our criminal justice system up close as the Chief Law Enforcement Officer of the Commonwealth. And through that experience, two critical truths became clear to me about capital sentencing in our Commonwealth. The system is fallible and the outcome is irreversible. The system is fallible and the outcome is irreversible. I have painstakingly considered every aspect of Pennsylvania's capital sentencing system, reflected on my own conscience, and weighed the tremendous responsibilities that I have as governor. I'm here today in this church, in this place where we hug and we talk and we challenge one another, to tell you that I will not sign any execution warrants during my time as governor of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. When an execution warrant comes to my desk, I will sign a reprieve. But I want to go further than that. Through many administrations, I'm the 48th governor, and through the governors before me, several governors have called on lawmakers to reform our capital system, to study what changes could look like. You see, they've been open to the idea that our capital sentencing system is flawed, but fixable. I believe, respectfully to my predecessors, that that misses the mark. That's why today I am respectfully calling on the General Assembly to work with me to abolish the death penalty once and for all here in Pennsylvania. I'm very aware that there are people on both sides of the aisle, and my colleagues can speak to this in greater detail than I, that there are people on both sides of the aisle who agree with me on this. And I'm also aware that there are people on both sides of the aisle who disagree with me on this. But I believe that we need to work together on it, that we need to have an honest conversation, that we need to begin the process of not doing more studies, but passing a bill to abolish the death penalty. Pennsylvania should do what 25 other states have done in either outlawing the death penalty or refusing to impose it, including our neighbors, New Jersey, Maryland, and West Virginia. You see, I think this must be bigger than studying this issue or just reviewing the system. We shouldn't aim to fix this.
It's Pennsylvania Governor there, Shapiro, they're calling for the death penalty to be abolished in the state there. We were listening there right here on Live Now from Fox. And as you can see right now, live look at the White House briefing coming up in just moments. It's going to be packed there with questions, a lot of questions there regarding the latest in Ohio there with the toxic train elements there, and then of course objects in the sky, and so much more, including also we'll be looking for questions there as parts of a special grand jury report have been released on Donald Trump there and the investigations into the 2020 election focusing on Georgia. We will have much more on that coming up on the other side of the break. Legal analyst Randy Zellen is standing by here for us to give us some updates regarding that, as what we can look forward to in the future regarding those investigations as well. That's coming up in just 2 minutes right here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome everyone here back out to Live Now from Fox as we bring you the top stories and headlines from across the country right here as always. And starting off this hour, we'll continue to update you on the Georgia grand jury. Portions of it have been released there saying that perjury may have been committed in the Trump election investigation there. So let's get right to it right here on Live Now from Fox and bring in top-notch legal analyst Randy Zellen to give us some insight into all of this. Randy, how you doing today?
Well, I'm doing doing okay. Again, we've become almost immune to these startling, never seen, never heard, just unbelievable events. The latest now being the special purpose grand jury's findings.
Yeah, so portions of it have been released there, and we learned that more than 70 people there were interviewed for this investigation there, and now learning that some people in Trump's really orbit could be coming under heavy scrutiny coming up.
Well, it's interesting that you put it that way, because we can combine the teasers from before the break, because what we're watching right now is another train wreck, similar to the train wreck in Ohio. Objects are now going to be falling out of the sky and landing on someone's head, and they ain't going to be slowed down by a balloon. What we have here now is a special purpose grand jury, and let's take a step back. Grand juries have two functions. We know them for the most part, and typically we think of a grand jury deciding whether or not someone should be indicted. A grand jury is there to figure out whether or not there's sufficient evidence for someone to be held for a trial on a felony. That's the way we usually view a grand jury. They are part of the process, the adversarial process of getting to a criminal trial. We can talk about whether or not they're there to protect innocent people. That's a conversation for another day. However, they also have an investigative purpose, where they're not necessarily handing down indictments, but they're aiding a prosecutor to determine whether or not indictments should be sought. And that's what we have here. We had a special purpose grand jury, heard, I think, from about 75 witnesses, tons of documentation, electronic and paper, and they came back with two determinations, two findings to assist the prosecutor in Fulton County. Number one, unanimously, they found there was no evidence of widespread fraud where the 2020 election should be overturned. And they found by a majority that at least some of the witnesses who were called, who raised their right hand and swore under oath to tell the truth, lied. That's called perjury.
Yeah, those are some definitely damning statements there that could really come back to haunt some of those people they're involved in all of this. But as we learn a little bit more there about this situation and the investigation, is it going to look at if Donald Trump, then president, put pressure on these people to make those assumptions about the election?
Well, that becomes a very interesting issue, because you're almost now creating a defense. In other words, if I'm indicted for perjury, I have a defense. It may not necessarily rise to the legal defense of coercion or duress, but certainly I have a practical defense where, as a prosecutor, I do want to be concerned whether or not the defense will present evidence that this witness who's now accused of perjury did so as a result of a mandate from a sitting president. Now, of course, that creates a host of problems for the then sitting president, but we're here to talk about those witnesses who went into the grand jury and, in the eyes of the grand jury, lied. And now the issue becomes, okay, will the prosecutor take the advice of the grand jury, take those recommendations, and now go before a grand jury and actually seek indictments for perjury against those witnesses?
Now, Randy, maybe explain to us too. What's the kind of that we hear about grand juries? What's that statement, that old saying that a grand jury can indict a ham sandwich if they wanted to?
Indict a ham sandwich. That was
what's
said
the knock
by
on that?
That was said by then Chief Judge Saul Wackler, an incredibly smart and talented judge. And it's very interesting, because that's exactly what the grand jury was not designed to do. The founding fathers were very concerned that the power of the state, the power of the government, the power of a prosecutor to ruin someone's life merely on pointing a finger and saying, you committed a crime, and now we're going to lock you up. So the founding fathers wanted to put a mechanism in place, a check on the power of the government. And that check was supposed to be the grand jury. In other words, you're going to gather up a bunch of citizens, ordinary citizens. You're going to have them sit in a room, and you're going to have a prosecutor present evidence. And it's up to those grand jurors to decide whether or not there's reasonable cause, more likely than not, that Randy Zellin committed a felony. If the grand jury decides yes, they vote to indict. But they could also say, you know what? There's not enough evidence, and we're not going to vote to indict. So it was supposed to be a check on the power of the government, but to Judge Wachtler's credit, it has actually been viewed as exactly the opposite, which is grand juries are a rubber stamp for a prosecutor because there's no judge in the room, there's no defense attorney in the room. It is the grand jurors, a court reporter, and the prosecutor. The prosecutor is both the prosecutor and the judge. So they have a tremendous amount of latitude and a tremendous amount of sway and influence. So that's why Judge Wachtler said what he said.
And for this case, for Donald Trump, we all know that he thought he won the election. He's said that many times. And when you say and you think that, doesn't it almost come down to, well, that was his opinion and he was telling others about his opinion? Is that something that he can use in a defense and saying, well, I was just telling people what I thought?
Well, listen, I could sit here right now in front of all of your viewers and say, I actually won the presidential election, and I was nominated, and it's all been secretly suppressed. Anybody can say whatever anyone wants. You have to look at the surrounding circumstances, because otherwise, what good would our laws be? Because criminal laws are really based upon intent. And they're based upon knowledge. And of course, we don't have technology yet. Maybe we're getting closer with all of this artificial intelligence stuff, where maybe one day we will be able to plug electrodes into my head and determine whether or not I'm lying or I'm telling the truth. Because whatever I say, I can always say, well, I truly believed it. I truly believed I won the election. I truly believed that I have a full head of hair. I truly believed that I'm 6'2". Again, I can say whatever I want, and who's going to tell me that I'm lying or I'm committing a crime unless I've told other people, listen, of course I know what the truth is. That's the essence of fraud. Fraud's difficult to prove because it's up here. It's what was I thinking when I said something? What was my intent when I said something? So I think we look at the surrounding circumstances and the things that Donald Trump did, the things he didn't do, the things he said, the things that he didn't say to get to the point of, come on, seriously? So I think that's what we're all going to be curious to see. What evidence is out there? I may not see it rain outside, so I don't have direct knowledge that it rained. But if somebody walks into my office with a wet umbrella and they're wearing a wet rainbow, a wet raincoat, I could safely make the statement that, yes, it's raining outside, even though I haven't seen it.
Very, very true. Yeah. And last question to you, Randy. What does it look like now for Donald Trump going forward here? We all know that he's running for 2024. This, as of right now, as it stands, even if a grand jury does put indictments out there, does that have any bearing on his continued run here for presidency in 24?
That probably goes to the same question of him continuously repeating that he won the election. One of the things you have to admire about Donald Trump, love him or hate him, the man is undeterred. The man is unflappable. The man just keeps going and going and going. And it seems almost as if the more you attack him, the more you criticize him, the more you just come after him. It's almost like fuel for him. So will he be deterred? I don't think anything deters Donald Trump. And it's like the more the merrier. Bring it on, get online. I think he relishes it in this. I think if we wanted to put an end to the Trump era, the way we do that is by ignoring him. And it becomes the sound of one hand clapping. So for the Trumps of the world, for the George Santoses of the world, and maybe that would be a great ticket, Trump Santos, the two of them, the worse it gets, the more they seem to say, let's go.
Yeah, the Teflon mentality right there definitely is seen on both of them. Thank you so much, Randy, for giving us your insight there on all of this. We know we'll be talking in the future, but I appreciate it right here on Live Now.
Thank you for having me.
No problem. And, of course, we always got you covered right here, everyone, on Live Now from Fox. Some developments right here coming up in the next about 45 minutes, everyone. So we are expecting at any moment a White House briefing, but we now know that we will see from President Biden today. Coming up at 2 p.m. Eastern, President Biden will deliver remarks on the United States response to recent aerial objects in the sky. So we will have that for you coming up at 2 p.m. Eastern right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll bring it to you from the beginning all the way to the end. You won't miss anything, so be on the lookout for that. White House briefing is on deck, so it should be happening at any moment because it has to be over by the time 2 p.m. rolls around there for Biden's remarks, though. So stay here right with us. It's going to be a busy couple of events here coming from the White House. We'll have it all for you right here, live, raw, and unfiltered, always on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We just saw some more media members sit down here inside of the White House briefing room, so it should be happening at any moment. We'll keep an eye on this shot. I also want to remind everyone of the news that we just got here coming from the White House as well. President Biden at 2 p.m. Eastern, so in about 45 minutes, going to be making remarks on the United States response to recent aerial objects in the sky. 4 have been shot down in the last 10 days, and we will be bringing you President Biden's full remarks coming up here in just moments on Live Now from Fox. We're also keeping an eye on the White House briefing room, so we got you covered here coming up in the next hour or so coming from the White House. In the meantime, I want to play you from Capitol Hill earlier today, Senator Chuck Schumer's remarks on the Senate floor.
And their scornful disregard for American sovereignty is unacceptable. I want to thank Senator Tester above all. He's been the leader in this whole country on this issue, and I appreciate Senator Collins working with him, and I appreciate both of their good work putting this resolution together with strong bipartisan unity. Mr. President, this resolution condemning China is precisely the kind of bipartisanship Americans expect at a time like this. Instead of each party attacking each other, we're united in this resolution in condemning China exactly as we should be. And last night's resolution is just one step. Senator Tester is also taking the lead on a bipartisan effort to get to the bottom of why we didn't learn about these balloons sooner. This is a very important question that the American people deserve answers to, and I'm fully supportive of this effort. Again, this is the kind of bipartisanship the country expects. When China is pushing the boundaries, they don't want Democrats and Republicans.
All right, there we go. White House briefing underway right now. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Out of breath. Okay, so today the President and the First Lady will host a screening of Till, the story of Mamie Till Mobley, who pursued justice after the lynching of her 14-year-old son, Emmett Till, in 1955. Invitees include cast of the film, the family of Emmett Till, students, civil rights leaders, historians, and families of victims of hate-fueled violence. The Biden administration is working to counter the corrosive effects of hate-fueled violence. In March, President Biden signed H.R. 55, the Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act. In September, the President hosted the United We Stand Summit to rally a whole-of-society response to prevent and recover from hate-fueled violence and to foster national unity. With that, Zeke, you want to kick us off?
Thanks, Chris. The President's back from his physical. Are we going to get a readout position at some point?
So, as you just mentioned, the President has his physical this morning. It was very much, the exam was straightforward, and as you all saw, he returned to the White House to get back to work. Hopefully in a couple of hours later today, we will have a comprehensive written report from his doctor. The same, this is going to be the same transparent way that we did it back in 2021. So you can expect to hear directly from his doctor via this comprehensive written report.
And any flags in the physical?
I don't want to get ahead of the doctor. As you saw, he just got back moments ago. They're working to finalize the memo. As soon as we have that for you all, we certainly will share that.
And the President's giving remarks in about an hour or so on the unidentified objects that have been shot down, the Chinese spy surveillance program of the balloon. There's been that interagency review process on the way for last week. Is it safe to assume now that the President's speaking that review is now done? And should we expect to hear about these new procedures that you've been previewing the last couple of days?
So let me just first say I'm not going to get ahead of the President in his remarks, which will happen momentarily. He will speak about the United States response to the recent aerial objects. That includes our decisive response to China's high-altitude surveillance balloon, and the President putting the safety and security of the American people always first. So that's what you'll hear from him, but I'm not going to get ahead of the details. As far as it relates to the interagency team, they are continuing to work intensively on putting forth parameters to what, this is something that the President asked them to do. So that is continuing. That work is continuing, but you will hear from the President, and he'll give an update on what has occurred over the last several days.
And just briefly, last night there were reports of the FBI searched the University of Delaware and the President's papers there from his time in the Senate. Did the President consent to that search?
So I understand the questions. I know there are going to be a few more questions about that. I'm going to say from here, as I have been for the past couple of weeks, we're going to continue to be prudent. I will not give any comments about this ongoing investigation. I would refer you to the Department of Justice.
Oh, welcome. Haven't seen you in here in a long time.
No, it's been a minute.
Yeah. Good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
On the searches, regarding searches at the University of Delaware, is there any other office space President Biden kept his records from the time he was vice president to now?
Again, I'm going to respond just the same way I just did with Zeke, is we're just going to continue to be consistent here, and I'm just not going to respond to or give comment to what's occurring right now with that investigation, and refer you to the Department of Justice.
Okay, can you say who prompted the search?
Again, I would refer you to the Department of Justice.
One on Nikki Haley, who is now running for president. She is calling for mental competency tests for politicians 75 and up, clearly a dig at the current president. In her first speech, since announcing her run, she said America's not past our prime, it's just that our politicians are past theirs. We won't win the 21st century if we keep trusting politicians from the 20th century. Does the president have any response to that statement? president?
So I'll say this. Again, I'm going to be very careful, as I am when speaking about a candidate. She's currently, as you all know, a candidate for 2024, so I am covered by the Hatch Act, so I'm not going to speak to her directly and her comments specifically, but I will say this more broadly. You know, we've heard these types of attacks or remarks before, and you know, if you go back to 2020, they said that the president couldn't do it in 2020 and attacked him there, and he beat them. In 2021, when he entered the White House and worked to do his best to turn everything around with the economy tanking, with no COVID, real COVID comprehensive response, the president got to work and was able to pass the American Rescue Plan with the help of Democrats in Congress. And guess what? They turned around the economy, and he beat them there too. In 2022, when everyone was talking about a red wave and saying that we were going to get another shellacking, if you will, the president beat them at their own game there as well. And so I don't know. Maybe they've forgotten. Maybe they're forgetting the wins that this president has had over the last couple of years. But I'm happy to remind them anytime.
Thank you.
Good.
Thanks, Karine. The Israeli cabinet has voted to expand the Israeli settlements into the West Bank. What's the Biden administration's position on that?
So a couple of things on that, on those reporting or what we've seen. We are deeply dismayed by Israelis' announcement that they will advance thousands of new settlements and retroactively legalize 9 outposts in the West Bank that were until now illegal under Israeli law. The United States strongly opposes these unilateral measures, which exacerbates tensions, harm trust between the parties, and undermine the geographic viability of the two-state solution. During his recent trip to Israel, Secretary Blinken was clear that all parties should refrain from actions that heighten tensions and take us further away from peace. Settlement construction and expansion in the heart of the West Bank to include the legalization of outposts creates facts on the ground that undermine a two-state solution. It has been long-standing U.S. policy under both Republican and Democratic administrations that settlements are counterproductive to the cause of peace. The Biden administration maintains this firm opposition to the settlement expansion, and that is where we are with that at this time.
One other topic. Has the White House been in touch with Senator Manchin about his comments or his push that there should be talks about the debt ceiling and a reduction?
So I'll say more broadly, our team here is in regular communication with Senator Manchin. We've had clearly close relationship with him and working on key historic pieces of legislation over the past 2 years. Look, the president's stance on negotiation stands, right, which is he does not believe, as it relates to the debt ceiling, that we should be negotiating. That is not his belief. His belief, it is the constitutional duty of Congress to deal with the debt ceiling, just like they have done multiple times, 3 times with the last president. There should not be conditions around this. We should not be negotiating. And again, if they want to talk about ways to lower the deficit, like the president has done the last 2 years, $1.7 trillion, the president has said, he said yesterday in his State of the Union address that his fiscal plan, his budget will lower the deficit by another $2 trillion. Clearly we'll have more to share on March 9th. He's willing to have that conversation. He's willing to see what Republicans are going to put forward and how they see dealing with the budget in a fiscally responsible way. But as it comes to the debt ceiling, we're going to continue to be where we are. He mentioned this yesterday in his speech, which is he doesn't believe that we should be negotiating.
Ms. Green, I know the UK administrator was visiting East Palestine today. I was wondering, the Ohio governor was talking about efforts to federal support, said that they still have not gotten an indication from FEMA that they could get support at this point. What are the hurdles there that you guys see on the administration side?
So the governor, as you mentioned today, asked for additional public health testing and assessments. We're deploying teams from HHS and the CDC now. As you all know, these needs are much more expansive than what FEMA can meet. And so FEMA is on the front lines when there is a hurricane or tornado. As you know, you've seen the president visit devastated areas across the country. This situation is very different. And so that doesn't mean FEMA isn't supporting response. They indeed are. This is a multiple multiple agency response that are folks that are involved, agency that are involved, as I just mentioned, HHS, CDC, EPA as well, and they are coordinating with the Emergency Operations Center and working closely with the Ohio Emergency Management Agency. Each federal agency has its own unique role here, and we've mobilized an interagency team to get the people of Palestine, of East Palestine to be more exact, the support that they need. And look, our priority, as I said 2 days ago, is the health and safety of the community. That is indeed our top priority for the moment as we look at what they're dealing with in Ohio.
And just one more on a foreign policy topic. China yesterday warned or threatened, I guess, of countermeasures against U.S. entities in response to the shoot-down of their spy balloon. Today, they've sanctioned 2 U.S. defense contractors. Is there any response there, and what does this mean for the bilateral relationship?
So the way that we see that there's the sanctions that you just mentioned is that these are symbolic and measures and unnecessary. That's how we view them. And look, China can speak to their own actions, but again, we see them as symbolic and unnecessary. Go ahead, Michael.
Thanks, Corey.
The other mic. There's 2 mics.
Okay, go ahead. On the train derailment in Ohio, Secretary Buttigieg has gotten some criticism, some of it, much of it in Ohio, some of it from Democrats and Republicans, who argue that he waited too long to respond, and then he seemed to be fixated on trying to deflect blame to the previous administration. So does the president, is he satisfied with the government's response to this derailment, and does he have confidence in continue to have confidence in?
Yes, absolutely. I can answer that very quickly and very with confidence from here that we do have absolute confidence in Mayor Pete. And I always say that, Secretary Buttigieg. All right. Thanks. Go ahead.
Thanks, Karine. There's been some reporting about this, but it would be great to hear about it from you. When did the U.S. first begin tracking the balloon? Was it when it first took off from Hainan Island?
So that's a good question. I know that the Pentagon has answered that before, actually laid out a timeline of when that all occurred. I don't have that in front of me to share with all of you, so I would point you to the Pentagon. And so, again, they've had detailed information on the tracking of the balloon and when it was first, I guess, seen or visible to them, and also laid out when the president was informed. I just don't have that it's in great detail. I just don't have that in front of me at this time.
And has the intelligence community now concluded that it likely began heading east but veered off course, and that's why it ended up traversing the United States?
So look, I want to be really mindful here because I've heard this before. I don't have any specifics to share on that. You're talking about the Hawaii and the Guam piece to this. So I just want to be super careful there, and I would probably refer you to the Pentagon. And what we think that they are doing is they are deflecting. They're coming up with excuses and trying to spin this. And at the end of the day, their surveillance balloon was indeed in our airspace. And they said it was, as you all know, they said it was a potential weather balloon, which it was not. And so it's been very clear. All of the American people, the entire world saw what China did, and it was irresponsible.
Chinese officials were initially not very responsive. For example, when the Secretary of Defense tried to get a hold of them, are they being more responsive now?
So I'll say this: our approach with China is going to continue to be calm, resolute, and practical. And we have said this before, we are going to continue to keep our airways, our communication lines open and continue to have those conversations as we have been before the China surveillance balloon and after. But look, again, what they did was irresponsible. It is up to China to decide how they want to move forward with this relationship. As you all know, the President and President Xi met at the G20. They said that they would be good actors. They were a country that we can work with. And let's see, are they going to build on that and show that is something that they are willing to do? And that's on them.
But are they picking up the phone? Are they communicating?
I'm not going to go into details on diplomatic conversations or discussion that's currently happening, but I can say that the lines of communication has been open. There has been discussions. Like I said, days before the balloon went on its path, and certainly after.
Follow on that.
Karine, thank you so much. The Vice President said on China, kind of following up on what Nancy was asking you, I don't think this issue with the Chinese spy balloon has changed relations with China. Does the President agree with that assessment? How is the administration viewing the broader?
I mean, it's very much to what I was just saying, what our approach to China is going to continue to be, which is calm, resolute, and practical. We're going to, the President has been very clear, we will continue to keep open lines of communication with China. That has not changed. And we saw China's behavior. It was irresponsible and visible.
Changed in the wake of this, Karine, because we heard a lot of top officials say clearly this was a violation of the U.S. sovereign airspace.
And you've heard us say this from here, too. It was a violation of U.S. airspace, and we have been very clear with our communications with China. That has not changed. You saw how Secretary Blinken postponed his trip to China because of their irresponsible behavior. I don't have a trip to announce from here or when that trip is going to continue. That is something that the Secretary is going to decide with the President. But again, we have been very clear. What China did was irresponsible. It was irresponsible actions.
What's the level of expectation that Secretary Blinken will meet with his Chinese counterpart in the next?
I'm not going to get ahead of that. Like I said, the lines of communication has continued to be open, and we will continue to have those discussions. And again, and as I mentioned moments ago, you're going to hear from the President. He's going to speak very decisively about our response to China's high-altitude surveillance balloon. So you'll hear from the President, and he'll lay that out.
Let me try one more time on Nikki Haley's comments. I heard you respond to what she said. But more broadly speaking, if the American public decides or it becomes clear that there's a broad desire to have a competency test for all of the candidates above the age of 75, would the President submit to that?
I'm just not going to get into hypotheticals from here. Go ahead.
Thanks, Karine. Can you talk about what qualities the President would look for in the next World Bank President, and are there any candidates at this time?
I don't have anything to share on that, and I'm just going to let the President do his process and how he's going to move forward, but I'm not going to go into details.
One more. Tesla workers in Buffalo, New York say that a number of employees were terminated after they announced plans to form a union. Does the White House have any response to that?
So I'm not going to speak to specific efforts from here, but what I'll say is the President supports fundamental rights for workers under the National Labor Relations Act, including the right to organize free from intimidation.
Some of you will be seeing a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us.
And has urged Congress to pass the PRO Act to strengthen opportunities for private sector workers to make a free and fair choice. But I'm not going to speak to the specific actions that have been reported today.
Can I follow on the Tesla question? Biden has obviously said he's the most pro-union president. I mean, does he think that Tesla acted inappropriately or illegally?
I hear the question. I'm just going to say that we're just not going to speak specifically to those actions, but clearly the President supports the rights for workers under the NLR Act. So I'll just leave it there.
And then just another one on the Till screening later. Can you say who from the administration or from the family will be actually in attendance, or maybe some of the cast?
I mentioned that there will be some members of the cast there, some civil rights leaders there, some members of the family will be there. Just don't have a list to share with you at this time. But this is something that the President and the First Lady is very much looking forward to it. Remember, we are in Black History Month, and we think it's important for it to screen this movie, a very incredibly powerful movie. As you know, Emmett Till was part of the reason the civil rights movement started. And so we are very much looking to welcoming the family, civil rights leaders, and also the cast here.
Can you give an update on efforts to recover debris from the 3 unidentified floating objects?
So as we have mentioned before, because of the weather condition, it has been very difficult to get the debris, and so we are allowing the Pentagon and the Department of Defense to do their work in trying to bring the debris that is clearly in the water to the ground, and so we just don't have much to share there. But what I can say is when I've been asked what are they exactly, while we can't definitively say without analyzing the debris what these objects were so far, we haven't seen any indication of anything that points specifically to the idea that these 3 objects were part of the PRC surveillance program or that they were definitively involved in external intelligence
collection efforts against the United States. We can also rule out that they were operated by the U.S. government. Right now, the intelligence community is considering, and I've said this before, you've heard my colleagues from NSC say this before as well, is that they could be tied to commercial or research entities and benign. Efforts are actively underway at all sites to find what is left of these objects so that we can better understand them. The President has directed his team to make sure that we're briefing Congress on a regular basis, as you have seen us do the last 2 days. But again, because of the weather, because it is February and it has been very difficult to get the debris from the objects, it has taken us some time.
As the President plans this trip to Poland, polls indicate that public support is shifting away from the war in Ukraine, or at least that there's growing public concern that too much is being spent on this war helping Ukraine. Is part of the goal of the President's speech to speak to a domestic audience, or is this primarily about the global, meeting with leaders?
I would say more broadly, anytime the President speaks, he's clearly speaking as well to the American people, even if he's abroad. And so I think that's always important to note. Look, this is going to be the 1 year he's going there ahead of the 1 year anniversary and sending a strong message of solidarity. And the President understand and to reaffirm, right, our support for the Ukrainian people as they're fighting back against a brutal war that Russia started almost a year ago. And the President believes it's important to show that solidarity. It's important to show our partnership and that we are indeed supporting our NATO allies. And so that's what you're going to see. And also the eastern flank, right? We're going to Eastern Europe, as you just mentioned. And so, look, we're going to show that unity. We're going to show that support. We're going to show that it is important to be there when a country is fighting for their democracy, fighting for their sovereignty. And that's what you're going to see from the President. And of course, anytime the President speaks, he's of course speaking as well to the American people.
The mayor of East Palestine said yesterday was the first time he had heard anything from the White House about the train derailment. Could you talk a little bit about the White House's outreach and what you plan to do in the days ahead and why you hadn't reached out earlier?
So again, the health and safety of the community is our top priority. I mentioned, I believe on Tuesday, that EPA had been on the ground since February 4th. And so they have been on the ground for some time, but I can give you a little bit of where we are today. President Biden spoke directly to Governor DeWine to offer federal assistance, and the EPA administrator, Michael Regan, is in East Palestine now. I believe he's going to be holding a press conference in about 20 minutes or so, and to talk about the ongoing efforts and what we're doing on the ground. Multiple federal agencies have been on the ground, as I just mentioned, some of them since February 4th, working hand in glove with the state and local officials who are leading the emergency response efforts. They're working to get to the bottom of what caused the derailment, monitoring air quality, collecting soil samples, testing surface and groundwater for any contaminants. And I know we understand the residents are concerned, as they should be, and they have questions. That's all understandable. And we're going to get to the bottom of this. We're going to try and figure out an answer to what occurred. So we're going to get through this together. We're going to hold Norfolk Southern accountable. And right now, listen to our message to folks in Ohio in that area is to listen to your state and local officials. It is important to listen to them, to allow them to do their work, and we are going to do everything that we can to keep that community healthy and safe and get to the bottom of this as well. Okay.
Thank you, Corinne. About the President's health, more broadly than the doctor's report and so on that we're waiting for, can you speak to how confident he is that he's going to feel up to it, he's going to feel good getting up in the morning to do this job, very grueling job, not just today or even in 2 years to finish out this term, but in 6 years from today, when he would obviously be 86?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, well.
Yes, you asked me if he's going to be up to it. Yes.
No. I asked, are you? Does he express how confident he is?
I mean, look. We get this question a lot, as you all know, and here's what I have to say about it. The president always says this, which is watch him. And if you watch him, you'll see that he has a grueling schedule that he keeps up with, that sometimes some of us are not able to keep up with. He was State of the Union, I believe he spent 90 minutes speaking to congressional members in front of him, to the American people. After that, he spent an hour shaking hands and saying hello and greeting the congressional members and their guests. And this is a president that works day in and day out, in a grueling fashion, with a grueling schedule, and delivers. And let's not forget, it is interesting that we get this question about this president, who has had one of the most historical presidency in his first 2 years than any other president, almost any other president. And you think about the historic pieces of legislation that he's gotten through, that many have made jokes about. You think about the bipartisan legislation, bipartisan infrastructure law, that, the last guy joked every week that it was infrastructure week and could not get it done. Many presidents tried to get that done and could not get it done. And this president did it in a bipartisan way. And there's a long list that I can go through. I know you guys don't want to hear me go through them at this time, but we have talked about them over and over and over again. And it is surprising that we get this question when you look at this record of this president and what he has been able to do and deliver for the American people. And he is able to do that because he's clearly capable on so many ways and so many levels, and he's going to continue to do that in the years coming.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you. There is an interagency delegation that's visiting Riyadh, Saudi Arabia currently, and they're meeting with high-level officials from GCC countries. Is the meeting meant to counter Iran activities in the region? Is it strengthening the relationship with the GCC countries, especially in counterterrorism?
So yes, I saw that the delegation. I have a response for you here. The senior officials of the United States and members of the Gulf Cooperation Council (GCC) convened a meeting of the working group on Iran at the GCC's headquarters yesterday, as you noted. The working group affirmed the long-standing partnership between the United States and the members of the GCC and our shared determination to contribute to regional security and stability. The United States and GCC member states condemned Iran's continued destabilization policies, including its support for terrorism and the use of advanced missiles, cyber weapons, and unmanned aircraft systems, and their proliferation in the region and around the world. The United States and GCC member states raised their grave concern about the Iranian military's deepening two-way cooperation with state and non-state actors, including Iran's ongoing provision of conventional weapons, advanced missiles, and the UAS systems to the Houthis that have prolonged the conflict in Yemen, worsening the humanitarian disaster there. They further underline that Iran's nuclear advances, as documented by the IAEA, have no credible civilian purpose and are gravely exacerbating regional and global tensions. They called on Iran to immediately reverse course, seize its nuclear provocations, engage in meaningful diplomacy, and fully cooperate with the International Atomic Energy Agency investigations. The United States and GCC member states expressed their commitment to expanding defense cooperation, and I will leave it there.
Just to follow up on the settlements question, will there be any consequences for Israel over this expansion and of the outposts? And
I'm not going to go beyond the statement that we've put out. State Department actually spoke to this as well, as I just laid out how we see what just occurred with the settlement. I'm just not going to go beyond that. Good, Stephen.
A question for the record about the physical, and then I'll ask you something else. The last time the president had a physical in November of 2021, he was sedated during a colonoscopy. Power was temporarily transferred to the vice president. Did that happen today?
So last year, as you know, he had a colonoscopy last year, and which was entirely normal, and therefore he did not need a screening this year. So that's why you won't see that occurring once again this year.
This morning, CBS News reported that an unknown number of veterans, service members who were kicked out of the military, for being gay or lesbian have tried to get their discharges upgraded from less than honorable. Apparently, there's a bureaucratic morass. It can take months. Is the president aware of this problem? Is there anything he can do about it?
So the president, and you've heard him say this before, you've seen it in statements, you heard him say it, he believes our country and our military are stronger when everyone qualified to wear the uniform can do it without discrimination. That is the president's belief. That's something the president also believes very strongly, given his leadership helping repeal, if I know you follow this, the terrible policy of Don't Ask, Don't Tell, which inflicted great harm on service members and their families. Under his leadership, the military doesn't just welcome LGBTQ plus service members, it's led at the highest levels by brave LGBTQ plus veterans. It's concerning, it is very concerning that veterans who were unfairly discharged under the Don't Ask, Don't Tell has been facing these challenges to upgrade their discharge, denying them benefits they have earned, and it's something we are definitely going to look into. The Department of Defense has worked to simplify the process of applying to the Military Department Discharge Review Boards to correct past records, and they have also conducted outreach campaigns to make sure that veterans know how to access this process, which is critical because no veteran should feel overlooked or that the process is inaccessible. So something that we are looking towards, and we find this, we think it's an important issue that we need to make sure that we reevaluate and assess.
Hi, Corinne. I just wanted to ask about the East Palestine matter again. So there, in the immediate aftermath of that, Norfolk Southern offered a rather modest donation to residents, $25,000. And last night there was a public meeting at which Norfolk Southern didn't appear. What did the White House make of that response?
Say that one more time, Norfolk Southern.
There was a public meeting at which its representatives did not appear, having previously said they would. What does the White House make of that?
So look, I can't speak to the appearance or non-appearance of them. What I can say is what we're focused on. As I mentioned, there is a multi-agency response to what is occurring in East Palestine, and we take this very seriously. We are going to be committed to making sure that the safety and the health of the community is addressed. And as you just heard me say, the EPA administrators on the ground currently, and the president has been in regular touch with the governor.
And just to follow up with one thing, there was a bipartisan letter, one Republican and 3 Democrats, calling for the EPA to use its existing authority to ensure that Norfolk Southern pays for the cleanup. Is that something the White House?
Look, as you know, there's an active investigation underway. So the National Transportation Security Board is on site and looking into the cause of the derailment. I just don't want to get ahead of it at this time. But again, an active situation happening. Okay, you have the last question.
I want to ask you the congressional budget report. So the president said that he has cut the deficit over the past 2 years, but isn't that misleading for Americans because it was the COVID spending that ended that really brought that money down, as well as the president signing an increase in ongoing federal spending. And now the CBO is saying the federal deficit this year is $1.4 trillion and averaging $2 trillion until 2033.
So look, the president has long made reducing the deficit and being fiscally responsible as a priority. He did that as a president. He believed that as vice president, and something he believed as a senator. And I think look no further than his speech yesterday. Look no further also, I guess, his speech, the State of the Union, where he said that he's going to continue to cut the deficit by $2 trillion in the upcoming fiscal year 2024 budget. And that's something that you all are going to see on March 9th when he puts forth his budget. And this is something that the president is completely committed to, and he has proven that he can do it just the last 2 years. But here's the thing. You have congressional Republicans who want to increase the deficit by $3 trillion. When you think about repealing the Inflation Reduction Act, when you think about extending the Trump tax cuts, that is $3 trillion that they are looking to balloon the deficit. And so their plan actually doesn't help what they're listing out that they want to do. And they also want to give tax cuts to the wealthy. That is what they want to do. That is how they're moving forward. The president has been very clear. You see it in his record, $1.7 trillion, and then we're going to see it again when he puts his budget out on March 9th.
Are there spending cuts in that budget as well?
I'm not going to get ahead of the president. I'm just saying what he laid out to all of you yesterday, $2 trillion. He's going to he's going to lower the deficit, and that shows fiscal responsibility, and that's something that the president has talked about as vice president, as senator, and he's shown it. He has the receipts. Thank you, everybody. See you tomorrow.
White House briefing there ahead of President Biden's remarks coming up in just moments here on Live Now from Fox. We will bring it to you as soon as it happens. What we'll do is take our final break, though, of this hour. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. We're back here worldwide for you on Live Now from Fox, everyone. Just moments away from President Biden to be making remarks about objects being shot out of the sky by the U.S. We will continue to look forward to that coming up in just moments right here on Live Now from Fox.
American citizens across the planet
at any moment right now. I want to show you just some remarks there from Senator Mitch McConnell on the floor a little bit earlier from today.
Just take my own hometown. One neighborhood in East Louisville just endured more than 30 burglaries in 30 days. Last year, Washington, D.C. saw 203 homicides. Those victims included 18 children, a huge increase over the prior year. And 2023 is already off to an even worse start. Homicides and carjackings are already ahead of last year's pace. Last week, the city's crime wave touched Congress directly. A congresswoman from Minnesota, Representative Angie Craig, was attacked in the elevator of her own apartment building right here in the district. It turns out the congresswoman's attacker had been arrested and convicted no fewer than 12 times before, most recently for assaulting a Metropolitan Police officer. But there he was, this career criminal, just out roaming the streets. As the congresswoman herself put it afterwards, we have to get these repeat offenders off the street. Well, you're darn right we do. Unfortunately, the radical local government here is doing precisely the opposite. The D.C. Council has responded to the crime wave, listen to this, with a new bill to make the city even softer on crime. It lowers maximum penalties for violent crimes and creates new ways to shorten the sentences of incarcerated felons. Well, the good news is the Constitution actually gives the United States Congress final say over issues in our nation's capital. And when the soft on crime local government has become this completely incompetent, when members of Congress can't go about their daily lives without being attacked, when families cannot come to visit our capital in safety, then it's about time the federal government provides some adult supervision. Senate Republicans, led by our colleague from Tennessee, Bill Hagerty, are leading an effort to use the rightful authority of Congress to address this emergency. Last week, the Republican House passed their companion bill as well, and things have gotten so undeniably bad that more than 30 House Democrats crossed the aisle to support it. So I hope the Senate Democratic leader will put partisanship aside and turn to Senator Hagerty's measure quickly when we reconvene. The safety and security of our citizens simply cannot wait. On an entirely different matter, Putin's brutal war on Ukraine has forced both us Americans and our friends in Europe to take a long, hard look at our country's commitments to military spending and self-defense. NATO and the West have let important capabilities actually atrophy over time, like defense funding, like military modernization, like looking after our defense industrial base, which creates good American jobs